Salutations Rangers, General Rally 101, back at you again with some more lore. Space Marines are beloved by everyone in the community, and they are undoubtedly what makes Warhammer so truly very Warhammery. And in my YouTube career, I have sung their praises, spoken about their defeats, and gone on and on about everything that there is Space Marine. So I decided to put all that together in one massive compilation video for y'all. As ladies and gentlemen, today in this video, we have everything you need to know about the Space Marines. So strap on in, it's gonna be a long one, but I want to say thank you for watching, and without any further ado, let's get crack-a-lackin' on with today's video. The Space Marines of Warhammer 40k are one of the most iconic things in all of the setting, and this is in part due to their Primarchs. And in many regards, they are kinda one and the same, with each Primarch having an absolutely amazing impact, or devastating impact, on their respective legions. Whilst there were many legions who didn't love their Primarchs, there wasn't any legion that wasn't affected by them. Yet that does beg the question, what were these legions like before their Primarchs? But lucky for you and me, we got plenty of examples. So in today's video, boys and gals, today we're going to be taking a look at every single Space Marine legion before their Primarchs. The culture they developed, their relations, temptations, temperance, and everything in between. First thing first, we then have the Dark Angels, or as they were previously known, the Uncrowned Princes. These were a very important part of the Space Marine legions, because these were the first ever Space Marine legions created. These original 5,000 men were the first ever Space Marines, and they literally wrote the book about Space Marining. And there are many things about Space Marines which we believe to be common that actually these guys started. A prime example we have is the term the Angels of Death. Most people think that that's the name given to Space Marines, but that's incorrect. It was given to the Uncrowned Princes. The Uncrowned Princes were the Emperor's Angels of Death. And lo and behold, when the rest of the Space Marines came, the moniker just stuck. But it was originally created for them. These guys were also unique in the way they were trained, for they were mentored and trained by the drill masters within the Imperial laboratories itself of the Imperial household. And this connection between the Imperial household and the First Legion would continue. Basically, anything that the Emperor was unsure of or didn't really trust, he would give it to them. Thus, they had an absolute swelter of technologies being thrown upon them, whether it be Xenos constructs or myriad of technologies from the Dark Age. If it was anything that the Emperor didn't trust to wider humanity, lo and behold, the First Legion would get it. The Emperor also gave them unique names. You also notice that many Dark Angel names are very synonymous with the Bible, but not just the Bible, but many old ancient tomes of terror. And this is actually done on purpose. The Emperor picked names of power, as he dubbed them. Basically, names from people way back in day. Great rulers, prophets, priests, warriors, semi-mythical figures, and he decided that his Uncrowned Princes would bear these titles. As you can imagine, all this special attention did indeed lead to some arrogance. Not only arrogance, but also led to some bloat. You see, with the many different ordos and orders and formations within the Uncrowned Princes, because they weren't one a solid 5,000 strong, they were individual bands, that is. Meaning that they all acted and operated in their own different way. So they weren't a continuous legion per se, but more or less unified under one group identity. But lo and behold, we come to the Lion. The Lion, like all things, was blunter than a goddamn bat covered in stones. And he literally dueled every single one of the masters and grand masters of each ordo, principle, or whatever. And he conquered all of them, uniting them under one supreme grand order, that being the Dark Angels Legion, and eventually creating the Hexagrammaton, or the 6 wings out of the many different ordos and wings and formations. The Lion didn't really change much about his legion, except that he streamlined them, he gave them purpose. The Lion is very blunt, and in this case he was a hammer, but in this case his bluntness was well suited. For it took that lump of beautiful steel, yet still unmolded completely, and honed it into a fine-edged blade, worthy of a Grand Master of a knightly order. And lo and behold, the Lion was said Grand Master. Now whilst they didn't really change that much between their Primarch, the Uncrowned Princes represent something very important, and that is the changing of an era. The first time they were ever deployed was during Mount Aurat, which was the culling of the Legio Contagious, or the Thunder Warriors. They were the first ever new progeny. These were the men who would conquer the stars, the legions of the Emperor who would march forth and secure humanity under the Raptor and Lightning Bolt. But whilst the Legio Contagious had secured Terra, the Uncrowned Princes would secure the rest of mankind, and they left one hell of a mark on that. But ladies and gentlemen, that was the First Legion. Now let's talk about the second. Alright, solid bit of lore from the second there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the Third Legion. The origins of the Third Legion lie with the nobility of Terra, Basically, the Emperor conquered a lot of people, and thus he also conquered a lot of nobles. Many of the techno-barbarians had some type of nobility amongst them, some more nobler than others, mind you. But the Emperor needed to unify his people and incorporate them into the Empire proper. Thus, he relied on an age-old Terran tradition, that being the art of hostage-taking. But with a twist. He took the sons of many of the prominent nobles, and minor nobles, any nobles really, and he would turn them into his Space Marines. And lo and behold, we have the origins of the Third Legion. And because of their noble upbringing, the Third Legion had a unique place within the Legiones Astartes. As early on in Unification Wars, they were known for working closely with the Imperial army. Indeed, many of them believed themselves noble, and thus believed that the idea that nobility should lead, or were destined to lead. Such beliefs in nobility also led to them being actually really good diplomats, being skilled orators and narrators both, in addition to them learning the various diplomatic styles and having to deal with people. This would actually come to serve them well, as the Emperor would entrust them with many diplomatic missions, one of the very few legions early on who could. And it would be one such mission that they would earn their moniker. The Emperor of all mankind would one day visit a human city on a recently conquered planet. There, they wished to submit to the Emperor, so he took some of his custodians, but most importantly, a contingent of the Emperor's children, not yet known as the Emperor's children mind you, but we'll get to that in a quick second, and there he would accept the surrender. However, it turns out that this was a trap. They had feigned surrender and ambushed him then and there. It was only by the timely intervention of the Third Legion, and many of their warriors being slain in the act, that allowed the Emperor to be withdrawn by his life wards, the Custodians, thus technically helping at least to save the Emperor of all mankind. From there, the Emperor would be so moved that he would name them the Emperor's Children. Thus, they were the only legion for the longest time who got to wear the Imperial heraldry, that being the Golden Eagle, the heraldry of the Imperial household. This pride is something that permeated throughout the entirety of the Legion. They became known as proud men, but good men, truly trying to become that nobility that they endeared themselves to. They had origins as noble warriors, and their ode to their forebears could continue, not only in acts of honor on the field of battle, but also in every single aspect. Peerless warriors and peerless men, the Third Legion truly did deserve the moniker of the Emperor's Children. However, in the grim darkness of the far future, something always goes wrong. It turns out that the gene seed of the Third Legion would be affected by some type of virus, some type of hemorrhagic plague. This plague would slowly destroy the entirety of their gene seed stocks, including the ones kept on Terra, meaning that if the Legion did not find its Primarch soon, it would be destroyed. And lo and behold, when there were barely a few hundred of them left, they would finally be reunited with their Primarch, Fulgrim. And here Fulgrim made a bloody big impact because he literally saved the Legion. With the extraction of his DNA and the uniting it with the gene seed, the Third Legion was able to be reborn. Fulgrim saw his sons, he saw their deeds, he saw the nobility in their eyes and in their hands, and he was moved. They truly had become much like their father, thus he changed very little. He instituted many reforms and many circles, as well as strict hierarchy, but more so it was just more of the same, continuing to mold and shape his Legion in the image that he believed truly honored their nobility, and his nobility. The warriors of space born from the nobility of Terra truly were something different, a far cry from the Lego Contagious, who valued brutality and strength over all. These were noble warrior knights, who would reunite lost humanity together. Also, the sick purple paint job, yeah, OG Emperor's Children was solid. But from the Purple Boys of the Third to the Iron Lords of the Fourth, let's talk about the Corpse Grinders next. The Fourth Legion was founded relatively early on in the Unification Wars. It is said that the decision to be founded would be upon the wreckage of a recidivist fortress of the Terran Autoplatic of Setak Ambrak. It said this fortress would then continue to be theirs and their main base of operations until they left the Sol system, and it would be from the tribes around this citadel that the Fourth Legion would take its recruits. These so-called gun tribes, because of their affinity with ammunition-based weaponry, were known for being resilient and hardy in equal measure, a perfect fit for the seeming Fourth. As in combination with the strict legion that the discipline showed, their gene seed's above average acceptability, and the below average resistance to all forms of bionics, the Fourth Legion was one of the largest, and thus deployed the most early and the most frequently, alongside the First and Fifth Legions respectively. Such discipline and determination would continue even after they left the Sol system, but during the Great Crusade, the Corpse Grinders, as they soon became known, would prove themselves to be a most stalwart and defiant foe. As for their name, they got that because they partook in some pretty vicious sieges. Not only sieges, but devastating campaigns. That name was given to them by the Imperial army, because if you were assigned to the Fourth Legion, you knew that you were going to be one hell of a fight, such as the Mariasht campaign on Venus, where the Fourth Legion spent much blood to fight the deadly Litho Golem armies of the War Witches of Venus. and whilst many brothers did falter in this campaign, they would be honored in this. In light of their early successes, the Legion was given first access to some of the newest equipment being delivered from Mars, which we now know to be Saturnine pattern armor. Yet while the Fourth Legion did need to have many successes, they weren't exactly praised by everybody. The Fourth Legion's way of war was brutal, to put it lightly, and called unimaginative by many, including Horus himself. The Fourth Legion relied on a hell of a lot of infantry, a hell of a lot of heavy armor, and even goddamn more amount of heavy artillery. They would slowly grind the enemy into submission. They were the Legiones Astartes. They would not break first. Such behavior and such actions soon got them dubbed as a workhorse legion. One that would get the job done, but not exactly one that you wanted on posters, but one that you absolutely needed for a war. It was also this time that they proved themselves to be excellent at siegecraft. Not only siegecraft, but building and crafting fortifications. Thus they would have many minor garrisons throughout the entirety of the worlds that they conquered, and thus the entirety of the space of the Imperium of Man. Yet for all their success, in 842 M30, the 8th Expeditionary Fleet, that being led by the 4th Legion, would suffer its most tragic episode. The nascent 4th Legion stuck to their informal name, and they would grind down the corpses of the rebellious lords of the ForgeWorld of Enkladion. But whereas such tactics worked well against renegade lords, wayward human settlements, or mutant hordes, against the equally stubborn and just as iron legions of Skitarii, the 4th Legion's combat tactics were found wanting. Whilst they did eventually take the world, the siege lasted an ungodly amount of time, and by the end of it, nearly 29,000 legionaries died over the year-long campaign. Not to mention many, if not most, of the Imperial auxiliary. By the end of it, the 8th Expeditionary Fleet was all but annihilated. But one thing to note about the character of the Legion at this time, they didn't complain. Not only did they didn't complain, they didn't mind their job. They knew that this had to be done, so they got it done. For them, it was not the case that they needed praise. Everyone knew what they needed to do was necessary. And whilst not everyone in the Imperium loved the way that they did things, they did appreciate that they got it done. And to the Legion, this was enough. But sadly for the 4th Legion, for their father Perturabo, they would be found wanting. Perturabo is, well, Perturabo, bitter and spiteful in equal measure. When he was first reunited with his Legion, he would say that they would be found wanting, and ordered a full 10th of the Legion to be executed by the other 9th. This was unprecedented in equal measure, with many other Primarchs absolutely protesting this fact, such as Rebute Gilliman, who said that this was a waste beyond a waste, and such like Vulcan, who really didn't like the idea of a father killing their sons. And here the identity of the corpse grinders slowly began to change. Perturabo was bitter, spiteful, and hateful, and slowly he incorporated that into his Legion, again and again, more and more and more. Soon the Legion began to hate not just the work that they did, but the people around them. Most notably, they developed a bitter rivalry with the 7th Legion, now then the Imperial Fists, who they felt aggrieved by and robbed by. Thus, as for many, it would be no surprise when the heresy was called, the 4th Legion and the 7th would be one of the first to fight. Yet, while Perturabo didn't win any Dad of the Year competitions, he did curb some of his son's most excessive tendencies, not by implementing better tactics, but more so better logistics and repair system. He made sure that no matter how much blood his sons bled, there would always be fresh meat to take up the rack. As for the 4th Legion, the corpse grinders were unique. They did what was necessary, they did what was hard, but more importantly they did it the hard way. And most critically and most damningly, they weren't able to adapt when the situation needed to it. Meaning that if it weren't for Mr. Peter Turbo, they most likely would have died in some far-flung siege, but they would have died happy, for it's only when Perturabo got introduced that the Legion really began to hate. So whether that be worth it, that's up to you. But from the Iron Lords of the 4th, let's take a look to the Hunters of the Stars of the 5th. The 5th Space Marine Legion was created on Terra, and drawn from the ice wastes of the Thulian Basin. They, together with the 1st and the 4th Legions, were one of the first to be created, and thus saw some of the most action. Most notably though, they were said to have fought alongside the older Thunder Warriors, though that canonicity of such a claim is in question at the moment. The 5th Legion were truly the eyes and ears of the Space Marines. They were given the solitary duty of seeking out the hidden layers of the many warlords and techno-barbarian so-called gods that inhabited Terra. The superhuman physiology allowed them to survive in pretty much anywhere. In combination with the early power armor and the natural enhanced stealth capabilities taught to them, they were absolute monsters in this role. Most notably, the greatest they rose to were only a few hundred, because they operated in small bands, barely a dozen Astartes at a time. These were scouts distributed over the entirety of Terra. They were not a hammer that broke the enemy, they were the silent eyes that found it, and told the hammer where they were. And when the 5th Legion took to the stars, such behavior would continue. The 5th Legion did not operate as a whole legion. Instead, they operated on individual companies, known as pioneer companies, which were anywhere from 500 to 3,000 men. These were basically just smaller legions. They operated largely independently of one another, and there was no broader chain of command to coordinate them or check on how they're doing. Indeed, it's said that when some of those pioneer companies left Terra, the only time they would ever meet was when the Khan summoned them nearly 200 years later. That's a bloody long time without Thanksgiving. Or too short, depending on how much you love your family. And once again, they operate as scouts. Many times, these would be the eyes and ears of whole expeditionary fleets. But the nature of this aloneness and their desire and this restlessness, many believed that they would soon be drawn out. The 5th Legion was incredibly independent, but more importantly, they showed an incredible desire for freedom. They hated to be chained down by anyone or anything. Indeed, they left almost to no garrisons, they had no major explanations of any kind. They just roamed the stars, searching again and again. Hence how they got the name the Star Hunters. And it was believed by many that they would run themselves into the ground, searching and searching and searching until eventually they would be destroyed. That was over until we get to the Khan. The Khan knew his boys. The Khan loved his boys. But the Khan also knew that they needed something to connect them. Thus, the Khan would summon every single pioneer company back to Dragoris, which only took a couple years because, they were all across the goddamn bloody galaxy at that point. But he would introduce them to Dragorian culture, and he would begin to unite his legion. It is said that on the day that they all met, the Khan, as well as every single one of his warriors, would mark themselves with a ceremonial scar, saying that they were now brothers, bonded via blood. And such an effort to unite the Lost Sons would be pretty successful, minus some civil war nonsense that happened a little later, but hey, nobody's perfect. The Star Hunters were unique. They were very much like their Primarch. Freedom made manifest. They went whatever, did whatever, and they didn't really bother about anyone else. They were self-reliant and self-determined in equal measure. A truly deadly foe, but very unique in terms of Space Marines. And whilst the Khan did try and unite them, he didn't try and stifle them, which is what led to some success. All in all, love my 5th Legion. But on the 5th Legion, let's take a look at the route. The 6th Legion were unique. They were part of the so-called Trefoil, that being the Space Wolves, Salamanders, and Alpha Legion respectively, were also quested away by the Emperor for unknown means. Each one of them was said to be given highly specialized and unique roles as well as gene seed, each one of them crafted for a unique purpose known to the Emperor only himself, and supposedly it was kept like that because till this day we still don't know what this trefoil is. Most notably though, they were the only one of the trefoil who didn't see any action on Terra itself. The 18th Legion had one notable action, and some of the Alpha Legion elements were said to be active during this time, but the Space Wolves themselves would only see their first action a full decade into the Great Crusade, far later than any other legion. Some claim this is because where they were from. For some reason, their gene seed worked incredibly well with very savage and violent tribesmen. Yet there were those who claimed that this was not the case, and that surely seeing them in action would finally put an end to all these whispers. Sadly, it would do anything but that. In the first major battle against the world of Del Savan, all 3,500 legionaries would assault them underneath the part of the first expeditionary fleet, commanded by the Emperor himself at the time. The Legion's first ever master, known as Enoch Rathven, was said to have ordered a vicious shock assault on enemy lines. It is said that the 6th Legion disregarded any and all Imperial protocol nor military strategy, instead dropping via Stormbirds as well as drop pods into vicious bloody melee combat. It would be at the capital city of the world, known as Masanor Kor, where this would be truly solidified. For the 6th Legion was said to have massacred every man, woman and child within the city, and this wouldn't be a one-time affair. For time and time again, the 6th Legion would destroy any and everything it saw, including civilians. In fact, it was noted by many observers that the Space Wolves, whilst already vicious and brutal, they would truly get their ire up when they sensed the enemy was on the route. Like sharks who smell blood in the water, or hounds on the scent of a hunt. Thus, they were given the name the Rout, meaning not only a rabid pack of dogs, but also a term for when an enemy breaks and runs, when the wolves would be at their most hungry, and thus their most vicious. This got so bad that they were the only Space Marine Legion to have a disciplinary corps, and quite a big one at that. The Legion would continue. Whilst always being on the smaller end, they would be known for their vicious blood assaults, and in many cases they were deployed as a whole, as a large formation of bloodthirsty butchers. It was also this time that they gained a lot of infamy, where they would often execute Imperial army officers, allegedly for poor discipline, cowardice, or for any reason really. But this infamy was part for another reason as well. They held an incredibly intense loyalty to the Emperor personally, so much so that they became known for brutal reprisal actions. If a city decided to rebel, or the Emperor wanted to make a point, he would send the Sixth Legion. Leman Russ would continue this trend, as when he was reunited with his legion, he saw warriors, but he saw warriors that needed a little bit of guidance. Mainly, he just introduced them to the Pharisaian culture. Pharisaian culture, whilst not exactly organized, it had enough organization and structure to give the route a purpose. In combination with the sheer charisma and bluster of Leman Russ, he was able to transform the Sixth Legion from the rout into a legion of Viking warriors, the Volka Fenrika, or the Wolves of the Stars. And as the Emperor's executioner, he led the Emperor's Agents of Fear on quest after quest after quest. Not exactly clean, not exactly smart, but most definitely loyal. The Sixth Legion are unique. They're another case of a Primarch taking what already worked and what they liked and simply making it a little bit better. But what I want to point out is how readily and quickly the Sixth Legion adopted Pharisaian culture. It could be that this was because it was similar to their own home cultures, but when you consider that they didn't really have a home culture for many years, it could be that they just vibe with whole like Fenris's laid back stuff. So, makes sense to me. But from the Sixth Legion to the Walls of Terror, let us take a look at the Stone Men. The nascent Seventh Legion is interesting, mainly because that they recruited from all over Terra. Basically, each Proto-Legion had an area on Terra which they recruited from. The Seventh Legion, however, mainly because their gene seed had such a high acceptability rate, recruited from all across Terra, excluding other areas where legions claimed. And it's unknown whether it was the aspirant or the gene seed, but those who became part of the Seventh Legion were said to be dutiful in their actions and reserved in their words. But what truly set their legion apart was that they were not the shock troopers, they were not the frontline forces, but most notably, they were one of the very few, if only legion, that was a second line force. After the Imperial army and legion had cleared through an area, the Seventh Legion would come forward and build mighty bastions to ensure that what was conquered by the Emperor would remain his. They're also known as defensive troops. Defense and expert, mind you. Not only did they build it, they could man it. And there were many surprise attacks and retributions from the vile techno-barbarians that were thrown back by the bolts of the Seventh Legion. Indeed, the Seventh Legion was said to hold onto ground so ferociously and so determined that the Emperor himself would decree him his Imperial fists. And thus, they had the incredible honor of Terra being their home world. Yet all the feats that the Seventh had were on Terra. Well, they were one of the most earliest to be reunited with their Primarch. And Rogal Dorn, he liked what he saw. He changed pretty much nothing. He loved his boys, he loved everything that was going on. He just tempered it ever so slightly. Thus, with them drawing from Terra and from inward, a little bit of their Inuitian culture ran in through them. But we considered that the two were so similar, really nothing changed. In fact, it could be argued that the Imperial Fists were one of the least changed legions upon meeting their Primarch. But this made interaction and integration between the legions incredibly easy. Indeed, Rogal Dorn was said to have forged a legion of brothers bonded by blood, duty, and honor. Stalwart walls of the Imperium. Sadly, we don't really have much on the Stone Men. They have a bunch of all the titles, by the way, but the Emperor called them the Imperial Fists. Because, like I said, they were found super early, so that's not that much. But it's very interesting to see that Rogal Dorn didn't really change much, because his boys were pretty much already Imperial Fists. It really is interesting how Gene Seed can affect a legion with or without their Primarch, in both good and bad ways. Speaking of bad Primarchs, however, we go from the Imperial Fists of the 7th to those drawn from the darkness of the 8th Legion. Behold the terror. The Night Lords have what's in my opinion one of the most underrated and most epic origin stories for all of the Legion. So as you know, Terra has existed for roughly 40,000 years, which means that there's a lot of change. Such changes were massive mega prisons. Essentially underground prison cities that were secluded from basically the rest of the world. Thus, the prisoners that were bred here were known for brutality, survivability, and most notably, their pale skin. Because, you know, lack of sunlight and all that. When the Emperor would then conquer these prisons, he would then decide that these so-called Knight's children would be the perfect Astartes, as they would use to brutal environments, harsh conditions, and they had to be reliable in equal measure. Thus, these children were lifted out of the gutter and transformed into angels of death. The Legion would be deployed on Terra, and would be seen for the first time ever, not in a frontline battle, but in an act of reprisal. The Sargon Conclave had existed and surrendered to the Emperor, but despite having surrendered, they continued to breed psi experiments. essentially taking psychers and trying to, make their own special breed of war psyker. Very illegal, very deadly, and very, very bad. The Emperor found out about this, and lo and behold, he sent the 8th Legion to deal with them. It is said that the 8th Legion carried out the reprisal in a vicious but efficient manner. And here we see a stark difference between the Legion before it found Conrad. While their tactics were somewhat similar, that being terror tactics, the idea of breeding fear or reprisal, the early 8th Legion didn't really relish in it per se. It was done simply because it needed to be done. There was a quiet unsettling about the terror, as they were dubbed. Necessary in equal measure, but bloody uncomfortable to notify or acknowledge in any fashion. This would change though with the coming of their Primarch. Curse imparted his own unique brand of bloody justice upon the Legion, and thus incorporated many of Nostromo's themes into them as well. But the biggest change for the Legion would not come from their Primarch, but from the recruits themselves. You see, Nostromo had been taken over by Curse, but taken over by a fear, but the minute that Curse left, the fear left with him. Thus, the restraint, the discipline, and the organization also went. Space Marines were supposed to be made up of the best of the best. Even when the original 8th Legion were taken from children of prisoners, these were the best of the best. Unknown souls, diamonds in the rough, whatever you want to call them. They were made to be Astartes. But as the Great Crusade would progress, these 8th Legionaries would soonly be turned from the best of the best into the worst of the worst. Because instead of sending the most able-bodied, most mentally stable of Nostromo, the corrupt and vengeful governor officials that were on there began sending the worst of the worst. Vicious murderers, terrible people, criminals of every worst breed and ilk were slowly transformed into demigods. And what once was a legion of necessary reprisal, of bloody justice, soon turned into a legion of rampaging and ravenous marauders, criminals of the most depraved and evil kind. So much so that when Conrad Curze gazed upon his legion, his heart told him to destroy it. The 8th Legion is very interesting, because they're a legion that has a very bloody and very evil necessary way of doing things, but as I said, it's necessary. It's a very type of a hitman character. Yeah, they do bad things, but they don't do it because they like it, they do it because it's necessary. Ironically, Curze would have strengthened that, and he did strengthen that further, but because of the Night Haunter and the influence of Nostromo, ultimately the Legion would turn into criminals and pathetic. The exact opposite of what a Space Marine should be. But from those who bear the wing of bats, to those who bear the faces of angels, but the hunger of revenants. The Ninth Legion, a very big one. The Ninth Legion is a tale of horror, but also dichotomy. From the early time onward, it was shown that Ninth Legion gene seed had a unique quirk. It could take what was normally considered unfit material, i.e. mutated or defected types of genomats, and actually fix them, to translate them into literally beautiful Space Marines. Indeed, along with those of the Third, the Ninth was said to have some of the most beautiful and pleasant looking Space Marines period. Thus, it would be an excellent symbol for the Imperium, taking those mutated and twisted by the horrors of own night, and turning them into beautiful angels of the New Age. So much so that a cult would even form around this, known as the Cult of the Reborn, with so-called Red Priests, not to be confused with the ones on Mars, going around to mutated populations and peoples, spreading rumors and words about how they could be reborn as angels. Thus, wherever the Legion went, you had several thousands, if not tens of thousands, of mutated souls hoping to be chosen as someone who could be reborn into an angel. Yet this was all a facade. For whilst the Ninth Legion bore the faces of angels, they were demons in all but name. For their way of war was brutal. It was terrible and destructive and bloody. They would rip apart their enemy in murderous close combat. Always the vanguard, always the spear tip, and they would not stop until everything was dead. Man, woman, child, beast, they would annihilate it all. But what is worse after this is that they would feast on the dead. The Ninth Legion gene seed had a problem. It suffered from an overactive omeophagia gland. The omeophagia being the thing that allows Space Marines to get knowledge by eating shit. And lo and behold, this birthed the Blood Angels into the Revenant Legion, the Eaters of the Dead, the zombie horrors that looked like angels, but acted as macabre reminders of humanity's filth. The title Revenant Legion was given to them by Malkador, by the way, but this was not given to them for the fact that they eat the dead, more so just because they refused to die, as the Legion would be deployed on Neptune. From there, 12,000 warriors would be dispersed and engaged in countless missions across the many moons of that system. Basically, they disappeared for several years, and no one knew anything about them until they would receive a communique. The communique stating that the Neptune system was reclaimed, and that the Legion stood at 12,000 Marines. It turned out that the Legion had managed to clear out the mutated Dreg tunnel holes, home to the mutant conclave covens of maddened psychers that inhabited Neptune, and actually, they would take this population and turn them into Space Marines, replenishing their losses while in the same vein denying the enemy. And this was just the first, for the Ninth Legion would throw itself into warzone after warzone after warzone, and time after time again, destroy the enemy utterly, at the same time rebuilding itself. Despite how effective they were, there were many in the Imperial army who clamored that they be disbanded. 1. They killed everyone, friend, foe, family, civilian alike. 2. They ate everyone, friend, foe, family, and civilian alike. Such actions were deemed unacceptable, and it is said that only by the intervention of the Emperor himself was the Legion stopped from being censured multiple occasions, or outright disbanded. And here, ladies and gentlemen, we could arguably the biggest change of any Legion with the introduction of a Primarch. For Mr. Fabulous Golden Heart Boy Sangi came along, and he turned the demons that looked like angels into true angels, but still hid their demon under lock and key. Sanguinius changed the Revenant Legion and reborn them into the Blood Angels proper. With his temperance and his changes, they truly became what they were meant to be, angels heralding a new age. But they still had that bloodthirsty streak to them because, come on, vampire blood angels. Solid shit. The Ninth Legion are the most drastic example of change in all the legions, and one for the best, thank the Lord. If Sanguinius didn't come along when he did, the Ninth Legion would have destroyed itself, either been destroyed internally from Imperials, or externally by simply the fact of them being consumed by another power. But like the angel that he is, Sanguinius brought salvation to his sons. But from the Blood Angels of the Ninth Legion to the Stormwalkers of the 10th, let's take a look at the 10th Legion. The 10th Legion was founded during the latter days of the Unification Wars on Terra, and they, like many of the legions at the time, recruited from all over Terra, but most notably they had their right of tithe, that being a right that declared only one legion could recruit from this area, and that area was Albia, aka like Scotland, Britain, all that nonsense. Most notably, the warlike techno-barbarian clan tribes that were there were said to be a perfect fit for not only the gene seed, but also the temperament of the 10th. The Legion would prove itself time and time again in the Sol system, first against a mutant warband known as Scythers, then Xenos Lysax of the world of Oberonth. But it would be of their invasion by the Orc planet of 0234 that the Legion truly showed its merit. For it was there that they utilized massive amounts of slow-moving armored warfare, supported by heavy infantry and massive amounts of fire, relatively similar to that of the 4th Legion. Indeed, much like their Iron Brothers, they also worked incredibly close with the Exertus Imperialis, and they would develop a unique type of tactic, known to them as the Hammer and the Storm, which is basically just the hammer and anvil but renamed. An elite formation of the Legion would lead a massive Imperial army to drop onto a planet. From there they would then dig in and weather the storm, as they called it, until the enemy was at their very breaking point. From there, a massive armored thrust of legionary tanks, dreadnoughts and heavy infantry would surge forward, together with supporting Exertus Imperialis personnel. This was the hammer that would be broken upon the storm of the anvil. In fact, that's how they got their moniker, that being the Stormwalkers. For Exertus Imperialis soldiers would remark that these iron giants would walk in the midst of the storm. The storm, aka being artillery, as it turns out that the Iron Tent would often begin advancing while an artillery barrage was still going, and in some cases literally walking through fire. But how much exactly this is versus how exaggerated it is, don't really know. But I don't care if it's exaggerated, because being called the Stormwalkers because you walk through fucking artillery is metal as hell. From here, the Iron Hands would be known as a dutiful and workhorse legion, working incredibly well with the Exertus Imperialis and getting the job done. No nonsense, little words, but incredibly important, and in fact caring for many of its people. The Iron Tenth would prove to be an incredibly effective and beloved legion. Yet this would change when Ferrus Manus would show up. Ferrus Manus would indeed appreciate his legion's work, and continue more of it, building upon the clan-based systems of Old Albia by incorporating his own clans of Medusa. But an unexpected side effect of Ferrus joining was his children interacting with him and interpreting his words. Most notably, the fact that they began removing their arms and replacing them with bionics in honor of Ferrus Manus and his Iron Hands, and their more and more cold approach, they began to hate humanity, deriding the flesh as weak. Something was Ferrus objectively hated and wanted to get rid of, and said he would have at the end of the Horus Heresy, and said that he would have at the end of the Great Crusade, but, we all know how that ended. The Stormwalkers are one of my favorite proto-legions for the sole fact that their name, the way they worked, and how they're the Iron Hands but, not dicks. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it, and to be frank, I really just love it. And now for the 11th Legion. Fantastic bit of lore about that 11th Legion. I really do like that time when they talked about the place with the bit. Quality. But from the Iron 10th to the Hounds of the 12th, let's talk about the 12th Legion. The 12th Legion, like all legions, was formed on Terra, but most notably they did not draw from any particular geographic region. However, they did actually draw not from region, but by a temperament. More specifically, the most aggressive and competitive and loyal of candidates were chosen, and together they would form the nascent 12th Legion. The first ever deployment of said 12th Legion was the South African Liberation, essentially South Africa. Hey, that's me! Oh god, the Warhounds are here. They would prove incredibly effective and adept at close quarters confrontation, but unlike the 6th and 9th Legion, they were not bloodthirsty butchers. They liked a good fight, and they loved a good scrap, but they did so in a measured and controlled way. Plenty bloody, but not as brutal. And whilst they proved incredibly effective, they were held back as a reserve force, only just jumping from hotspot to hotspot. And many people question exactly why this was. Some say it was just that. They were a reserve and they were dependable. But some whisper that it's because that if anyone decided to turn tail and betray the Emperor, then it'd be these boys he would set on them. And the Emperor would put a lot of trust in the 12th Legion, just because of that. They were very loyal. And it's said that the Emperor believed that they were so loyal, and after seeing how vicious they were in combat, he would have personally given them the moniker of the Warhounds. The 12th Legion loved this, and they would take the insignia of a red hound, rampant on a background of white, as their moniker for the rest of the Great Crusade. That was until they met their Primarch, and here we have a rather sad turn. The Warhounds of the 12th Legion were very honourable. They were brutal, but they're a Warhound. Loyal, honourable, brutal, all of that, but they had a pride to them that they loved. Angron, however, had no pride. That was left on the bloody fields of New Syria, and he did not like his legion. He hated it. In fact, when he first met his legion, he was set to kill 7 of the high-ranking officers, with Khan being in the 8, Lamau funny number, being the only one to calm his nerves. The legion would deteriorate. With the installation of the Butcher's Nails, Angron not giving the slightest fuck about anything and actively scorning his sons, eventually they would fall to Khorne, and all the nobility and loyalty and honor of the Red Hounds would be replaced by the bloodthirsty claws of those who devoured whole worlds. The Warhounds are a very sad case. For me, they're really much like the 8th Legion and like Knight's Children, because like they're brutal, yeah, but like it's a necessity, right? Just because you're a bad guy doesn't mean you're a bad guy. It's one of those things where I love the idea of this grumpy old soldier who's brutal but he's loyal. Like he's not bad, he's kind of that soldier's honor. And I feel like the Warhounds really had that, but then they were just not really abandoned by their Primarch, but Angron was very much an absentee father in that case. He didn't care, like, at all, and he did whatever he wanted to do, so the Warhounds slowly died when they should have become a standpoint of what honor should be. And it leaves a bad taste in my mouth, to be frank. They had so much potential and just they got nothing. It's unfortunate, it really is. Also, their insignia is so fucking sick, bro, look at that. But from the Warhounds of the 12th to the orphans of the 13th Legion, let's talk about the Warborn. The 13th Legion is unique. The 13th Legion was founded on Terra and recruited from a few different places, such as the Maghreb clans of Pormpako, the war families of the Saragon Enclave, the Mind Afrik Hive oligarchy, and the anthropomorphic tribes of the Caucasus Wastes. Now, looking at it, you may be thinking, okay, those words made absolutely no sense, and you're not wrong, but if you do know a little bit about them, you'll be thinking, wait, these things have nothing in common, they're all over the bloody world. One of them is in the Middle East, one of them is in Africa, the other one of them is somewhere in the buttfuck of Europe. Like, what's going on here? And whilst they don't have anything in common in culture or geography, they do have something common in how they ended. These groups offered the most bitter and violent resistance to unification. The Emperor did not negotiate with lords to take over a city. With these people, he had to break them and kill them, and negotiate with whatever was left over. Thus, these were some of the most destroyed populations. And thus, there were a lot of orphans. Literally, war orphans displaced by their parents having died in service or as casualties of the damned conflict. Instead of trying to expunge this, the Legion embraced it. Thus, they would dub themselves the Warborn, for they were warriors born of war to fight war, and from their broken settlements would they rebuild into something better. The 13th Legion suit proved to be effective, durable, adaptable, and most importantly, reliable. So much so that they together with the 16th were part of the force that went for the first pacification of Luna, the first ever pitched battle of the Great Crusade. Throughout the entirety of the Great Crusade, the 13th Legion achieved victory after victory, being dutiful, honorable, and noble. But most importantly, they showed an adaptability and a sort of understanding that was lacking in other legions. Also able to work together with others, they were adept at rebuilding populations. Nothing crazy, mind you, but far more than most Space Marines. But their perfect streak would be marred by the Cyrus Rebellion, where it said that a full third of their legion would have suffered death and losses, including their current Legion Master, and this would be a stain that would mar them for the rest of their time, as the Warborn, that is. For ultimately, rebooted Guilliman would earn revenge over the Assyrites, and transform his Legion into the Ultramarines, the 13th Legion, made truly, wholly, and utterly perfect. Bobby G took what was good about the 13th and just made it goddamn better. He instituted a variety of changes, yes, but these were not radical changes. Rather, these were straightenings and structurings, making it altogether something better. And the 13th Legion excelled under their Primarch, growing by the end of the Great Crusade to be the largest Legion, and one of the most effective, and with one of the most honor rolls. The 13th Legion have a solid background to them, and I really do like the idea that, hey, these guys gave us such a good fight during reunification, why don't we use them as our boys? And the idea being that these are the remnants, and instead of choosing like that bitter resistance that you see that's often common in media, they decide that they're going to build something better. They're going to prevent this from happening again and rebuild this civilization prouder, better. It's an interesting take, and I really like it, and it's such a unique origin for many people who consider them to be the vanilla Legion. I adore it. But from the Warborn of the 13th to the Raiders of Dusk of the 14th, let's take a look at the 14th Legion. A 14th Legion were founded on Terra and drawn from all of the populations, and early on they developed a characteristic and personality unique from other legions. Most notably, they would be deployed towards the latter half of the reunification wars, and they would develop an interesting tactic. They would arrive in the morning, and offer the enemy, be it commander or city, to surrender before sundown. If they refused, they would launch at dusk. Eventually, their policy and their way of making war earned them the title the Dusk Raiders. For it would not be one massive assault that broke the foe, it would be smaller individual raids slowly harassing the enemy and whittling down their strength, before a final hammer blow that would annihilate them utterly. Soon the Dusk Raiders became famous throughout the entirety of the Imperium, and infamous among their foes. But while they favored heavy infantry assaults, they were honorable. If an enemy did in fact surrender, they would be treated with the highest honors. The Dusk Raiders were incredibly noble in the way that they acted. They were a Space Marine Legion, and they strived to be what they believed a Space Marine Legion to be. But this wasn't just because of pride and their want to do good. They were also one of the latest legions to be found, meaning that they got a designation of an orphaned legion, and they took a quiet pride in that. They didn't mind that they weren't reunited with their father. They were still doing well and still honoring him and the Imperium. The honorable ways of war that the Dusk Raiders propagated suited them just fine, and they made a name for themselves. They could stand on their own 2 feet, with or without a Primarch. Sadly, however, with the coming of the Primarch, this would all change. Mortarion is Mortarion and is a bitch, thus he decided to change every single thing about his legion. In fact, second to only maybe the Blood Angels, this was the most drastic change. The Dusk Raiders went from being an honorable force focusing on smart warfare to being a force of brutal attrition-based, but most notably, using chemical-based weaponry. Any and all weapon was able to be used if it broke the foe, but most notably, what really rubbed a lot of the Legion the wrong way was 2 things. One, the fact that all of their honor just disappeared. Mortarion didn't care what you were. If you stood against him, you were a tyrant and you deserved to die. Even if you weren't, but that's neither here nor there. Thus, many of the old Terran veterans looked down on this way of war, in addition to the fact that they used chemical warfare that killed in terrible ways and often left the land scarred. But the second one, and in my opinion the more damning, Mortarion actively hated his Terran-born veterans. He actively tried to eradicate their culture and get them to disappear. For some reason, he hated them, and he decided that they were bad because Barbar is good. Mortarion's own failing as a Primarch just led his legion to slowly destruct itself, and eventually this would come to a head. As during the Savannah Dropsite Massacre, the Death Guard wasn't as split as some other legions. Many Terran-born veterans still had the Dusk Raiders and the Emperor in high regard, whilst those who were liberated from the tyrant priest kings of Barbarous held all their loyalty to Mortarion. The Dusk Raiders are lots of people's favorite when you think of proto-legions, because, really cool, and the fact that they existed in some of the longest without a Primarch means that we have the most knowledge about them. Also, when you consider that their fall was so stupid, like really, Mortarion, you didn't have to throw them away like they were nothing. They could have been something incredibly potent and popular, but no, because Mortarion just sucks. In my opinion, those are like the big 3 what-ifs when you think about legions. The Dusk Raiders, the Warhounds, and the Terror. Those could have been something unique, something different, something that really did change the way we think about Space Marines, but because of the interventions of their Primarch, all Chaos Primarchs mind you, they were lost forever, and we were robbed of what should have been something amazing. So I'm sure there's something poetic there for someone to find it, but I'm not feeling poetic right now. I know, shocking. But from the Dusk Lords of the 14th to the 1,000 Mages of the 15th, let's take a look at the 1,000 Suns. The 15th Legion once again was formed on Terra, and was notably Idril's aspirants from the so-called Achaemenid Empire. If you know your history, yeah, it's basically the Neo-Achaemenid Empire, like Persia, all that nonsense, etc., so on and so forth. Also a little bit of Egyptian nonsense in there, but yeah, that's neither here nor there. But what's interesting and what's very important about this legion and when it was formed is that when their gene seed was being created and implanted, this was during a brief resurgence of warp storms. Essentially, Old Night happened because Slaanesh and warp storms, and right now it began to slow down a bit. But there was this sudden flashpoint of a lot of warp activity and warp rifts, etc. all over Terra. This was said to cause a bunch of madness, death, suicide, and other random bits of violence. Now, whether or not this had an actual effect on the gene seed, it's unknown, but considering we know about Tzeentch, I would say that yes it did. This is Tzeentch trying to fuck everything up because he's Tzeentch. But back to where they were raised. The Achaemenid Empire was a unique empire, as the Emperor himself really did show great interest in it. In fact, it's said that he was followed by a retinue of scientists and visited each and every region, having each and every family in said region testing for compatibility with 15th Legion gene seed. It's said that the Emperor personally helped handpick these guys. Fun fact, Araman and his brother were also some of the first to be picked here. Basically, it kind of makes sense. The Emperor always knew this was going to be the Psychic Legion, so with the Emperor being the Psyker would definitely have a hand in the making them. And from here, they would be deployed to quell random riots here and there. The Emperor kept them in reserve for the most part. That was, however, until it was time for them to leave. Here, the Emperor dubbed them the Thousand Sons, and sent them forth into the Sol system, even though they had much more than 1,000 Marines. As to why the Emperor gave them this name, it's believed that the first time they were ever deployed, the first ever batch numbered at a full 1,000 sons. Thus the Legion would take to that number, and they would have their insignia as an M, which when you consider 1,000, I know M, but also M for Magnus. Also, their color scheme is bloody quality. Look at that, that's some solid colors right there. But despite them being the Psychic Legion, they wouldn't actually show any psychic prowess until well into the 5th year of the Great Crusade. And whilst many people would rather be shocked and scorn this, the 15th Legion loved this in fact. But these newfound boons would soon come with a terrible curse, that being the compliance of Benzat. For on there, the curse that afflicted them would be shown, known as the Flesh Change. Basically, each 1,000 Sun was a ticking hand grenade, and when that hand grenade went off, said 1,000 Sun Space Marine would turn into a ball of flesh and tentacles and hands and all that other rubbish. It was pretty bad. Basically, this was very bad for the Legion, because Psykers and mutants had fucked up a lot of humanity, thus many humans were very, very, very hateful of them. Particularly Primarchs who had suffered in the hands of said mutants and Psykers, a la Mortarion, Rogodorn and Corvus Corax, and of course Leman Russ. And it wasn't just them. With the 1,000 Suns developing more and more mutancy and their number being reduced less and less and less, there are some who called for the Legion to be outright deleted and removed, expunged from all Imperial records, a la what happened to the 2nd and the 11th. But then Magnus comes in. Seeing his sons and being reunited with them, he tried his damnedest to fix them, but he just couldn't cut the mustard. Whatever was going was something that was eldritch. So Magnus fought fire with fire, and managed to make a deal with a warp creature, which he called Corazon, and essentially traded his eye for knowledge, Odin style. And lo and behold, he was able to save what was left of his legion, and begin rebuilding. And guess how many boys were left? That's right, barely 1,000 Space Marines. Also, this was Tzeentch, if you couldn't tell, and yeah, I think all this bullshit was Tzeentch, and this is Tzeentch's plan. That's pretty much all but confirmed at this point. The 15th Legion is interesting, because what they were Psychic Space Marines, and that's their whole shtick. But when you consider that the whole idea of there being Psychic Space Marines might have just been Tzeentch's ploy from the get-go, it does question what exactly their role was. And again, we don't really have much on them and what exactly they did and how they developed, except for the fact that they just like knowledge. Also, with the Middle Eastern / Egyptian influence from their home region, it translated well into the prospering culture. But they are an interesting idea of a what if. If not Space Marine Psykers, then what would they be? I do like the idea of warrior scholars, and I think it fits 1,000 Suns very well, even though that is what they were, but people often forget that over the magic. But it's interesting. It's very interesting. I like it. Also, Magnus tried, but again, he thought he was too smart. Magnus was pretty dumb. In fact, some of the most smart people you ever meet are actually pretty dumb because they think they're smart. Something irony. But from the 1,000 Sons of the 15th to the Warlord Wolves of the 16th, let's talk about the Lunar Wolves. The 16th Legion were originally made up of hunter clans from the Jugurtian Bowl and the Substatian subplate slums of Terra. These areas were terribly hard places to live, and the inhabitants were noted for their ruthlessness and independent character. Now again, whether or not the Emperor chose this place in particular is unknown, but a result was that the fighters of the Space Marine Legion known as the 16th would become incredibly brutal and efficient at decapitating strikes, as often during raids between these tribes, a quick way to end it was simply kill the leader. Thus, the Legion soon take hold of it, and they became renowned for such abilities. Yes, while they earned many scars on Terra, it would be during Luna that they would truly make their mark. During the first pacification of Luna, we have the Luna Senor gene cults. Now these gene cults were very important for the Emperor to expanding Space Marine production, and they acquiesced readily, but they were rather bitter, so eventually they betrayed and they tested the Emperor. But lo and behold, when you fuck around, you will indeed find out. And they found out by a combination of the 13th and 16th. For whilst the 13th Legion would initially deploy, slowly and methodically advancing to take hold of the area, the 16th Legion was said to unleash via such a devastating strike on the headquarters that the Lunar gene cults were said to have called screaming for the Emperor, begging him to call off his wolves. And thus, the name stuck, and the Lunar Wolves were born. Yet the Lunar Wolves would not continue fatherless for long, as they would soon meet Horus, the first Primarch to be found. And in combination with them getting a good bunch of ties from the Lunar gene cults, and the fact that the Emperor would soon deploy recruitment squads to Chthoniya, basically kidnappers who would kidnap the best of the cakes from the gangs and then bring them to become Space Marines, the Lunar Wolves would continue to earn a reputation as one of, if not the best Space Marine Legion, led by, some would argue, the best Primarch. But the Lunar Wolves are interesting, because they're the only Legion to undergo a name change during the Great Crusade. As when Horus became War Master, his legion demanded that they be renamed to the Sons of Horus. But again, not really much changed. But a sad thing about the 16th Legion is that they're all but destroyed. While some legion exists in some way, shape or form after the heresy, be their loyalist a traitor, there is no Sons of Horus and there is no Lunar Wolves. In fact, you could argue that they were the only legion to be completely eradicated. If not in fact, then in idea and culture. A sad end to one of the most greatest of all Space Marine legions. But from the Wolves of Luna to the Heralds of the 17th, let's see what the Iconoclasts have to say. The 17th Legion is interesting in that they really were different from other Space Marines. Whereas most Space Marines fought in duty or in some cases outright bloody bloodlust, the 17th Legion fought with devotion and zeal, sometimes bordering on the fanatic and crazy, mainly because their recruits were drawn from defeated sons of enemies. Not exclusively nobility like the 3rd Legion, but basically conquered worlds who were defeated. Not broken, but just enough for them to feel it. Most importantly though, the taking of this tithe of children was said to be the crime for their father's sins. Thus it's said that the children of the 17th felt that they had a reason to be there. They had something to prove, they had to earn the forgiveness, they had to earn their place in this new Imperium. So it's said that they have fought with a cold fury, or condemned and redeemed both could they know. Thus, they fought with such zeal and power. Yet unlike most legions, they would not have to wait long for the first official title, for they would soon be declared the Imperial Heralds. Well, in addition with them being fanatical and very devoted, they had a strong sense of oratory to them. In addition with all these factors combined, the Emperor would choose them as his heralds. You see, basically, they would walk all the way up to an enemy and give them the Emperor's ultimatum: submit or fall. And this was often delivered by a lone herald clad in black armor, wearing a skull-faced helm and a winged mace. Sound familiar? But most notably, after all was said and done and the victory was won, the 17th Legion would go about scouring libraries and records of anything deemed heretical or sorcerous, i.e. anything that violated the Imperial truth, anything that dealt with mysticism, folklore, mythology, anything. If it was religious, the 17th Legion burned it. This would lead to the other most iconic name, though not exactly widely spoken, that being the Iconoclasts, taken from a term during the late 7th to 9th century, which many Christian religions began destroying any and all images of Christ, believing it to be blasphemous. And they would continue in this fashion until they met their Primarch, Lorgar. It would take this zeal and dedication and add a little bit of that religious flair to them. And lo and behold, the 17th Legion went from burning anything religious to anything that wasn't religion about the Emperor, and slowly built some of the most loyal, if incredibly slow worlds of all the Imperium, which ultimately would lead to their condemnation and sanction upon Monarchia. But I already covered that video. 17th Legion are very unique. They're the Imperial Heralds, and it's this idea of fanatical zeal, but not out of a religious fervor, but out of a practical fervor. You feel like you have something that you need to do. You feel like you have to prove something. And we've all seen people who need to act like that. Well, yes, the idea of religious zeal is a very common trope in media. I do like the idea of that zeal being the same potency as religion, but minus the religious factors. It's an interesting dichotomy to it, and I really think that it's the perfect origin story for the Wordbearers and what they became. As for Lorgar's effect on his legion, well, I mean shit. They went from being anti-religion to being anti-every religion that isn't the Emperor. Going from being atheistic to monotheistic in about one afternoon is a hell of a twist. But ultimately, Lorgar took what they were and amplified it. Tenfold. And eventually that will go to be fourfold with a certain 4 Chaos Guards. But from the Heralds of the 17th to the Dragon Warriors of the 18th, let's talk about the Salamanders, baby. The 18th Legion as Astartes were again part of the Treefold Legions, together with the Alpha Legion and the Space Wolves, sequestered away by the Emperor for some unknown reason and given special gene seed. However, unlike the other instances of the Alpha Legion, in which the 6th Legion did not act until after the Unification Wars, and we don't know exactly what the 20th Legion did, the 18th Legion would have a very solid role to play in the Unification Wars, more so in the assault of the Tempest Galleries. In the mountains of the Caucasus Wastes, the polity of the Caucasus Wastes was one of the most absolutely well defended of the entirety of the Unification Wars, so much so that tens of thousands of Thunder Warriors and 1 million Imperial personnel were slaughtered alone, failing trying to get it. This was because they had underground shielding, which basically meant it was all but impossible to insult. So the Emperor would task this to the 20,000 Space Marines of the 18th Legion. They would mine underneath ground into the heart of Terra itself via machines given to them by Mechanicum, and they were supposed to destroy the generators to the shields, allowing the rest of the Space Marines and the army of Terra to launch forward. However, lo and behold, when the 18th Legion got down there, it wasn't armored warriors they were facing, but rather automata from ages long past, tens of thousands of years old, submerged in literal lava. I've covered the Battle of the Tempest Galleries at least twice now on this channel, so I'll link it there, you can go take a look at it. But needless to say, 19,000 of them died, but my god, they managed to kill something that lasted for over 10,000 years. And lo and behold, the Tetrarch of the Caucasus Wastes came crashing down, and the honor of the entire campaign was given to the 18th alone. You heard me. The Emperor said that the 18th alone had won that campaign, and there the story of the 18th began. Yet it was soon to many that the 18th was developing a streak. The 18th would always choose the hard option. Instead of falling back, instead of retreating, instead of being tactical, they would always dig their feet in the mud and prepare to die. Especially when it was utterly unnecessary. For whilst the 18th Legion cared about people incredibly well, often sacrificing themselves, it wasn't always necessary. In combination with their love of flame-based weapons and the fact that they were so hard to kill, both physically and their armor was of excellent quality, they became known as the Dragon Warriors. Yet, it was clear to everyone that the Dragon Warriors were going to die relatively soon, because they would often get not only themselves but in some cases allies killed by simply just refusing to move, such as when they were working with the 13th Legion at the time, and instead of falling back from a Xenos invasion, they dug their feet in, and thus forced the 13th into an unfavorable fight, which got many of their warriors killed. This would be a grievance that the 13th would bear all the way until the arrival of Vulcan, who would manage to smooth it over. Speaking of Dragon Dad, the 18th Legion would be reunited with his Primarch in fire and blood. Upon the world of Antium, an orc horde, millions if not billions strong, was ravaging the Imperium. However, the roughly 20,000 Dragon Warriors managed to stop them dead in their tracks. Evacuating all of the Imperial personnel with an entire system, they drew the orcs to the world of Antium, a hell world full of volcanoes and fire. They built a massive base known as the Cauldron there, and they prepared to die, bleeding the greenskins dry. That was, however, until Vulcan showed up, leading 3,000 legionaries from Nocturne and killing the war boss, destroying the entire fleet, and together with his boys they were able to annihilate the orc horde. From there, Vulcan would greet his sons, and when they tried to kneel to him, Vulcan would command his legion to rise, and lo and behold he saw in his children a mighty flame, and he would temper it. The Vulcan had long known about the existence of the 18th, but he had not yet been assigned to them. So much so that some rumored that the Emperor wanted the old Dragon Warriors to die, and the new recruits from Nocturne to take over their place. But Vulcan would not count such a thing. He made his legion strong. He would nurture the flame of his sons, and the Dragon Warriors went from being unnecessary self-sacrificing, some would call them idiots, into the true dragons of humanity, unbreakable defenders, yet tempered by understanding and wisdom, the salamanders of the 18th Legiones Astartes. And they proved very, very hard to kill. I'm not going to say anything else because salamanders, I have a literal 2-hour video about them, go and watch it, fucking love me Vulcan. But from the dragons of the 18th to the Black Lords of the 19th, The 19th Legion primarily drew its recruits from the Zerak warriors of the Aztec Dustfields, which regularly battled with the much larger Yindiznik bloc. Good god, these names. These warriors had always showed a panache for stealth combat and skirmishes. Thus, the 19th Legion took on it. They were used for infiltration, reconnaissance, and target identification operations. But most notably, the Legion proved to be brutal, for they were known from striking from the shadows and annihilating any and all who ever rejected the Emperor. They also made a great use of terror tactics, similar to the Night Lords of the 8th Legion at the time, with many comparing the two being two sides of the same coin. And be it from the Tyrant of Kalgan of Urush to the Jovian moons of Jupiter, the 19th Legion was spread far and wide. Winning honor after honor, their abilities in stealth were incredibly potent, so much so that even Horus himself would see their abilities, and often requested them to aid his wolves. Though what's notable about the 19th is that they had a lot of influence from their Xeric tribes, more specifically, brutality. The 19th Legion became known as an occupation force, an anti-insurrection force, a reprisal force. They used brutality and terror in equal measure. Whilst they were hidden in darkness, they were not a blade that was rarely drawn. Rather, they were the wrath of retribution made manifest, with the Legion slowly developing a reputation for being a bit too happy with killing. This would all change, however, when Corvus Corax would meet with this Legion. When Corvus Corax took over his Legion, he was very impressed with the stealth, swiftness, and guile that the Legion displayed, but he did not like the brutality. Corvus Corax, most notably all the Primarchs, despise his Terran veterans. In fact, him and Mortarion are pretty much the two poster boys for hating Terran veterans. Corvus Corax purged the old ways of the Xeric tribes. He also really disliked how they were used as a repression tool, with Corvus Corax himself being a liberator, a freedom fighter if you will. So it's the exact opposite of what he was. He felt so incredibly strongly that, in my opinion, he wrongfully banished many of the old Terran commanders, such as Lord Arcus Fal. And lo and behold, many believe that the origins of the Ashen Claws and Kagaradon Astra stem from this here, being some of these exiled Raven Guard. Also, any and all terror tactics were completely and utterly expunged. Yet despite this, Corvus Corax still did not like his Raven Guard veterans. Time and time again, he would place them as vanguard troops, sending them into breaches of slaughter. I really don't know why he acted like that. It's kinda dumb, if you ask me, and a black mark on Corvus's pretty other much white honor roll. The 19th Legion are interesting, but they're pretty much another 8th Legion. Or as the 8th Legion did what they needed to do out of duty, the 19th Legion kinda liked it a little too much. It wasn't like they were murderers or anything, but Corvus kinda puts it best. They're like hired goons. They're used to preying on the weak, which, kinda makes sense why he really just did not like them. But I really do disagree with how he treated them. They did what they did and they did it well. And when you consider that he basically threw so many of them away, it always puts like a sour taste in my mouth. But they are an interesting what if. But from the Shadow Lords of the 19th to the Ghost Walkers of the 20th. The story of the Alpha Legion is very much so tied with the story of Alfarius, and I'm not covering that again because Alfarius Lord, this is a lie, Lamau. But what we do know is that they were the last part of the trefoil, secluded away for a specific reason. And given we know about them, that specific reason is probably bullshit. Interestingly enough, they were called the Alpha Legion not as a joke, but rather because they only numbered at the Alpha induction process. The Alpha induction process numbers anywhere from 1 to 3,000 Marines, and at the time of their deployment they only had that much, which was rather odd. Hence they were termed the Alpha Legion. Now when and where they exactly got their Primarch, I'm not covering, but we do know how they acted. They would eventually become known as the Ghost Legion. They were known for operating exactly as the Alpha Legion did, integrating themselves in enemy commands, slowly whittling down from the inside out, sabotage, espionage, and everything in between. They were like ghosts who walked amongst men. If said ghost was like 9 foot tall in power armor, but that's neither here nor there. And there's not really much to talk about the Alpha Legion because we don't know pretty much anything. But we do know they were the least changed. Now, there's an argument of, they were the least changed because some people argue they were the first Legion to get their Primarch back, but then again, we don't know. But the Alpha Legion is the Alpha Legion. They're meant to be an enigma, they're meant to be a mystery, and they're meant to be effective. And they were all of that. And I do apologize that I don't have much more to talk about the Alpha Legion. It's just that, we don't know because Alpha Legion stuff. But they were always effective, and they always operated in the shadows, and they always operated with human beings. So, yeah, there's that. Yeah, I really am sorry, bro, I ain't got nothing more to talk about these guys. We're going back way far to the very beginning of the Warhammer 30k timeline with the Great Crusade, and even before that though, the Unification Wars. Because in today's video, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking about the first ever Space Marines. Not the Dark Angels Legion, but the first ever 200 Dark Angels, the original Uncrowned Princes. We're going to be covering their story, a little bit more about them, some development of the Astartes, how everything came to be, and just what it means and how important these first 200 were, and the Dark Angels as a whole. So strap on in, buckle up, and let's get crackalacking on with today's video. So, to understand the importance of the Adeptus Astartes, we must first understand everything that came before them. So, TLDR time. Biggie was basically doing nothing for God Almighty knows how many decades of centuries of years, and eventually he decided that he needed to come forth and bring humanity onto the right track. Hence, he would start and create the Reunification Wars, in which he would reunify the entirety of Terra from its various different warring states and polities. To do so, Biggie needed a type of soldier, but not just any soldier. He needed a super soldier. So, did he create the Thunder Warrior Regiments, or the Legio Contagious. These were incredibly brutish, strong, and powerful warriors, but they lacked a bit more of the fineries, mental stability, as well as genetic stability that would come to classify the later Legiones Astartes. You see, Thunder Warriors were unstable not only mentally in that they were kinda cuckoo, they were also genetically unstable. You see, Biggie was relatively new to the whole genetic alchemy game, but even then, he didn't really put too much stock in keeping these boys alive. The Reunification Wars were bloody, they were short, and they were violent, but they were also glorious. And lo and behold, the lives of the Thunder Warriors were that too. We have accounts of Thunder Warriors literally imploding, their organs melting, their blood rebelling, or all types of various different horrific fates. But ultimately, the Thunder Warriors didn't really care about that. So long as they were able to serve the Emperor and die gloriously, that is all that they wanted. But despite the Emperor's best efforts, the Thunder Warriors proved to be more resilient, and eventually there would be a lot of them left over. However, for one reason or another that eludes everyone, including myself, Biggie decided that these boys had to die. Mr. Big Golden, totally not a god himself, had decreed that there was no way for these boys to come into his Imperium. There was literally no other alternative but to kill them. Spoiler alert, there was probably, but Biggie didn't want to do it, so he didn't do it. Thus, all of these boys were gathered together on Mount Aurat, and when the final bastion in front of Unity had been claimed, they would be assaulted by the Adeptus Custodes and new black armored figures. These black armored figures would become known as the Uncrowned Princes. These were the first ever Space Marines. But we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here. You see, when the Uncrowned Princes were said to deploy, they were said to be about 5,000 strong. But we need to jump back a little bit more, say back 100 years, as we get into the latter half of the Reunification Wars. As Big E was developing his true Legiones Astartes, he had to develop his Primarchs, but Big E had to do some testing. So Big E would create the first ever Proto-Legions, aka the Primordial Strain. Now these were groups of warriors. It's unknown how much exactly they were, but they were warriors that were based off two genetic templates. A unionized genetic template of the Emperor and Erda, yes, Biggie's pseudo-wife, not wife, whatever the hell woman thing, and his first son, the first ever Primarch, Lionel Johnson. These Proto-Astartes were created and they were exactly that. They were meant to testbed the genetic alchemy of the Space Marines as well as their arms, armor, and gear. To our knowledge though, the vast majority of them, say 95 to 99% of them, died during this process, or they died during the Reunification Wars. Very few of them were said to have lived. However, we do know of one that did exist, known as Abraxas Gaunt, and he would continue to serve and become part of the Dark Angels Legion, and eventually he would die on Terra defending the Emperor as he led an assault onto Horus's flagship. Again, it's unknown to the canon validity of that lore, but as it stands, there's nothing saying that it isn't happening, so, take it with a grain of salt, but a little less salt than you would for most other bits of lore like this. But these Proto-Astartes would continue, and eventually, they would lead the Emperor to his true first ever Astartes program. Biggie had everything set in place, he knew where to dot the I's, cross the T's, and everything was alright. So, Biggie created his first ever batch of Space Marines, the first ever 200 Space Marines, the first ever 200 of the Dark Angels. But they were not known as the Dark Angels then, for they had yet to meet their Dark King. These, however, were simply known as the Uncrowned Princes, a name which Biggie gave unto him themselves. And these would be the first to form the Host of Crowns, the first ever truly documented Astartes formation. And whilst eventually over the course of the Great Crusade as well as the Reunification Wars, the Host of Crowns would grow to a massive 5,000 before eventually being reorganized into the Hexagrammaton under Lionel Johnson. Initially, there were only 200, and these black-clad figures would continue to serve admirably throughout the entirety of the Reunification Wars and well into the Great Crusade. But whereas it's stated that the first ever show of the Space Marines proper was at the Battle of Mount Aurat, that's only half true. The first large-scale introduction of them, with them numbering a full 10,000 strong, was indeed at Mount Ararat. However, before that, the Dark Angels had been engaging in various different minor bouts. They were very closely related to the Emperor as well as the Imperial household, with the Emperor leading them personally alongside his Custodes on several occasions. Generally speaking, they would operate in about companies. These companies would contain anywhere about 30 plus Marines, give or take. They were very small, but despite their small stature, they were incredibly effective. Whilst they may have lost the sheer physical brutality and durability of the Thunder Warriors, they more than made up for it in their sheer tactical flexibility, ingenious operations, and determined, ruthless nature. Whereas the Thunder Warriors were barbarian kings, lord of men of the earth, these were different. These were clad in black, bearing the banner of the Grim Reaper. These were silent monsters. These were destruction incarnate. Whereas the Custodes were the golden right hand of the Emperor, shining in its resplendent brilliance, which gave forth the entirety of humanity. These were the grim, dark left hand of the Emperor, the shadow dagger that was hid underneath his cloak. These were not the angels of myth. No, these were the angels who gave Egypt a taste of wrath. These were his angels of death. Yep, most people think that the term Angels of Death was used to coin for the Space Marines, but that's not the case. The term Angels of Death was used specifically for the first ever 200 Dark Angels, which then spread to the rest of the Dark Angels Legion and then became synonymous with Space Marines as a whole. From there, the Uncrowned Princes would continue to serve throughout the entirety of the Great Crusade, as well as the Reunification Wars. They were a manifestation of the Emperor's need, and they quite literally wrote the book on war, with the Principia Bellicosa, the principal treaty on warfare, being written and guided by them. They made additional changements to it, and they set the standard for Astartes combat. They were noted for being the only Legionis Astartes element that engaged in multiple major conflicts throughout the entirety of the Reunification Wars. Time and time again, they proved themselves worthy of the title of the first children of the Emperor. And their title of Uncrowned Princes was there not only as a ceremonial title, but it truly exemplified what they were. For those of you who don't know, the term Uncrowned Prince, it refers to a prince, that being the heir of a kingdom, who is yet to receive his crown, i.e. yet to be king, and that there can refer to one of two things. Either it is a prince who is still waiting for his father to either pass or to abdicate, and thus he will then become king, or it refers to second and third sons, princes, who may never be destined to become king, but who bear the mantle of a prince, i.e. they usually become great generals and the left hand of the actual king or prince errant. So too with these, and thus did the Uncrowned Princes take to their duty at heart. Now from the early onset here we can see a little bit of that First Legion arrogance creeping in. They were the first, they were the best, and they took a quiet pride in it. They were indeed the Emperor's Astartes, and for the longest time they were the only Astartes. I mean, it just goes to show you, at the end of the Reunification Wars, where most Astartes had a couple hundred at most, it was these fellas in particular that had well over 10,000 combat veterans. While something like the Salamanders was able to maintain a solid 20,000, that's only because they were a part of the Trefoil. They were sequestered away specifically to build up numbers, and they lost most of that in one assault. Granted, it was one hell of an assault, but still, it just goes to show the sheer prowess that the First Legion possessed. The story of the Uncrowned Princes would continue. Eventually they would meet their Primarch Lionel Johnson, and together the Crown of Hosts would be reconformed into the Hexagrammaton, making up most of the Deathwing. From there, they would serve admirably throughout the entirety of the Great Crusade, and very much well into the Horus Heresy. And, at the very climax of it all, some of them would even fall victim to the predations of the Fallen, joining Luther as well as his original goal. Though it must be noted that their goal was not that of Luther, none of them fell to chaos, ironically enough, but they were wrapped up in the same boat, much like Zabriel, who eventually would become one of the first ever risen when he met the Lion about 10,000 years later in the forest. But that's the story of the Uncrowned Princes, the first ever 200. But now, let's talk a little bit into just how important they are and how epic they are. The story of the Uncrowned Princes is something that is very, very unique in 40k. Not only unique, but pivotal, I think is a very good point to bring up. The Uncrowned Princes were the first ever Space Marine, the first ever 200. These were not Thunder Warriors, these were not Demi-Thunder Warriors, Demi-Astartes or Proto-Astartes. These were proper Space Marines, built, crafted and created via the gene seed of Primarch Lionel Johnson. They were the first of the first. And we see throughout their introduction, the way they talk about things and the way they do things, it's very different. Generally speaking, people think that all Space Marine regions are relatively the same. And for most of them, that can be said true. Of course, with the exceptions of the 2nd and the 11th, which we know absolutely nothing about. But the 1st is something very unique. The 1st is unique because they don't operate like a normal legion. Generally speaking, at least have chapters, companies, etc. You understand the basic concept of it. If you look at one, you can kind of make a few guesses here and there to the other. Of course, they have the various different changes and whatnot, as well as various different command elements, cultural things, etc. But generally speaking, they follow the same product and the same structure. The Dark Angels, though, not at all. Not in the slightest bit. The Dark Angels are unique in that they function on the hexagrammaton, the 6 different wings. And even before then, they functioned on the host system, which was something completely different. The Dark Angels were the unique legion. They were the first legion, and for the longest time ever, for the entirety of the Reunification Wars, they were the only true Astartes legion. Meaning that the Emperor treated them differently. But you need to understand, it's not a case of he treated them differently because they were the first, his first son, super special. He treated them differently because they were the only Space Marines there. And that's something that a lot of people don't understand. The reason why Biggie entrusted them with Dark Age technology stuff, Menabium, Vortex weapons, Rad weapons, nukes, etc. It wasn't because he picked them out of a sea of chosen people. It was quite literally because they were the only Space Marines there. They were the Space Marines. They were the Angels of Death. He had spent so long building and crafting and tweaking and changing them up until the point that he was happy with what he made. These were his future. These were his Astartes. These were his Uncrowned Princes. And they would prove to be his Angels of Death. That's why the first gained that sort of pseudo-arrogance to them. Granted, it was usually earned. Unpopular opinion, if you may say, the Dark Angels truly earned the reputation. The Dark Angels were quite literally a different legion, because they didn't follow the structure, they created the structure, and because of that, they always stood apart as a separate legion. You could argue that they were the Emperor's left hand still. In fact, you could argue that the first ever legion was actually the second, with the Dark Angels remaining something altogether different. And these Uncrowned Princes, they epitomized that. The culture of the Dark Angels was denoted by 2 main factors. The first, of course, being their Primarch, Lionel Johnson. That's where they get the majority of their monastic knightly orders, the sense of chivalry, the emphasis on blade weapons, etc., as well as the restructuring of the hexagrammaton. That is where they get that from. But the other aspect is these original 200. These original Uncrowned Princes were the epitome of Space Marines at that time. Granted, that's because they were the only Space Marines, but they solidified what a Space Marine was, what a Space Marine is, and what a Space Marine was going to be. The Dark Angels created the idea of an Astartes. We see that quite clearly whenever other people see them for the first time, i.e. when other wider denizens of the newly birthed Imperium see them. Whilst they were still fighting the Unification Wars, several comments are made in regards to them. The most notable example is how different these new soldiers are. Yes, they're a little smaller, but it said specifically that whereas the Thunder Warriors were remnants of the Reunification Wars, they were brutal techno-barbarians enough themselves, these were different. These were silent, these were deadly, these were evil, some say. They brought up the whole aspect of the Angel of Death, the Grim Reaper. I mean, that was their first ever banner, mind you, and the whole icon. What you need to understand is that if any other legion was present, the idea of the Adeptus Astartes would have changed. It would not have been the same. The whole idea we have of this massive, silent, deadly, indomitable figure, this elite perfection of human combat, is taken directly from the Uncrowned Princes. The silent nature of them, their foreboding appearance, and their deadly accuracy in combat. That is not Space Marines, that is the Uncrowned Princes. As I said, incredibly pivotal in not only the Imperium, but in the very culture and nature of the Astartes. In addition to this, they also took a lot of elements from the Adeptus Custodes. Primarily is their naming conventions. A lot of Dark Angels, as well as the Uncrowned Princes, have very mythological names, taken from epic tales such as Sinbad, Gilgamesh, Hercules, tales of ancient Rome, Greek, Mesopotamia, Babylon, all of these amazing names that are synonymous throughout the entirety of history with great rulers and champions, much like the Custodes, were taken upon by the Dark Angels. Again, this is something that is very exclusive to the First Legion in particular, because again, they were the only legion to serve with the Custodes. The Uncrowned Princes completely changed everything. They gave rise to every single aspect that was a Space Marine. Not only that, but they gave aspect to what was the Dark Angels. The Dark Angels were essentially a continuation of the Uncrowned Princes. They were the Emperor's left hand of destruction. The Dark Angels did not become that when the Lion came into it. The Uncrowned Princes were already that, and the Lion simply smoothed them out and took his place as head of the Destroyers. But all in all, looking at the Uncrowned Princes, you look at their story as a whole, and many of them didn't make it past the heresy. Generally speaking, a large chunk of them ended up as risen, or fallen, mind you. And we know that for a fact in modern day 40k before the return of the Lion, there were no original Uncrowned Princes. Many of them died in the service of duty, and many of them were just lost outright. The split that happened between Luther as well as the Lion completely changed the Dark Angels forever. They went from being the First Legion, the Space Marines, the Angels of Death, into something wholly and completely different. It is a common theme that the modern chapter is unrecognizable from its Legion counterpart, but the Dark Angels I think suffer this maybe the second most. The first going to the Iron Hands for obvious reasons. What the Dark Angels became were paranoid, delusional maniacs, obsessed with secrecy as well as their knightly bonds which betrayed them to silence lest people find out their dark evil. Whereas the original Uncrowned Princes, they just didn't care. They would do what needed to be done, and they didn't care what people thought about them. They didn't care if people looked at them in hushed tones of secrecy and damnation. They didn't care if people looked on them in glory and admiration. They were simply the Emperor's Angels of Death, and if it does not concern death, it does not concern these angels. All in all, the Uncrowned Princes are one of my favorite things in all of 40k, purely because of what they represent. Not only in the fact that they're badass Grim Reapers quite literally, but they are the first ever Space Marines. Whenever we talk about Space Marines, whenever we think about Space Marines, whenever we look at what Space Marines are, their nature, the disposition, the way they fight, the way they combat, the way they carry themselves, this is what we're thinking of. This was not created by every single Space Marine Legion. This was not created by people seeing similarities between the 13th and the 15th Legion or whatever. This was created because the first ever people who were fighting the Thunder Warriors saw these black-clad figures emerge, wielding weapons of a bygone age, and obliterated those who dared to oppose the Emperor. That is where we get the term Angels of Death from. That is what the Uncrowned Princes were. Generally speaking, Proto-Legions are beloved by the community because of what they represent, and generally speaking, they were either incredibly evil or incredibly bad, or incredibly good and incredibly nuanced. But with the Uncrowned Princes, it's something completely different. They didn't really change when they were reunited with their Primarch. The Lion simply took them and refined them. They still continue to be what they always were. The First Legion, something completely, wholly and utterly different in form, purpose and manner. Rather, it's only that we see at the end of the heresy, with the destruction of Caliban and the splitting of the Legion, then do we see the true change between the Uncrowned Princes and the modern Dark Angels. It's something wholly different in all legions. And it's incredibly fitting that the one legion that is always so different has a wholly different story to them. Their change did not come when they met their Primarch. Their change came when they split. All in all, looking at them in their lore, their history, their stories, and just the whole idea of it, these black-clad figures wielding a banner of a Grim Reaper with names such as Gilgamesh, Hercules, these magnificent names of bygone heroes of ancient past, and to see them simply walk forward and annihilate without even so much as a word. These were the original Space Marines. These were the original Angels of Death. These were the first ever 200 uncrowned princes of the Emperor of Mankind. We're going back to the world of Warhammer 30k, the Great Crusade, and the Horus Heresy, because today, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about Space Marine Destroyer Squads, aka the War Crime Space Marine. No, quite literally. Their main purpose is genocide. Well, xenocide, which is like genocide, but for aliens. But they're not humans, so does it really count? Hashtag humanity first, motherfuckers. But whether you love Xenos, or whether you hate them, or whether you just love to hate them, strap on in, grab yourself a snack, and let's get cracking on with today's video. The Space Marine Destroyer Squads, like everything in regards to the Space Marine Legions, have their origins way back when, during the Unification Wars of Terra. However, their origin does not lie with the Thunder Warriors, nor the Custodes, nor even the Emperor of Mankind, for it actually lies with the Techno-Barbarians of Old Night. You see, during the Battle for Terra, to say that the Techno-Barbarians were a bit excessive would be like saying that the sun is bright. These fellas were devoid of anything resembling any form of morals, and they were absolutely batshit crazy on every type of drug, alcohol, and warp dust you can imagine. Needless to say, they had no restraint. So, rather than being conquered by Big E and his giant raptor lightning bolts, they would then decide to unleash devastation, hell on earth, and this would take the form of various different entities. We have example of suicide squads, that being units that are quite literally armed with explosives as per traditional, except those explosives may be nuclear, or warp-based, or they may be psychers, unstable mutated beings, who are on the verge of psychotic destruction, and they are just sent into the foe, and then boom, warp rift, demons, etc. But a bit more traditional in the warfare department, we have weapons of mass destructions, WMDs. And these took the forms of various different flavors. The standard good old reliable tactical nuke, to the mass deployment of chemical agents, nerve gas, mustard gas, phosphex. Phosphex being a different type of hell altogether, but we'll talk more about that later. To say that the armies of Unity suffered greatly at these hands would be like saying that it's cold and bloody Alaska. These weapons were not only terribly deadly, they were often employed by people who really did not give the slightest bit of a damn. Not for their own sake, nor for the sake around them. Because what you need to understand about WMDs is that they don't just kill people, but they kill the very land that they're on. You may have a verdant paradise. Beautiful, awesome, amazing, just green, lush, a true Garden of Eden. If you drop a tactical nuke anywhere near there, bye-bye garden, hello fallout. But not even like a tactical nuke. Gas has an incredibly alchemical effect on any type of life, and if you use enough gas, enough chemical weapons in a saturation field that is dense enough, you will actually, actively, change the chemical composition of the very earth and of itself, completely ruining the ecosystem as well as any and all attempts to settle their period. Now, to be fair, Terra was indeed about 10,000 years worth of carbon emissions, so I didn't really give a fuck at that point. Shit was already fucked enough as is. But the fact that these people were fighting for their homes, so to speak, and they didn't really give a damn, it does show just how crazy Old Knight was. Now, granted, to be fair, there were some factions in Old Knight who didn't really do that, but there were also some who did that pretty much every day. But eventually though, Big E would conquer Terra and he would start the solar reclamation, that being the conquering of all the planets in the Sol system, Luna, Mars, etc. And during that time, Big E would develop the Space Marine Legions as a whole. Now initially, the Space Marine Legions refused any form of destroyer squad, or to use any type of alchemical or any type of mass weapon of destruction. They saw it as dishonorable, they saw it as needless, they saw it as excessive, and they saw it as damning and a failure of humanity as a whole. But they were fighting to reconquer and reclaim these worlds. Why on earth would they subject them to destruction and devastation to render them inoperable? For had not the Men of Iron, centuries ago, destroyed humanity with these very same weapons? What was the point of using the same weapons that had killed humanity and placed us in this position just to do it all over again? And honestly, initially, that's quite noble. Now, whether you like Space Marines or not, you gotta admit, there's a big difference between killing someone with a big-ass gun and killing someone with a goddamn gas grenade. Massive difference. But that would all change. What had happened? Alien happened. You see, as the Space Marines began going through the Great Crusade, they encountered various different types of xenospecies. These xenospecies varied from mildly annoying to holy god on earth, what is that thing and why does it have so many tentacles? Thus, some of these species just hated humanity. Purely and outright, they had a vitriolic urge for our destruction. Now these are most likely layovers from Old Knight and the various battles that the old interstellar human empire had with the various different xenospecies. So, they had a bone, they had a grudge, and they decided to take it out on us. When the Space Marines saw that, they knew that they needed to destroy them. Not beat them, not capture them, not kill them, destroy them. Render them wholly, completely, and utterly non-void. They needed to commit genocide, or xenocide. And a bolt gun cannot commit xenocide, but a tactical nuke, that can. So, Space Marine destroyers were implemented across pretty much every single legion, and they were used to great effect. These were the dark sons of the legion. These were the butchers, the destroyers, the monsters, the massacre makers. These were the Space Marines made manifest in the aspect of pure and utter annihilation. Side note though, whilst it is said that every single legion possessed a form of destroyers, it is also said that there are some legions who completely eschew their use outright. Now, we've never actually gotten any confirmed answers as to who and which legion did not use them. We have confirmed knowledges of legions who did possess them, but really did not like using them, a la the Ultramarines, Salamanders, Blood Angels, but we've never actually gotten any confirmed aspect of any legion which did not use them. But if I was to hazard a guess, I would say we have at least two, that would being the Emperor's Children and Thousand Sons. In the case of the Emperor's Children, they are all about perfection, about doing something correctly. with dignity, with honor, grace, purpose. To completely saturate a trench or a world or a planet with all types of alchemical weapons is an admittance of defeat. You cannot best the foe through skill of arms, so you just completely shower him in types of material that will kill him slowly. It is dishonorable, it is evil, and there is no perfection in it. In fact, it is the opposite of perfection. It is messy, it is terrible, and once again, it is completely dishonorable. Thus, I imagine it would be rather abhorrent to the Emperor's children to use such weapons. At least early in the Great Crusade. Post-Istvan, anything goes. And as for the Thousand Sons, well, they're scholars. They are first and foremost people who desire knowledge. They want to know, learn, keep, told, inscribe, learn, write, etc. To any man of knowledge, destruction is the antithesis, the complete opposite of knowledge. For when destruction reigns, knowledge is the first victim. Understanding, learning, all of those things are thrown to the wayside. For the tools of the alchemical, of the nuclear, of the phosphex, those are weapons of total and utter indiscrimination and mass annihilation. And in such a world, knowledge and understanding cannot thrive. They can only die. Hence, I can imagine those two legions absolutely detesting any and all forms of destroyer formations. And in the K-Sun's case, well, they have their psychic powers. So, I guess a nuke would be good against that alien, but I think magic lightning bolts also work as well. But then again, that's just purely speculation, not actually confirmed. But again, it could be a case of GW trying to keep the lore there, but also they don't want to strangle the tabletop. But hey, who knows? But as I said before, most legions considered Space Marine destroyers as a necessary evil, and some of them shunned them outright. But there were one or two who quite really liked them. The World Eaters and the Night Lords were quite big fans of them because murder motherfucker, but the greatest users, the most notorious users, and the king of destroyer squads goes to the 14th Legion, the Death Guard. The Death Guard, even before they became grandsons of Papa Nurgle, knew, loved, and embraced that good old mustard gas. Now this was twofold. One, the nature of Barbarous in of itself was a type of pseudo-death world. It had a very, very, very high toxicity level in its atmosphere, even to a point that towards the higher peaks of the planet, not even a Primox biology could survive the noxious fumes, meaning that the people who live on there grew a very much improved defense against this. They were resistant, they were far more understandable, they were able to recover more fast specifically, i.e. if they were able to sustain any type of deformation, degradation, or damage from the use of these weapons, their skin and their biology was already used to recovering, meaning that it was far less of a shock than compared to ordinary human beings. Even more so than that, Morty enough himself quite enjoyed the use of the weapons. He was known as the Death Lord for a reason. The Death Guard's tactics consisted of saturating an area with alchemical weapons and sending in hordes of armored infantry to mop everything up afterwards. This meant that they were incredibly effective against any and all type of fortified or dug-in enemy. And indeed, the Death Guard were known for their attritional-based warfare and hitting up the hard targets. But the downside being that you could never send them on anything other than destruction missions, because whatever they would touch would become saturated in alchemical fire. Meaning that if you want any type of resource from a planet, or any type of people from a planet, God forbid, if you send the Death Guard, the only thing you're going to get are corpses and rotten earth. Again, you only use them for destruction. That's partly why the Death Guard and the Salamanders grew so apart. Aside from one completely caring about civilians and the other completely not caring, both of them had similar roles. They were incredibly effective against entrenched, heavy enemy forces. They were also very heavy infantry based. The difference being is that when the Salamanders conquered a world, yeah, it was a little crispy, but eventually a forest will grow back. When the Death Guard conquered a world, they poisoned the very earth. Since they both did the same thing, and since they were both diametrically opposed to one another, they were really deployed to the same places. And when they were deployed, there was often conflict in regards to that very involvement. This would only further the rift and divide between the two, and some argue that it did play a great part in the eventual betrayal. Not as much as Morty having a giant stick up his ass in regards to the Emperor for stealing his kill, mind you, but it's one of those little things that when you look at during the heresy, you'd brush it off and you ignore it. But you take a look at everything that happened after, and you're like, yeah, I can see the cracks beginning to form here. But while the Death Guard were the chief users of any and all type of destroyers, they were not the only users of destroyers. But before we get into that, let's talk about the actual destroyers and of themselves. Your standard destroyer unit was armed with a very variety of mass destructive weapons, but there were three main types. There were radiation-based weapons, there were alchemical-based weapons, and then there were phosphex-based weapons. Radiation weapons, quite simple, nuke.
nuke gun, nuke bullets, radium, all that good stuff. Imagine Fallout, but somehow even worse. Alchemical is when we break out the freaky deaky science project. You see, in Warhammer 40k, there are significantly more chemicals than we know about today. Humanity had about 40,000 years to develop all types of bad bullshit, and there are various different types of acid chemical agents, gases, and some of their properties are a little bit wonky. We get some cases of liquids acting like gases, gases acting like liquids, and then solids doing both. All in all, alchemical stuff is pretty nasty. But while the initial damage is terrible, with alchemical specifically, what you really need to watch out for is the lingering after effect. If you deploy, let's say, napalm to a valley, it will burn, and it will burn for a while, but eventually it will stop burning and you can travel through it again. If you deploy a type of chemical agent to a valley, that chemical agent could linger there for weeks if not months at a time, and in 40k, it can in some cases actively change the landscape completely. We have many cases of plants being absolutely ruined by the use of alchemical warfare, going from lush green paradises turned into malignant swamps of toxic mires. Think of it like this. If you want to kill people, use bolters. You want to kill the ground they walk on, use alchemical stuff. And then finally, we have my favorite, and arguably the worst, Phosphex. Phosphex is a unique type of Warhammer 40k material. Now, judging by the name alone, you may think, oh, phosphorus. But yes, it is indeed somewhat like phosphorus, but it's even worse. Remember how I said that, the alchemical stuff gets a little wonky? Phosphex is type of that. Phosphex is a corrosive, yet also flammable material. So not only does it corrode armor, it also lights you on fire. It is also a type of gaseous entity, but it's so thick and heavy that it's almost some type of semi-liquidous gas. I think it's much more apt to describe it as a type of thick fog, but like a thick, wet fog. I don't know if you guys have ever experienced that, I haven't personally, but like this super thick, wet fog that when you pass through it, you feel moist, you feel damp. That's kind of what Phosphex is, except this particular fog sets you on fire and corrodes your armor. It is arguably, aside from like a virus bomb, the most destructive, dangerous, and feared weapon in the arsenal of Warhammer 40k. Because I don't know about you, having a fiery, corrosive, acid-flaming napalm fog and having to walk through that son of a bitch. To me, I'm going home after that point. Alright, Commissar and the Bolthead, good, grand, all that. I don't give a damn, I'm not walking through that. But while those are the three main weapons, they are not exclusive. As I said, each legion has own specializations, and they had their own unique different bits. But all of them had access to those three main categories. But speaking of the legions and the unique stuff, let's now take a look at the unique destroyer formations of each legion. So, we have the first one, that being the Dreadwing Intremptors of the Dreadwing, and the Dark Angels. So for those of you who don't know, the Dark Angels were composed into something known as the Hexagrammaton, or the Six Wings. There were various different types of wings. Of course, the two that you'll know are the Deathwing as well as the Ravenwing, but there were various different others. One of those was the Dreadwing. The Dreadwing was the destroyer formation essentially. The Dark Angels are unique amongst Space Marines in that they are indeed the basis of all Space Marine legions, so they did include destroyers, but they had a special type of destroyers. Those were known as the Intremptors. You see, the Intremptors were a very unique type of formation. They were very dour, but it was not a sense of dourness, of sadness, it was more of a understanding of duty. You see, the Dark Angels were the legion that had the most xenocides throughout the entirety of the Heresy and the Great Crusade, the most notable being the 3 Rangdang xenocides, which were terribly dreadful, and the Intremptors were at the main forefront of that. These boys would burst out of Land Raiders, Spartans, and they would be supported by Felglaves and Mastodons, and they would get right up and close and personal to the enemy, because they had a special type of weapon, that being the Plasma Burner. The Plasma Burner is a plasma gun that is powered by a nuclear cell that emits a burst of irradiated plasma fire. TLDR, nuclear-powered plasma flamethrowers. That is as cool as it is fucking god-awful dangerous. To say that these were effective would be a terrible understatement. They were incredibly effective against armor for the fact that they were indeed plasma-based. Against any type of organic, the radiation would get them, and if they faced any type of horde or any type of other entity, flamers. All in all, these are much like the First Legion of themselves. Powerful, deadly, and terribly ancient. And these Brothers of the Dread were led by a lieutenant, known simply as a Dreadbringer. And wherever the Dark Angels tread, wherever a foe would need to be destroyed, it would be the Dreadbringers of the Dreadwing who would bring forth their Intremptor brothers and spew forth radiated plasma fire upon the foes of humanity. Pretty badass, pretty cool. Next up we move to the White Scars and the Karagolach Lanlar. The Karagolach Lanlar were a unique type of formation specific to the White Scars. Destroyer cadres did indeed exist, but they were not in any form of company or chapter command. Rather, these Dark Sons of Death, as they were known to be placed directly under the supervision of the Stormseer Council. The Stormseer Council was essentially a body above all official organization of the Legion, and essentially answered to the Khan over of himself. Stormseers being their version of librarians, mind you. But moreover, these were Dower brothers. Their armor was painted a dull black, but moreover than that, they were also festooned and garnered with a hilarious amount of weird type of shamanistic charms. These charms were said to warn off the evil spirits that followed these Dark Sons. In fact, it was considered very grim by any Brothers of the White Scars if these guys showed up. They were often seen as heralds of death, but moreover, they were seen as the lingerers of death. It is believed that the spirits of the damned whom they had killed continue to haunt them and follow them throughout the entirety of their lives. Hence why they had the various different wards and sigils to protect them and ward them against such things. Now, whilst initially this may seem a little sus to you considering the Emperor's whole ban on religion and whatnot, this was actually purposely done by the Khan of himself. He did this as a visual reminder that Destroyer Cadres in of themselves were bad and evil. They were a necessary evil, and they were to remind his sons that while these brothers did what they were supposed to do, it wasn't exactly good. The Khan wasn't a big fan of destroyers, and whilst he understood that he didn't need to use them, he wanted it very clear to his boys that these aren't exactly something that you want to be with, or be around with for that matter. But from one legion who really didn't like them to a legion who absolutely loved them, we then come to the World Eaters and the Red Hand Destroyers. These were World Eaters who were destroyers, but more specifically they bore the mark of the Blood Hand, or the Butcher's Mark as it was known. And these destroyers are rather unique in that they don't really necessarily use alchemical or rad-based weapons, nor do they operate as standard destroyers. Whilst they do have access to these weapons, moreover specifically, they are just very good at killing. You see, the Red Hand Butcher Squads are chosen not because they show a prowess with a particular weapons, but moreover, they have proven that they are able to kill well for the Legion. And I mean that in all seriousness. They are the most brutal, the most vicious, the most terrible, the most destructive in combat. But they are not exactly the blood-burdened berserkers and butchers that will come to describe the Legion later, but some may argue that they were the first semblance of that. But these boys would be thrown together in Red Hand squads, and whenever Angron would deem an enemy need destroyed, these boys would be sent out with jump packs, power axes, and bolt pistols, and they would quite literally destroy everyone and everything in every area. It's quite ironic, but quite apt for the World Eaters. These were not destroyers because they used alchemical or weapons of mass destruction. These were destroyers because they just fucking killed motherfuckers real damn quick, real damn dead, real damn easy. There is a simplicity to the World Eaters that is quite alluring, if not at all founded in any form of reason or logic. We then move on to the Ultramarines. The Ultramarines were known for having at least one destroyer cadre, that being an entire chapter, 10,000 Marines, in their legion. That was known as the Nemesis Legion, the 22nd chapter to be specific. The Nemesis chapter, as they are called, were the grim destroyers of the Ultramarines. They were the dour sons who did what needed to be done. And whilst before the heresy, they were often seen as grim sons, they were dour, and they were a little shunned here and there, not too much per se, but you didn't exactly want them in pictures. But the brothers still understood that they had a job to do. And the warriors of the Nemesis, while a little dour, they understood that they were still had some type of honor as Ultramarines. This would change, however, during the Battle of Kelth. During the Battle of Kelth, the Nemesis were one of the only formations that the Loyalists had that could deal with the chaos possessed of the World Bearers. Well, you see, the Nemesis chapter retained a high proportion of bolters as their primary weapons. In some cases, it would be 50-50 between bolters and all types of other destroyer-based weapons, but more often than not, the Nemesis would infuse their bolters with specific type of destroyer munitions, i.e. radiological, alchem, phosphex, warp in some cases. And during that, when they fought the possessed, these bolt shells were incredibly effective. But not only that, the way that the Nemesis fought also countered the word bearers very well as well. The Nemesis fought in disciplined ranks, slowly unloading death upon the enemy, a sort of automata style of warfare. Very tactical, very calculated, very unfeeling. And when you compare that to the savage zealotry of the word bearers and their need for vengeance and blood and all that, they're two diametrically opposed forces, but in this case the Ultramarines have the advantage. But after the Battle of Kelth, the Nemesis chapter would be forever changed. They would go from being dour yet a little honorable to being true pariahs. Not by the Legion of themselves, the Legion quite lauded them ironically, but the sheer amount of trauma that they faced on Kelth would forever change the Legion. They would commit themselves and assign themselves to death. They would believe themselves already scarred and marked. Robute Gilliman would even comment on this, when before the Nemesis chapter were a legion of honorable yet dour men, now they were a chapter that were wholly consigned to the fate of death. the fate of destruction, the fate of a destroyer. We then move on to the most iconic of all of the destroyers, that being the 14th Legion Death Guard and their Mortis Poisoner Squads. Mortis Poisoner Squads were incredibly effective and incredibly specially trained cadre within the destroyer companies of the Death Guard. Each destroyer company had an elite, and these were the elite. These guys were armed with a potent alchemical spewer weapon, essentially a chemical flamethrower. Now, while most destroyers didn't really use standard weaponry, these guys purely used any and all type of alchemical weapons. But more often than that, these were potent mixes made specifically and exclusively by the Death Guard and not themselves. To say that these weapons were effective would be a hilarious understatement. These weapons would end up destroying anything and everything they came across, including their operators. While Space Marines are notoriously durable and incredibly resilient to any and all forms of alchemical warfare, the special cocktails cooked up by Morty and his boys were a different breed altogether, much like the Death Guard. So much so that Mortis Poisoners would often slowly die a withering death, being reduced to hollow shells of their former selves, their fertile gene might being reduced to nothing but jaundice-filled pale-skinned bones. And indeed, this got so bad that some people truly did believe that this was indeed actually a punishment in forms of the Legion, a way to censure Death Guard who had failed. But there were also the other half, who believed this as an honor above honors. For what more honor is there to die by the poison that you make, to die with your foes and to rend them in alchemical flame and fire? Yes, Morty was not a stable father, nor were his sons. Rip the Dusk Raiders. But from the most iconic to my most favorite, the Pyroclasts. You see, Big Papa Daddy Vulcan, he didn't like destroyers. Why? Because he doesn't like turning everything into alchemical sludge of death. But he understood that sometimes there were Xenos that needed to fucking die. So what did Papa Vulcan do? He created his destroyers, but he created them using fire. The Pyroclasts were unique amongst destroyers, in that they were indeed an elite cadre, but they focused on not only offense but defense. These guys were given a very special Ash Mantle Artificer armor plate. More specifically, this plate was also covered by Drake Scale, but not only any Drake Scale, but by Helldrake Scale. These Helldrakes, quote unquote, were a specific type of dragon on Nocturne that dwelt in the hottest parts of the cavern, in some cases them living in literal lava. This Ashen Plate would then be combined with the Drake Scale and the Artificer armor to create the Ashen Plate, and this would be given to the Pyroclasts. But this was more of an added layer of protection because of the weapon they used. These guys used a special type of Pyroclast projector. This was a unique artificer armament created by Vulcan enough himself. It had the ability to produce searing hot flames that could absolutely scour any forms of enemy infantry and still be effective against power armor, or it could supercharge the nozzle into a gout of melter-like plasma fire that could absolutely annihilate any and all forms of heavy armor, meaning that the Pyroclast could switch between a heavy-duty flamethrower that could threaten heavy armor, or the biggest giant fuck-off melter gun you have ever seen in your life. Big Daddy Vulcan, as always, showed why he's such a goddamn Giga Chad. Papa Vulcan, he didn't fuck with any of that gay shit that was alchemical or radiological weapons. Nah. Somebody said you can't use a flamethrower to kill a tank. Papa Vulcan said, hold my motherfucking beer. And motherfucker made a goddamn flamethrower that could kill a tank. And gave his boys the best badass looking armor ever. Look at those motherfuckers. They look tight as fuck. Also, the Dread Skin face mask. God, that's fucking sick. I love Vulcan. Salamanders are the best Legion. Fuck you. We then have the Death Sworn Pack, also known as the Black Cull. And this is from the Space Wolves. Ah yes, the puppies of Fenris. So, within the Space Wolves, sometimes their genes seem to get a little bit defective, but instead of turning them into literal werewolves, it would make them go a little bit crazy. More specifically, it would fill them with a mental instability, which gave them an all-killing impulse. But this wasn't a fervorous frenzy killing, it was much more of a slow descent into madness, a very sinister, sadistic type of kill. And think more serial killer than Butcher and Berserker. And eventually, these souls would come to worship a subcult of the Forensian god of Wolf Death, known as Morkai. These cults of Morkai would gather together in so-called Death Sworn packs, known collectively by the Legion as simply the Black Cull. And these boys would be given any and all types of weapons they wanted, and they would go out and they would kill the foe. They also had wolf helm masks, because wolf. Finally, we have the Angels, more specifically the Blood Angels. The Blood Angels had two unique varieties of destroyer cults, that being the Angels' Tears and the High Host. The Angels' Tears were just that. They wore silver death masks with a silver tear running down the cheek. They were the necessity evil. Sanguinius did not like destruction, nor did he like destroyers, and these boys were very somber about their duty. They understood that they were a need, a necessity, but they hated what they did, and thus they did it in a somber attitude, and they were very sad about it. But don't get it twisted. Whilst they may have been sad, that didn't mean they were ineffective. These boys carried with them a burning vengeance. a hatred. Not only because they had to do what they do, but more specifically, there was an enemy that threatened humanity that worthied such destruction. These would be silent destroyers, carrying the vengeance of the angel under the writ of mankind, and rendering havoc and destruction unto any foe who would deem to stand between humanity and its ultimate destiny of triumph. But on the complete opposite flip coin, we have the High Host. The High Host was the second formation of destroyers within the Ninth Legion. However, unlike the Angel's Tears, they weren't sad. They quite enjoyed this. They were the High Host, they were the destroyers, they were the wrath of the angel. They delivered righteous justice upon the foe, which had destroyed and smited mankind and dare to impede the path of the great angel. They knew what they were doing was bad. They knew that alchemical and phosphorus, all that nonsense was wrong, but at the same time, there was a motherfucker who needed to be killed, and these motherfuckers had the gun, so they're gonna shoot and they're gonna be happy about it. One of my favorites, because I love the dichotomy of it, you have the Angel's Tears, which are sad and somber, but understand their duty, and then you have the High Host who's like, fuck it, we ball! You came to the wrong hood, motherfucker, now I'm gonna pump you up with radiological lead. I love it. It's fucking great. It's sick. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we can see, destroyer squads throughout the legions, like anything in the legions, have their own unique type of variant flavor and twist. But we can see that ultimately, these are a necessary evil. Destroyer squads were a weapon of genocide, or xenocide. They were a weapon of, well, destruction. They were only used when an enemy, society, or culture was deemed unfit to exist alongside humanity. And memes aside, that rarely did happen. The only time it would ever happen was when there would be a specific type of Xenos entity that quite literally wanted to destroy humanity or was terrible for humanity to exist with. However, after the heresy, these would be seen as a symbol of a bygone era, an unnecessary tool of destruction and wrath that had helped not only further humanity from its ultimate goal, but actually helped kill millions if not hundreds of millions of people. Thus, in the new Codex Astartes, they were done away with, and the Heavy Support Squad was created in its wake. Now, whether or not these guys will ever make a comeback in Warhammer 40k, probably not, but you never know. With the Lion back, I'm sure that he's going to revitalize the Dreadwing in some capacity and bring back some of that old Dark Age technology, and if Papa Vulcan comes back, he's definitely going to give his boys their good old Artificer armor and that Pyroclast projector. Salutations, Rangers. The Horus Heresy had seemed some of the most deadliest fighting in all of the Imperium. It had shattered the notions of what the Emperor put forward, and what was once common truths were now found out to be more than little than low-born lies. Brother fought against brother, and those that were once the greatest of the great, the most elite, the Space Marines, began to die in droves unbefore imaginable. Thus, even they had to cut corners and they had to make do. And thus we have the Inducti. Yet what really were the Inducti? Were they mad and butchered berserkers? Were they less than what they were supposed to be? Were they just as good as normal legionaries? Did all legions truly hate them? And did they forever ruin the idea of the Space Marine? All that and more answered in today's Warhammer 40k lore video, as we take a look at the Inducti of the Space Marines during the Horus Heresy. So, as per anything that deals with Space Marines, we find their origin way back during the Unification Wars, with the Thunder Warriors. The Thunder Warriors are the first official Imperial variant of gene-augmented super soldiers. They were flawed, but they were bloody brutal, and they were designed for one thing and one thing alone: retaking terror. These guys were designed to be brutal instruments of pure meat-slabbed muscle and unfiltered hate. Any type of advanced tactics, thinking, or anything in between was not meant for them, nor were they expected to do it. Hence why their lifespans were notoriously short and incredibly volatile, both physically and mentally. But that's because they had to fight horrors that would leave even Space Marines lost for words. The techno-barbarians of old Earth were certainly fierce opponents, far more fierce than anything humanity is said to have faced in the Great Crusade. But it's important to note, they were never really like a true army in any stretch of the imagination. They were essentially a warband. They listened to the strongest amongst them, and they operated as such. Think far less more of army and much more of warrior hunter tribes ready for war. Space Marines, however, they were different. The Space Marines were a true army in every single sense of the word. The Uncrowned Princes were the definition of a military force. Like, literally, they wrote the book on it. The Principia Bellicosa was a treatise that the Emperor wrote, which was heavily based on the experiences of the first ever Uncrowned Princes, and their interactions with the Thunder Warriors and the early stages of the Great Crusade. But it's also important to note that the Emperor also subtly pushed humanity into creating their own genetic super soldiers. It is believed in particular that the Emperor pushed the Selnar gene codes of Luna, basically giving them everything that they needed to make Astartes, except, the knowledge of what an Astartes was, or the recipe, so that when they were to conquer it, they could begin mass production. But for a little less successful task, we just need to simply look at the old tribes of Earth itself. Many of the techno-barbarians had some type of gene-augmented super soldier, but to call it a super soldier is, a very, 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 very big lie. They weren't really super and they certainly weren't soldiers. The name Techno-Barbarian is indeed as it sounds. They were barbaric in everything that they did, but with a level of technology and sophistication left over from Old Knight. These soldiers were much more akin to that of a Chaos Mutation. Think something like a Chaos Spawn, or like a mutated Possessed. An effective warrior, yeah, but a warrior, not really. Much more effective than warrior in any state of the imagination. So, when the Emperor made the Space Marines, he wanted to make something that was significantly better than the Thunder Warriors in terms of mental capacity and strategic thinking, but wasn't exactly as expensive as the Custodes. And lo and behold, we got the Space Marines. But like any military man knows, everything is all good and grand when the times are plenty, supply lines are guaranteed, and there's no war on. But the minute somebody starts taking a look at your supply lines and thinking that they could use an extra helping of C4, well, necessity is the mother of all invention, as they say. And if we truly want to look at Inducti, we gotta go to the Horus Heresy. The first ever records of the rapid Inducti we can trace all the way back to the World Eaters. But more about them later. Eventually, at the outbreak of the heresy, every single legion would pick up Inducti of some way, shape, or form, because they needed to fill out losses, and they needed to fill out losses quick. What a lot of people don't understand is that a lot of the legions suffered massive casualties at the outset of the heresy. Heretic legions from either loyalist attacks in the case of the Thousand Sons and the Space Wolves, or dying by their own hands, such as the Isavan III atrocity. And then of course we have the massacres conducted in secret in the opening stages, the Dropside Massacre being the most famous, and then of course the Betrayal at Calth. Basically, it's safe to say that every single legion was cut to at least half, some significantly more. But the fact of the matter is that everybody needed extra bodies. So everyone began making rapid Inducti. And generally speaking, Inducti would be given Mark V suits or Heresy suits, which is basically a mishmash and combination of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Mark of armors. However, it's noticed that rapid Inducti closer to better supply lines, such as the Imperial Fist and the Ultramarines, Mark VI was often given, as it was the most numerous and the most readily produced at the time. It's also plausible that Mark VII would be given unto those during the Siege of Terra, but that's not really stated anywhere, so, a little bit of grain of salt in that one. Basically, during the Horus Heresy, the attrition rates were diabolical, with many companies and chapters quickly falling below viable fighting strength. Thus, to combat the issue, every single legion had to rapidly recruit, implant, indoctrinate, and train brand new Space Marines. And again, like everything with the legions, this was done with varying degrees of success, and often varying wildly in terms of outcomes. These programs were poorly defined and often experimental, as again, this was not made by the Emperor. This was something that was originally pioneered by the World Eaters and everyone else picked up when going got tough. Whole apothecarions were put into the task of overcoming the challenge of shortening legion timescales, creating and implanting and tempering the legionary of the line. A process which might normally take years or decades had to be done in basically months. There's also these experiments, sometimes dubbed newborns by the veteran legionnaires, were undoubtedly Space Marines. They were. But they were often considered being apart from their former brethren created during the Unification or the Soul Wars. They really did varied in kind. From the Imperial Fist novitiates, who were simply inexperienced legionaries, to the rapidly created, highly motivated, but poorly trained Triori of the Sons of Horus, who were the first into the breach. And then of course we have the original, but significantly more unstable, rapidly indoctrinated, highly dangerously surgical-altered, gene-enhanced Inducti of the World Eaters, which arguably could have the award for being the less Space Marine-y in terms of being a Space Marine. But regardless, the effect of rapid genetic, psychological, and psychic conditioning were myriad and often disastrous. Yet, these warriors born of desperation were still relied upon by the Legiones Astartes. They were there to hold the line and swallow the reserves, or to be the first part of a breach, preserving the lives of the more experienced and valuable warriors. But this varied. Some of these were treated as cannon fodder, others on the other hand were treated as valued warriors, with just a little less experience. But regardless if you were traitor or loyalist, both had Inducti of all kinds. And it goes to show just how terrible the attrition rates during the Horus Heresy was. For during the final battle in the Siege of Terra, all forces would be counted as being understrength in some way, shape, or form, despite them incredibly relying upon rapid Inducti to fill their ranks in the upcoming months to the siege itself. Because it did not matter how many men they recruited, a decade of relentless bloody war had bled even the mightiest of them white. And it would only get worse. We have several examples of Inducti being used during the battles of the Horus Heresy. One of the most notable was the Siege of Chthoniya. For when the command of the Imperial Fist who took over Chthoniya, known as Garius, needed to reinforce his dwindling garrison, he began a rapid recruitment and conversion of the most suitable Chthonians into rapid Inducti. He would constitute them into mass Inducti companies to bolster his defenses and to supply Dawn with new troops for the heresy. This process would create a unique type of Space Marine, one whose temperament was very, very much different from that of the veterans of the Great Crusade. Whereas veterans of the Great Crusade were made to combat the horrors of Old Knight, Xenos pirates, and those humans fallen from grace, these warriors were raised and trained to fight other Space Marines. They were disposable weapons of war, and nothing more. They had no grounding in the traditions of the Legion or reverence for the Primarch that had ordered their creation. They wore the colors of the Imperial Fist with indifference, not with pride. Thus did Commander Garrus take deep pains to ensure that the old traditions of the Chthonian homeworld were significantly stripped away from them, with the worry that if they clung to them, they would have fallen into heresy, mainly because it was only the flash indoctrination that conditioned them to loyalty, rather than the years of war that had bound the original warriors of the Seventh Legion to each other. Many of these Inducti had their memories suppressed, or rather chose to suppress their own memories. But despite Chthоnia being the homeworld of the War Master, there were many who were still indeed loyal to Terra. And at the end of it, during the occupation, the Imperial Fist was said to create approximately 5,000 Inducti, combine them into mass Inducti companies. Again, the fact of the matter that these always were able to make 5,000 in that short span of time is madness. We're talking weeks to months, when normally creating a Space Marine was measured in years. It's also noted that the Sons of Horus would use Inducti of their own, but during the Siege of Chthоnia, the mass ranks of the Inducti companies of the Sons of Horus would be tested finally. Again, they were highly motivated, and they were given good arms and armor, but they were poorly trained. The methodology behind it being that, hey, you got a good sword, you got a good head, you may not know how to swing it, but just keep on bludgeoning the bastard until he dies. What's important to note is the distinction between Inducti. One thing to know is that the term Inducti, generally speaking, refers to all Space Marines created post-heresy. But it's unknown if every single Space Marine ever created was an Inducti, i.e., the idea of creating an original legionary from the old process was just upright abandoned. It's very much possible that it could be, but I imagine it'd be much more a simpler case of saying that for the majority of them it was. I can imagine that if you wanted your elite formations to be replenished, you would take the time and the painstaking requirements needed to make them the old-fashioned way. Think about elite Terminator formations, elite Preacher formations, elite Jump Troop formations, or anything whatever they were known for. Now yes, all the pomp, flair, and ceremony that normally accompanied them would have vanished, but you still would have wanted that unique type of training that went with it. But for a standard line legionary to hold the company line, well, just give them the good old slap bang dish dash and throw them on. Also, to truly understand how important and why so many people thought Inducti were decisive, you really need to understand what it was to create a Space Marine. You see, each legionary was fashioned from the base of just mortals. They were taken and they were made into a superhuman warrior that few could ever match. And the process was threefold. It required a lengthy process of surgical augmentation, genetic manipulation, and psych conditioning. The development of such intricate labor required the minds of peerless intellect, and by their hands was fashioned a several year-long process that balanced the risk of aspirant tissue degradation, organ rejection, and candidate fatalities against the personal demands of an unceasing war. The training and the implementation were folded together. The mind and body of the aspirant were transformed concurrently, so that at the end of the conclusion, the process of a true legionary had been forged, one that was ready and eager to conquer. To create a Space Marine legionary during the Horus Heresy, it took literal years, and you couldn't make them anywhere. You needed specifically crafted unique units. For you see, whilst in the modern day of 40k it's up to the Apothecarian and maybe the Chaplaincy to make a new Space Marine, back then, you had massive wings dedicated to it. You had specialists from the lunar gene cults, you had specialists from the Emperor himself. There was so much more oversight and standardization. You had to do so much to make a Space Marine. Even those who shunned most of these things, a la the World Eaters and the Night Lords, still took years to make a proper Space Marine. And in legions where they valued such things, such as the Ultramarines and the Emperor's Children, the process was even more harsh. So believe it or not, creating a Space Marine back in the Legion was significantly longer and harder than creating a Space Marine in modern day 40k. But the limits of that process had been tested like never before during the Horus Heresy. Now, whilst the Great Crusade was certainly not a walk in the park, and it was goddamn dangerous to do, it was rare that the operational capacity of a legion was threatened by casualties, and rarer even still that such losses were recorded upon the field of battle. Again, gotta keep up appearance. Big E is nothing out of mastered propaganda. The most infamous of such conflicts, the Third Rangdan Xenocide, was said to have claimed the lives of tens of thousands of legionaries, and is what finally dropped the Dark Angels from being the number one in terms of the numbers game. Yet, despite this, it did little to hamper their ability to prosecute the war, and they were able to recruit their numbers steadily over the years. This, however, would be thrown completely and utterly out of whack by the war unleashed by Horus Lupercal, for in his effort to conquer Terra, he would ignite a war unlike anything the Imperium had ever faced. Brother fought against brother, and the Imperium was riven by mistrust and betrayal. Legionary societies were on the forefront, and all of a sudden what had become the venerable conquerors became little more than cannon fodder. Slaughter came after slaughter, time and time again, and what was once inconceivable, the Adeptus Astartes being slain by the thousands on a daily basis, became normal. Yet as the legionaries fell in their droves, the War Master would have no delay in his march, leading casualties to outstrip new recruits. In the face of such destruction, each legion would be confronted with a terrible dilemma: remain dedicated to the existing standards of indoctrination and risk sacrifice upon the altar of war, their traditions being their ultimate death, or turn over to newer methods to replenish their numbers, no matter the costs, at the risk of giving up their soul. And in the end, numbers are always telling. As I mentioned before, the term Inducti is a broad application to basically any legionary recruited past the events of Isstvan V and the beginning of the heresy in earnest. However, it is known that the origin of the word actually lies with the world of Bot. Bot was one of the main fief planets of the World Eaters Legion, and said to be their main recruiting ground. Imagine it kind of like the Armatura of the Ultramarines. However, here, the World Eaters would spit out blood-crazed monsters clad in the flesh of a Space Marine. Each one of them a nightmarish mockery of the ideals of the Legiones Astartes. Poorly armed, poorly trained, poorly equipped, yet full of bloodthirsty rage and savagery. These creatures were labeled Inducti by their creators, and this would be a term that would be disseminated amongst the traitor legions to refer to all new legionaries recruited into a legion. However, most tellingly, it was often a byword for shame. It was often spoken with utter disdain from the veteran legionaries who believed these new breeds, or newborns as they called them, to be of poor stock and utterly useless. Traitor Inducti were often distinguishable by their signs too, such as amongst the Emperor's children, the Inducti were forbidden to wear the Palatine Aquila, whilst among the sons of Horus, a handful of veterans decried the usage of Chthonian symbols with those not from Chthоnia, and thusly if they found you doing something like, say, the Eye of Horus, well, you'd be assumably beat, possibly unto death. But here another distinction must be made. It is said that the traitor legions made the greatest use of Inducti, but more than that, they had the harshest reputation. Amongst traitors, it's widely considered that they made the most, but more importantly, it's the traitors that felt hatred for these guys specifically. It is believed that the wounded pride of these legionaries caused them to view these new troopers with disdain. Something along the lines of them thinking, we can get this done without you. We don't need you. You are not one of us. You are false. And this would be congruent with the standard thought process of traitor legionaries at the time. Traitor legionaries, when composed to loyalists, are far more worried about their pride and their honor, possibly due to the psychological backlash of having betrayed the Emperor and having that put into question. Another thing that supports this is that the term Inducti is largely absent from the records of loyalist legions. Yet, many of them have a word that is similar to Inducti, but most importantly and most telling, it carries none of the negative stigma nor bitter emotion attached to it. They were simply just newly recruited legionaries that were different from their veteran brothers. Basically, in the loyalist legions, the term Inducti didn't really exist, but every legion had a word similar for it. But unlike the traitor legions, it did not mean to refer to something as negative. It simply just meant new, inexperienced recruit. Whereas those who existed before all this were simply referred to as veteran legionaries. For example, the Imperial Fist would refer to their new recruits as sentries or neophytes, while amongst those garrisoned on Inwent or in present or other strike forces, recruits or initiates were often used as a term. Other legionaries were noted for expressing more outward disdain to their Inducti. And again, we have a rare case of the loyalists being the Space Wolves. The Wolf King is said to have stated to his assembled wolf lords, to trust not the pups whose claws have not yet to be bloodied, bearing claws that have never rent flesh, and not sharpened upon the hide of a foe. But it's important to note, this is again different from the traitors. Ross here is basically saying like, hey, don't send them to do the hard shit. You can't really trust them to do that. Whereas with the traitors, it was much more a case of, we hate you, why are you here? Again, they're much more treated like new recruits, rather than anything negative. It's also noted that this process changed rapidly from legion to legion, and the results also changed as well. But the Mechanicus would then look into this, and they would realize that there was much little in terms of physiological difference. Basically, these guys were still physically a Space Marine. The difference really came with arms, armor, equipment, and training, but more specifically, mentality. Another thing to make note is that more often than not, these Inducti were not seen as true legionaries because, well, they skipped a lot of the extra bits. At the end of the day, these guys were meant to be soldiers first and foremost. But during the days of legions, they were seen as warriors. Each legion had a unique warrior culture. The Salamanders are the most prominent in this, because they have the Promethean Creed, a secular creed which again heavily impacted the legion. Inducti, however, would not be given the full rundown of everything. They'd be taught the bare bones and be sent to the front. This, by inherence, meant that while they were physically basically the same thing, in terms of how they acted, they were completely different. These legionaries, even the most earliest at the time of the Dropside Massacre, for example, would still be years of veterancy ahead of these Inducti, because they had spent years learning their legion, embracing their legion, loving the legion and the culture around it. In addition, the recruitment crowns that the many legionaries had used for the entirety of the Great Crusade were often compromised now, or the legion itself could not get to them. Prime example being the Shattered Legions. The Iron Hands, Raven Guard, and Salamanders were completely cooked when it came to anything normal. Thus, they had to change and become abnormal. To much of the veteran legionaries, these were not legionaries. They were not warriors, because they didn't have the culture around them. Because to them, what made a legionary was not simply just the fact that you were a Space Marine, it was the culture around it, the veneration of the Primarch in the Great Crusade. But some would further make an argument that that could never happen again, for the illusion of the Primarchs in the Great Crusade had been shattered with the betrayal of Horus, thus there could never be another true legionary. But then we're getting more into the concept of metaphysical and emotional and psychological nonsense rather than the actual physical capabilities. But some would argue those are what truly separate. Because if the mechanics are to be believed, physically, an Inducti and a veteran were basically the same. What separated them would be the years of training and emotion behind the actions. But that's basically the broad definition. But that's basically the broad strokes of what makes an Inducti an Inducti. But now for a bit more of a detailed example, we're going to go through each and every single legionary. Luckily for us, each legionary template is outlined lovely in the Horus Heresy books. So I'm going to read through each one of them now and give you the direct definition straight from the horse's mouth of what you can expect from Inducti of each legion. The Dark Angels. Recruited in the wake of the Crusade of Vengeance, and equipped with deadly weaponry from the darkest vaults of the First Legion, the Inducti of the Dark Angels are the Lion's weapons against the traitors. Though not party to the secrets of the Hexagrammaton, these recruits nevertheless provided the Dark Angels with resources needed to prosecute their crusade across a wide front. The Emperor's Children. As the fruits of Chief Apothecary Fabius Bile's work spread throughout the Legion, more and more new recruits were the subject of experimentation by the Legion's Apothecarion. Empowered by a potent cocktail of experimental combat stimulus and physical modifications, their tortured minds strove for ever more destructive words and a desire for perfection. Perfection embodied the Inducti of the Emperor's Children, and thus they fought in a state of bliss that saw them fight on despite casualties. Only when they failed to completely annihilate their enemies was their results seemed to waver, however briefly. The Iron Warriors. Utterly indoctrinated into their unyielding masters' methods of waging war, the Inducti of the Iron Warriors were likened unto the automata of the Cybernetica cohorts. Many observers compared them to statues, lurching into life to destroy their foe with roaring bolters before returning to unmoving silence. The Inducti of the Iron Warriors were conditioned to place no value on their own lives, marching stoically towards the foe, facing devastating wave of foes in turn, with bolter and blade. It is also noted that in the Devastation of Talon, we see that the Iron Warriors directly hook Inducti into tanks to keep them fighting at all times. It's sort of a pseudo-dreadnought, but significantly more crude, significantly more deadlier to everyone involved, and with significantly less fanfare. It's also unknown that if the Iron Warriors introduced any type of lobotomy into the Inducti, but given how they're described, it's quite possible, or they just had very harsh psycho-indoctrinations. The White Scars. Recruited during the latter years of the Civil War, many of the Inducti of the White Scars were noticeably more pragmatic than their brethren, often receiving training from the Imperial Fists and Blood Angels, alongside the recruitment masters of their own legion. These warriors were often utilized as scouts by the contingents they fought alongside, before joining their legion proper. Thus, to prove their valor, the Inducti of the White Scars often sought to prove their worth to the legion through feats of arms, testing their skill against their foes' elite warriors, in order to win the approval of their more experienced brethren. The Space Wolves. The Inducti of the Space Wolves retain many of their tribal traditions, each seeking to prove their skill with blade and shield. With little time for training or indoctrination, these warriors were physically augmented and then thrust into the crucible of battle, there to be forged into true legionnaires. Headstrong, the Inducti of the Space Wolves were prone to bravado, each warrior trying to outpace their fellows across blades with their enemy. While effective as shock tactics, such charges lacked the cohesive impact that more disciplined units were able to bring to bear. The Imperial Fists. As mankind's civil war ground on, it became increasingly clear that the conflict would ultimately be decided upon terror. With this in mind, Rogodun turned his legion towards creating a defensive focus. Each new warrior was to be another brick in the defensive bastion of terror, holding their designated position until slain. Such warriors were effective, if lacking initiative, a necessary evil in those dark days. The Imperial Fist created resilience permeated the mindset of the Inducti. Such warriors refused to give up even the most insignificant portion in the face of their foe, pinning the enemy in place, allowing supporting artillery to obliterate them at a distance. It is also known during this time that the Betches gland was purposely removed from the implementation sequence of the Imperial Fist, and subsequently was never added again, hence why they are missing that gene seed. Night Lords. The scattered bands of Night Lords reaved throughout the Imperium, each warlord recruiting the most vicious killers they could find and demanding their obedience. Such Inducti were undoubtedly skilled killers, though their psychological makeup would have horrified the recruitment masters of more disciplined legions. Unscrupulous murderers as they were, the Inducti of the Night Lords employed every underhand trick imaginable to kill their foes, feigning honorable intent to distract a more powerful foe before ensuring they were laid low with a murderous blade in their back. The Blood Angels. The Inducti of the Blood Angels saw none of the beauty in battle that their Legion brothers spoke of, no knowing the horror of galactic civil war, shorn of the intensive hyper-indoctrination that curbed the more animalistic aspects imbued by their gene seed. These warriors were often the dark mirror to their angelic brethren. The Revenant Legion Inducti of the Ninth Legion embodied the darker side of their Legion's psyche, often stopping mid-battle to tear slain foes apart and consume their flesh. The Iron Hands. The use of cybernetic enhancements by the Iron Hands ensured that the flow of new recruits was kept high even when biological resources were running short, or when implantation of other organs failed. Following the death of Ferrus Manus and the loss of Zistavan V, these warriors would also come to see the forbidden technologies employed by their Legion commonplace, the desire to punish the traitors, overwhelming any concerns about provenance. Many Inducti were thus issued with augmentations derived from technology said to be sealed away from Ferrus Manus. Whilst undoubtedly effective, they were also somewhat erratic, to the point of being dangerous, though to the nihilistic Iron Hands, these risks were considered acceptable, and more often than not, when the Inducti were slain, they would often be resurrected again as foul revenants, via the machinations of the disastrous Dark Age of technology known as the Keys of Hell. The World Eaters. The Inducti of the World Eaters live short and typically brutal lives, thrown to battle with little regard for preservation of forces or missing attrition. Implanted with the butcher's nails at a young age, their tormented minds inhabited vac-grown bodies, resulting in even more unstable but undoubtedly ferocious killers, devoid of any sense, pain, fear, or defeat. Often poorly armed and equipped and barely trained, the natural bloodlust in which the Legion bred them would serve as all the tools they needed. The Ultramarines. Throughout the heresy, Rabute Gilliman made numerous tactical adjustments to his Legion, adapting it more subtly for the effective prosecution of that conflict. Newly inducted warriors would be trained to fight in more flexible formations, suitable to engagement that would be typical of the Horus heresy. Their belief in their cause was unshakable. The Death Guard. The Inducti of the Death Guard spent much of their training being separated from the bulk of their Legion, sent forth from smaller holdings and from Barbarous itself to fortify, endure, and if possible, expand their numbers. These warriors spread throughout the galaxy like a pestilence. Many foes were destroyed upon stumbling across their hidden garrisons, unaware of the threat before it consumed them. These Inducti were indoctrinated and trained to be resilient in the face of anything that the enemy could throw at them. The more of their brethren that were laid low, the more determined the survivors became to outlast their foes. The Thousand Sons. In the aftermath of the destruction of Prospero, the Thousand Sons were forced to be less discerning in their recruitment, experimenting with forbidden bioalchemy and psychic indoctrination techniques in an attempt to rapidly rebuild their scattered legion. The resulting Inducti were undoubtedly potent warriors and sorcerers, but exhibited a greater susceptibility to the flesh change. The prosecution of the Horus heresy left little time for extensive introduction in any but the most basic arcana. Etheric guidance was one of the most simplest arcanas, and thus this allowed the practitioner to form a bond between mind and weapon, ensuring that each shot fired found weakness in their foe's armor. The Sons of Horus. The Sons of Horus were reasonably indiscriminate in their recruiting practices, operating as they did at the forefront of the Civil War. The most successful Inducti, however, were taken from worlds whose gang traditions mirrored those of Chthonia, ensuring the new legionaries already understood the culture and the strength required to prove their worth in the eyes of their superiors. Inducted into the War Master's own legion, the Inducti of the Sons of Horus sought to prove their worth to the superiors. In a legion which brutality, resilience, and sheer strength begun to be seen as the only true virtues, with all others being known as weakness. The Wordbearers. As the Civil War progressed, the Wordbearers' mastery of profane lore became a core part of their strategies, unleashing the powers of the Imperium upon their unsuspecting foes. Marked with diabolical runes and brands, the Inducti were routinely exposed to the energies of the warp, hardening their souls and preparing their bodies for the eventual binding of malevolent warp entities. They were known as empty vessels, and they embraced it. For the Inducti of the Wordbearers strove to attract the eye of newfound gods through their actions, their richly marked body is a beacon to the denizens of the warp. The Salamanders. Following the events of Isstvan V, the scattered remnants of the Salamanders took to recruiting from worlds liberated from traitor oppression. These Inducti were often granted war gear taken from slain warriors of the Legion, accepting both the honor that this bestowed and the expectation that it brought. Banded together under Legion veterans, these new units fought even harder to earn their place. Because of the nature of the Salamanders, with each warrior handcrafting his own gear, making it incredibly high quality, and with now the process of the dead man's gear being transitioned to the younger generations, the Salamanders were one of the few legions in which the Inducti were just as well armed and armored as their veteran legionnaires of old, and were also some of the most well-trained, as they were often conjoined with other veteran legionaries to teach them, rather in other cases where they were combined to their own mass Inducti companies. For it was said that the veterans placed the trust and future of the Legion in the hands of each new recruit. The Raven Guard. The history of the Raven Guard's recruitment in the wake of Vistvan 5 is shrouded in mystery, but it is clear that the Legion recruited from many worlds left in the wake of the Lion's Crusade of Vengeance, taking the downtrodden and offering them a chance to strike back at their previous oppressors. The Raven Guard had molded a new generation of warriors in the image of those they had lost. Thus, the Inducti of the Raven Guard perpetuated the Legion's credo of never remaining stationary, extracting themselves from danger to strike anew and from a different angle. This would lead to lower casualties amongst the Raven Guard Inducti. It is also known that Corvus Corax at this time would create the Raptor program, an attempt to maintain the original potency of the Great Crusade-era legionary, yet at the same time accelerating the process to meet the demands of the new crusade. And whilst he would see initial success, his work would be poisoned by Chaos agents, forever removing the knowledge of the Raven Lord. The Alpha Legion. Thorough examination of the 20th Legion activity of the Horus Heresy had led to some to speculate that the Alpha Legion had been performing mass indoctrination of recruits since their very inception, using what other legions would call Inducti as the mainstay bulk of their legion, utilized in holding positions while their more experienced brethren would encircle the enemy. These warriors were employed in less clandestine roles that was typical of the 20th Legion's operations. Though relatively inexperienced, the Inducti of the Alpha Legion was still adept at mimicking the signals of their foes, and thus would be the bait to lure them in before the rest of the Legion would open fire and destroy them. But that's what the Legions thought of themselves. But now let's take a look at what someone else other than a Space Marine thought of these Inducti. Yet, it was within the bastions of the Fourth Legion that I was most disquieted. Though I had seen the oceans thick with blood, witnessed nature defined by creatures far beyond reality, it was in such forgotten redoubts that I was shaken. On the fringes of civilization, we tore down a string of fortresses. On each occasion, we were met not with attempts at discourse or taunts, so readily offered by others of such traitorous ilk, but with the voiceless ranks of warriors bedecked in silver, motionless, still in battle, ruthless in their slaughter. Only when a fortress was conquered did we catch glimpses of the truth, a boot prints impressed into the metallic from years of station, of armor unprotected and scarred by the passage of time, of pit caps displaying unmoving warriors given life only by trespassers, returned to slumber by the destruction. Each garrison was akin to automata, rousing only for battle, and returning to their positions once more, with gaps left in their ranks where the fallen had once stood. Wardens they were, but lacking in a desire to preserve, possessed only of a true passionate desires to stand until threatened, and then fight until they could stand no more. As a child, I dreamt of the Emperor's Astartes, of ascending to the stars as one of his angels. Years of bitter war has swept away such notions, yet a shred of idealism must still have lingered, for the creature's perturbable suns had wrought, unleashed darkness upon my soul. In skin and sinew, the guardians we faced with legionaries Astartes were far less in mind and in spirit. However, hollow they were, a sham of majesty, a facsimile of life created to propagate spite and death, to stand amongst rubble and ruin. Personal recollections of Anastasius the Rels, Legate Marshal of the 2903rd Solar Auxiliar Cohort, the Star Conquerors, during the liberation of the ravaged systems of the Sokrath sector. With that, let's sum up the Inducti. The Inducti are still Space Marines, by every stretch of the imagination, but the question lies in what type of Space Marines were they? The fact of the matter is that every single Space Marine, even in those legions that treated them very well, such as the Ultramarines and Salamanders, were not the same as the legionaries of old. They were less, regardless of how small it may have been, because at the end of the day, you cannot replace years of training and even countless more decades of honorable service. They were Space Marines, but they were not the same Space Marines. They were less in quality, but more in number. Such was the trade. But ultimately, the legacy of the Inducti can be summed up as follows. The Inducti were not the last of the legions, but they were the first of the chapters. For many of the gene seed flaws that are common in Space Marine chapters, such as the loss of the Betcher's gland in the Imperial Fists as well as the Raven Guard, and the trading practices of the Space Wolves, in that their recruits are often put into Blood Claws, which are shock assault units, stem all the way from the Inducti, and those hard choices needed to be made way back when. For what was supposed to be just a temporary measure to fill out ranks for the final assault would eventually become hallowed doctrine, carried on for tens of thousands of years. Another thing to make note of Inducti, the gene seed was permanently changed. The gene seed of modern day 40k has been degraded so incredibly hard compared to that of the Great Crusade, and that can be traced all the way back to the Inducti, and the Apothecarian was forced to meddle with what the Emperor had deemed good, for the sake of military power. The legacy of the Inducti is very much so like the legacy of Warhammer and the Imperium. What was supposed to be the best of the best, to hallow in and usher a new age, eventually became something but a weak mirror image. A lesson that in the grim darkness of the far future
everyone is less than what they were. But with the progressing of the setting, many old powers are being revivified, and with the introduction of the Primaris Marine, one must wonder where they stand in the grand scheme of all of this.
Right, Space Marine Black Shield. The term Black Shield is not native to a Space Marine, but rather has existed in Terra previously, and has in fact existed in our own IRL world. To be a Black Shield is to cover one's shield with either a black cloth or black paint. Now, why a person would do this is to prevent the enemy from seeing their heraldry. Now, if you know anything about history, you know that's hella weird. As for medieval knights and people, being seen was the whole point, to earn honor and glory. But for one reason or another, a Black Shield didn't want to be known who he was, or rather, more specifically, in some cases, he would reject who he was or his house, which is how this term is interpreted in Warhammer, as a Black Shield refers to a Space Marine that has rejected their parent Legion, and that's the only thing that it refers to. As we'll find out in this video, Black Shields are everything, anything, and all of nothing at the same time, but the one unifying factor is that they hate their parent Legion, and have rejected it outright, scouring their markings off their armor, and, you guessed it, painting their shields in black. Black Shields only became a thing at the outset of the heresy, as previously, the whole idea of Space Marines betraying one another just didn't exist. Moreover, the idea of the Imperium falling into a civil war was a failed concept. It just didn't happen. No one expected it. Now you could argue this is because Big E had about all as much understanding as a bag of bricks on the side of a road, and you might be correct. But even if people expected some type of civil war or rebellion, nobody expected just how goddamn bad this would be. The Horus Heresy was a cataclysm which changed everything. It destroyed the Imperium as a whole, leaving it completely unrecognizable compared to what it was supposed to be. So, how exactly did this happen? Well, quite simple. During the Betrayal in Istvan 3 and the Dropsite Massacre in Istvan 5, the remnants of those conflicts, for one reason or another, simply didn't want to be part of their parent Legion. They just scoured off their markings and painted their armor black. Now, the Shattered Legions are often compared to the Black Shields, but that isn't really correct. The Shattered Legions are the remnants of the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard, which couldn't hook up with their main force. They instead decided to run guerrilla campaigns in the traitors' back lines, being all partisans and whatnot. They had an ad hoc structure, but there was still a structure reminiscent of the Space Marine hierarchy, number one, and number two, they still boldly wore their chapter colors. They wanted everyone to know that the Raven Guard, the Salamanders, and the Iron Hands did not in fact die. They were still alive, they were still kicking, and they were ready for one hell of a fight. Black Shields though, Black Shields were different. Black Shields did not have any coherency, any structure whatsoever. They were literally warbands, held together purely by the personality and physical strength of the warband leader. Now usually this was an officer from the Legion, but that's just because you were used to following this guy's orders. Now a Black Shield warband could be anywhere from a couple thousand Astartes, low thousand. I think the most we have is maybe like 5,000. They were very, very small minority in all of the heresy, but a couple thousand, definitely below 5,000, to more often than not only a couple hundred. Now whilst Black Shields mainly came from the Traitor Legions, we do have accounts of Loyalist Black Shields. Now, they come to a very important point. Being a Loyalist Black Shield does not mean that you serve the War Master. Being a Traitor Black Shield does not mean that you serve the Emperor, as we have examples of both Loyalist and Traitor Black Shields, or rather what are presumed to be Loyalist and Traitor Black Shields, because again, Black Shields we don't know, bearing the sign of both the Aquila as well as the Eye of Horus. Which you understand, for a large part of Space Marines, when the heresy happened, they kind of lost their faith in Primarchs. Indeed, imagine your whole legion betraying everything that you have fought for, especially if you were a veteran. It is that type of betrayal that really just breaks your trust in the whole idea of Space Marine legions. So what Black Shields ended up doing is that they changed from specifics to more broad strokes. Let's say you have a Loyalist Black Shield warband. They will wear just the Aquila, and they will serve the Emperor and the Imperium in their own way. They will fight heretics, they will fight traitors, but they'll do whatever the hell they want. They don't give a damn about anyone or anything. They're a warband. They rove and they do what they do. Traitor warband, same thing. They support the War Master, but they're not going to fucking listen to Perturabo and do what he says, nor are they going to worry about supply lines, any of that bullshit. They're going to do whatever they want to do, but ultimately, their end goal is to support the War Master. Same thing with the Loyalist. Ultimately, their end goal is to support the Emperor. It's kind of the sense of that they believed that the Imperium had failed them, but the Emperor had not. The structure and bureaucracy that was placed in it, that failed. The people doing it, that failed. the Emperor, but the idea, that was still alive and well. So we follow the idea, just not really anyone else but it. Now this led to chaos. I mean, chaos as in like, you know, bad happenings, not chaos as in, well, chaos demons. Well, bad, chaos is bad. You know what the hell I mean. Now, how Black Shield warbands acted really did depend. But they did play important parts, as they were major players in the Ashblind of Euros, Vaults of Iberia, Tarraconis, as well as Ultian Rings offensives and campaigns. Not to mention, Black Shields were very much incorporated during the battle and the campaign for the Coronet Deeps. Basically, there were a lot of major heresy battles where Black Shields were present. Again, it was the idea that they had something to do. They fought for an ideology, for a idea, rather than a specific person, faction, or legion. Hence, why they may scrub off the armor of their parent legion, yet still will the Emperor's Aquila or the Eye of Horus with pride and respect. But now that you have an idea of what a Black Shield is, let's go and talk about the different types of Black Shields. So, the first Black Shield, it is collectively known as the Renegade, and it is the most common. Now the term Renegade here is not an exact translation to its actual definition, rather it's the idea that, as I mentioned before, they still follow the Emperor, they still serve the Emperor, or Horus in this case, but they don't actually follow any of the command structure hierarchy. They just do whatever they want to do whenever they want to do. Another thing is that in some cases they often didn't see themselves as loyalists or traitors either. A big part of what happens is the breaking of the psyche, as I mentioned earlier. You put your whole being into becoming something greater than human. You know, Space Marine, something that is just way beyond like modern humanity. And then all of a sudden, that whole idea of brotherhood that you've literally given your flesh and blood for is broken and shattered. You're gonna have some major changes in your system, and that's really what these renegades were. They still followed a goal, but it was a goal that they could personally believe in. A prime example, let's say you have what is a loyalist, right? A loyalist Black Shield warband. That Black Shield warband only defends their home world. They were a garrison force, for whatever reason, they got there, they're a mixture of different legions, they only defend their home planet. If they get a ring from the loyalists saying like, hey, you need to come here and protect this violin, they'll tell the loyalists to fuck right off. Why? Because they do what they do. They're still serving the Emperor, but they serve the Emperor by protecting the homeworld and their people. Why? Because they trust that. They know that they will not be betrayed. They know that what they're doing will have merit. Now, some renegades were actually really good with the Imperium and they followed orders. Again, some didn't give a fuck though. Even with these defined terms and defined types, there are even further subdivisions of Black Shields. And ultimately, a Black Shield does whatever the fuck they want, and we're just trying to put two and two together. Another thing that was rather common with renegades is that they often had death oaths. Essentially, there was a class of warband which was kind of like a Death Slayer. A Death Slayer is a specific type of Space Marine, usually a Black Shield, who, you know, fuck life, fuck living, fuck you, dad, I'm going to kill you or die trying. That's literally the mentality that they have. They will just grab whatever it is, could be anything, whether it be a rusted knife or a plasma pistol, and they just won't stop until that person is dead or they die trying. And the entire warband, several hundred Astartes, will be driven unto death, because it's better to die with honor than to live in shame. Again, mental breaks and psychic fuck-ups were pretty common. As you may think you may have trauma from your dad not buying you that toy when you were younger, imagine when you find out your dad gave you up so he could bone a demon. That's just wild. Moving on to the next type, we then have the Marauders. Now, how does a Marauder differ from a Renegade? Well, kinda in the same idea with the names. Whereas a Renegade has a purpose but doesn't follow specific commands, a Marauder goes around marauding. These were Space Marines, Black Shields, who just didn't give a fuck. Even more so, they didn't want to be part of the Loyalists or the Imperium, but unlike the Renegades, they didn't fight for other side. They created their own kingdoms. Oftentimes, you get bands of Space Marines gathering together and establishing their own pocket empires, conquering a planet or a system and planting themselves there. Or they would establish themselves as piratical raiders, living and plundering. They're the most malicious form of Black Shield, and generally speaking are what most people think of when they think of a Black Shield. Someone who has rejected the noble ideas of their house and of their lineage, and just gone forward into evil. You may liken them unto Robber Knights from our own history. These were Space Marines who just gave in, forget anything about loyalty, honor, forget about even following duty or a code, forget about picking sides. Nah, I just want to live a good life, whatever that is. And more often than not, that was done through malicious means. Now, of course, being a piratical raider, you're definitely malicious, but in some cases, these petty kingdoms weren't really evil per se. Not all of these were blood-soaked tyrants that sought to claim an empire for themselves. Again, it could just be some Space Marines who were so disillusioned by the whole idea of war, not only war, but a civil war between brothers, that they just set up their own shop and like, right, you guys fucked up, we're gonna go and make our own thing. It was the idea that the old structures had failed, so we will abandon them and pursue our own new ones. Basically, the exact opposite of the next type. The next one we have are what is known as atavists. The atavists were Space Marines who, when faced with the idea of the Imperium's collapse, they decided that, you know what, not my problem. But not in the sense that you think. Unlike the renegades, who didn't necessarily pick a side or follow orders, and unlike the marauders, who just went and did their own thing, the atavists decided that the reason for the main fuck-up was actually the legions themselves, not the Imperium or the Great Crusade. They were ostensibly loyalists, wholeheartedly, but what did they do? Simple. They abandoned any and all heraldry, and they just went back to the old styles, the proto-legions of the Great Unification Wars and early Great Crusade, and they just went off into the off-charts of space and conquered new territory for the Imperium. They were still loyalists, but they didn't participate in the Civil War. Rather, they went and conquered more empire for the Imperium. It's this weird nostalgic case of you work so hard for something, and again, seeing it broken and shattered, instead of facing the reality and putting your efforts to help solving the crisis, you're just like, right, I'm gonna go and do my own thing. We often see this in many cases of empires where there are great civil wars or massive social upheavals. Distant provinces will continue governing and acting on their own and won't be bothered with the issues of the main empire. They'll just carry on doing their own thing and wait for the empire to rejoin, or in some cases split off on their own. But with the atavists, they ostensibly waited for the empire to rejoin. So much so that during the scouring, there were massive swaths of territory that had been claimed for the Imperium. Not by any particular legion or expeditionary fleet, but simply by those who said that we are Space Marines of the Emperor, clad in the grey armor of the proto-legions and bearing the old raptor and lightning bolt. It's kinda sad when you think about it. These Space Marines, most of whom were Terran-born veterans who had served throughout hundreds of years, then to see it all beginning to slowly fall apart, they just gave into denial. And what would happen? Well, quite simply, each one of these new territories would have been devoured by the Lupercal. The whole idea of the Imperium would have been destroyed, and those old loyal servants of the Emperor would be slaughtered. Another case is what are known as orphans of war. Now, orphans of war were usually atavists, but not always. Orphans of war just refer to very old Space Marines who, like I said, they're orphans of war. They're disillusioned with both the idea of a legion. These were mostly the old Terran-born veterans who remember the glory days of the Unification Wars and the early Great Crusade, and they just rejected the idea of Space Marine legions outright. They were not Blood Angels or Sons of Horus, they were the Emperor's Angels of Death. That is what they were. And then finally, we have what are known as the Damned. Again, with most Black Shields, they were absolutely disillusioned with the whole fuck-up of the Horus Heresy, that they decided, you know what, I'm gonna do some weird shit. Now, damned fall into two categories. Those who were damned before, and those who were damned after. Those who were damned before referred to specific Space Marines who were ostracized by their legion, for one reason or another, usually because of a emotional flaw caused by the implantation of a gene seed, psychotic breakdowns, etc., those who were perceived unstable mentally, but also physically. If they had a specific physical mutation, or they were from a specific clan, or for one reason or another, there was something wrong with them either mentally or physically that they were shunned by their brothers. Those were the pre-damned. The post-damned, those were the normal Space Marines who became disillusioned, became Black Shields, and decided to fuck with shit they shouldn't fuck with. Such as Xenos technology deemed heretical by the Emperor, stuff like the Silica Anima, which is essentially AI from the Men of Iron, and pretty much anything and everything. It's the idea of like, hey, fuck you, shit is fucked, I'm gonna do whatever I want. Now these again fall into the same categories of either being any particular type of Space Marines who just didn't give a fuck, or they could be either loyalist or traitor forces who were driven to such ideas of horror from the sheer idea of the Horus Heresy that they decided to throw all caution to the wind and that they would ensure that they would do whatever it takes for their side to win, even if that includes slowly destroying themselves. Now the Damned are so called because what really categorized them more so than normal Black Shields, was the idea of the loss of restraint. They were psychotically and emotionally unstable. They didn't care what happened to them. They just wanted to get rid of it. All of it. Whether that be loyalists or heretics, or they just wanted to get away from both of them. They would sacrifice their lives and their souls using forbidden technologies that broke down everything. They themselves were truly broken. And if you're already broken, you don't really care if you break yourself even more. Unlike the other aspects, every single one of the damn Black Shield warbands were destroyed, wholly and utterly. That was their idea. None of them made it past the scouring, and they are the truest and saddest example of the Black Shields. Those who were promised everything, yet in the end got nothing. So, they chose to go out with nothing, because at least then they could go out on their own terms. Now, there are also 2 more types, but these are not specific types, or rather they are subtypes that could be found in any other of the warbands. Again, as we mentioned, such as the Orphans of War, or the Death Seekers. These are the Outlanders. These are more so Space Marines who just, well, they said fuck it. They decided to continue out in the front lines, going into the most furthest expanses. Again, either like Artivists, claiming for the Imperium, as Marauders, claiming their own empire or Piratical Raiders, or Renegades who thought that they could do the best by going behind the enemy lines, whether you're Loyalists or Heretics. And then finally, we have the Chimerae. The Chimerae were the ultimate example of just how messed up the heresy was. Chimerae refers to Space Marine who had chimeric gene seed. Chimeric gene seed is really, really, really bad. Now, to us modern day 40k people, and to most people, it doesn't really seem that bad of an idea. Just combine gene seed together, what's the worst that could happen? Until you think about it and you realize each gene seed is specifically genetically crafted by the Emperor of Man to make sure that they work perfectly, and even then some of those gene seeds got fucked up, such as the Emperor's children before they were reunited with Fulgrim, and of course Magnus before he thought that he had fixed it, but the squid had pulled a yoinky over his eyes. Now, what do you think is going to happen when a goddamn apothecary, half-drunk and God Almighty knows what, decides, right, I'm going to take these 2 organs, I'm going to smush them together and point it into this 13-year-old boy. Let's see what the fuck happens. What did happen? Bad shit. Very, very, very bad shit. Chimerae has such a bad reputation because 99% of the time, it was a failure. Because again, this was not done out of a, what could we do with this? This was done out of a, holy shit, everything is going to hell, I am desperate. Thus, you get apothecaries slamming shit together, putting shit where it shouldn't be, and what ended up happening is that these Space Marines were living time bombs, horribly mutated, corrupted in mental and physical capacities. They were all types of bad. However, not always. Very, 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 very rare instances, chimeric gene seed would actually become somewhat stable. The most poignant example we have are the Space Sharks. The Space Sharks are a chimeric hybrid between Raven God and Night Lord gene seed. TLDR, not really confirmed, but I mean, all signs point to it. They were made out of part of the Terran-born veterans who were exiled by their Primarch, essentially becoming Black Shields before Black Shields were a thing. They then began their campaign as loyal renegades, and ended up combating the Night Lords. Due to their nature of not really having anything, they ended up taking Night Lord gene seed and combining it with their own, thus resulting in the Space Shark gene seed, being chimeric, but stable, relatively speaking at least. So now that you're familiar with what a Black Shield is and the different types of Black Shields, you can see that they're not really that unified, and it really does depend, each Black Shield being its own thing. But one thing that we can say about all of them is how they fought. So, how did a Black Shield fight? Mostly as a guerrilla infantry. Now, obviously, this did depend from time to time, but the vast majority of Black Shield formations were infantry-based, like any type of irregular formation, as having heavy armor and relic weapons when you don't have any proper supply lines, pretty difficult. Now, of course, some Black Shield warbands that had a bulk of people from specific legion had more tendencies. If you were an Iron Hands Black Shield warband, you're going to have more vehicles. If you're a Blood Angels or Sons of Horus warband, you're going to be far more into drop pod assaults and quick striking. It really does depend. But 2 things we can guarantee. They're going to be hella lot of infantry, and their gear is going to be what's known as Pariah class gear. Pariah gear is a term used for any specific type of gear that is not standard issue, i.e. a suit of armor that is a combination of Mark 3, Mark 4, and Mark 5 plate. Mark 5 plate, Heresy era, being essentially the catch-all term for Pariah armor. Therefore, it's not out of vain to say that all Black Shields wore Mark 5 armor. Essentially, it was whatever you could get your hands on. Many times we have notable Black Shield warbands raiding from supply depots in any capacity, and this is every Black Shield warband. Even Loyalist warbands would raid from Loyalist depots because, again, if you operate outside of the chain of command, you also operate outside of the logistics supply chain, meaning that you gotta do whatever you gotta do to get what you need. In terms of how they fought, asymmetrical, plain and simple. Now, some Black Shield warbands were a bit more brutal and direct, such as the Black Shield warband led by the Rivenhound, Edyan Har, who were known for brutal, close quarters, hard-hitting, near-suicidal assaults. Though, you do have some other Black Shield warbands, particularly that of the Raven Guard, who focused far more on asymmetrical warfare, disrupting supply lines, logistics centers, sabotage, etc. assassinations. Again, it really did depend, but the one thing they had in common was that it was asymmetrical. Because as batshit crazy as your couple hundred boys are, they ain't gonna do jack and shit against an Iron Warrior's full Grand Battalion, let me tell you what. However, what is somewhat surprising, or not surprising depending on how you know about these things, more often than not, Black Shield warbands were actually at the tipping point, such as in the case of the Corona Deeps, where Loyalist-aligned Black Shield warbands actually became the difference and allowed the Loyalists to claim victory in the hard-fought campaign. Now, before we finish off, I just want to give you some examples of a few different types of warbands. The first one we have on the Ashen Claws. The Ashen Claws were Terran-born Raven Guard composed of the 18th chapter that were essentially exiled by Corvus Corax. Again, Corvus didn't like the Raven Guard being essentially some type of weird terror troop, and they were just yeeted out. During this time, they found their home in the Ghoul Stars, and they became the marauding type. They did whatever they want, they became practical raiders, they said fuck you, fuck loyalists, fuck heretics, and they just did whatever they want. So much so that they are actually still present today in the 41st millennium, and act as a renegade Astartes warband. Not Kalos, not loyalists, just doing their own thing. We then have the Fangs of the Emperor. The Fangs of the Emperor were again commanded by Edyan Har, and they were ostensibly a renegade loyalist faction. They didn't follow any particular orders, they didn't follow any comply change, but they were 100% committed to seeing the War Master burn for his deeds. Edyan Har himself would play a critical role, in fact, being the said Space Marine that actually encountered Horus on Terra itself, blocking the War Master's passive with his big-ass corpse. No, literally, bro 1v1 the War Master, Horus killed him, but he couldn't get past because this dude's chunkiest frame literally blocked the door. Fucking wild. It's like, even in death, I still fuck you. And then finally, we have a Black Shield warband known as the Reavers, which were led by the Nemean Reaver. These guys were again a pale star from the First Legion, that being the Dark Angels, and they essentially created their own mini-empire. They were tired of all the nonsense that was going on with the Horus Heresy and the Imperium, so they just created their own space and they fought against both loyalists and traitors. They wanted nothing to do. However, what's very important is that when the call came out during the final Siege of Terra on the Imperial Palace, the Nemean would actually heed the call, as well as with some of his followers. Not all of them, mind you, and would actually end up fighting for the loyalists in the final hours. And with that, will bring me on promptly to my next and final point, the idea of a renegade, the idea of a Black Shield. Black Shields are an interesting case. Now, how does one describe a Black Shield? What is the easiest way to describe one? What is the most effective way to describe one? And what is the most truest way to describe one? In all honesty, the answer is betrayed. Now, whilst the Horus Heresy was betrayal on a grand scale, for the individual legionnaire, it was something just different. I mentioned this earlier, but being a Space Marine, you are taken from a homeworld. You are joining an empire of man that seeks to reclaim the stars. You join a legion of demigods. You dedicate your life, more than your life, hundreds of years to this task. Then all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, it's shattered. The Imperium is no more. There is heresy now. There is a civil war. Brothers are killing brothers. What happened with your own legion? The sheer mental breakdown that will occur in anyone, even a Space Marine, is something that is just unimaginable. We often have this idea of Space Marines as being different. And they are indeed different. They are far above normal humanity, but they're still humans. Meaning they still have human tendencies, still have human wants, still have human desires, if they have far more control over it, but not total control. They're not absent from them. Black Shields are Space Marines who just couldn't deal with it. They couldn't deal with the idea of being betrayed. They couldn't deal with the idea of their life's work being ripped apart and rent asunder for nothing. They just couldn't deal with the idea that the concept that everything they had been fed had been a lie. The Emperor lied. There was no unity in humanity. It was all just rubbish. The Primarchs were not incorruptible. There was in fact gods out there. It was all a lie. So they changed their own way. They did their own thing. Whether that be still fighting for the Emperor and the ideal on their own terms, whether it be abandoning it altogether and setting up their own empires, or whether it be a bit of both. Black Shields were Space Marines. They were warbands who were just lost. They were looking for purpose. Now, where their purpose came from, they didn't care. All they knew is that they couldn't trust the Imperium anymore. But they had already given the Imperium their purpose, and the Imperium had squandered it. And such wrath is not easily undone. Black Shields are essentially Space Marines who are lost, and they decide to do their own thing. They tried to find who they themselves are, when their whole identity had been utterly erased. And it makes you wonder. We mentioned the Artivists, who claimed empires for the Imperium, and the Marauders who claimed empires for themselves. But what if, way out in the sub-reaches of space, in long forgotten by both traitors and loyalists, there is a small empire, a small kingdom, maybe just a sector, a couple planets maybe. It is ruled over by demigods, Space Marines, but not Space Marines as we know. 10,000 years, the gene seed would have been gone, it would have changed, maybe there would have been hybrids, but maybe they do exist. This new hybrid of blending in normal humans with Space Marines, a type of demi-Space Marine that's just different. Maybe there's no Space Marines at all. Maybe the idea of a Space Marine died out, and maybe all they have are just tales of what once was. Or maybe there's only a few left, ancient wardens, who tell the tale of how there was once a great empire, and how that empire betrayed them, and how these few lost sons fled and founded their own kingdom, where there would be no more lies, no more deceit, no more betrayal. Crafting a rich culture and history that lasted 10,000 years. Being exactly what they wanted, being what the Imperium, what the Emperor, what Horus, and what the traitors could not be to them. Their own empire that they could stand proud over. Something different. Something unique. Something which they could fight for. Then imagine that empire being found by either Imperials or by traitors. In either way, the result is the same. Submit or die. And in either submission, chaos will corrupt the culture, or the Imperium will eradicate it and replace it with worship of the God Emperor. In either way, the efforts of the Black Shields, those sons who sought to find something that wouldn't betray them, would ultimately be destroyed by both sides which would claim them as their own. The tale of a Black Shield is the tale of sorrow, the tale of betrayal, and the tale of sadness. It is the last vestiges of what a Space Marine truly was, an idea. For whilst in modern 40k, a Space Marine is purely a physical thing, back in the days of the Heresy in 30k, Space Marine was an idea more than anything else, the pure wrath of humanity made manifest. And the Black Shields were the last vestiges of that, those who still wanted the noble idea and were not willing to compromise it to choose War Master or Emperor. In fact, some Black Shields would even argue that the Inducti of the Space Marine were actually part of this decay, and were where the Space Marines truly began to lose themselves. Indeed. As in next week's episode, we're going to be taking a look at the Inducti of the Space Marine. We're going to be seeing just what they are, just what they did, but more importantly, what secrets did they possess? And we'll find out exactly about the secret sin that the Inducti committed, and how Space Marines were changed forever during the Heresy. We are covering every single lore Space Marine unit. The generic ones, that is. I'm not covering all the Legion ones and chapter specifics and name characters, because if I did, that would be about 300, and right now, even without them, I'm still like at least a triple digit. So yeah, I may be crazy, but I'm not that crazy. I mean, unless somebody subs to the captain tier and requests that video, in which case, yeah, I'll do it in a heartbeat. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we can get into today's video, let's just talk about what exactly this is going to be. We're going to be covering every single Space Marine unit according to the lore, that being a generic unit, i.e. a unit that every chapter or legion has access to, and we're going to be covering them in the 3 different eras of Warhammer 40k, that being the Heresy era, the Long War era, and the Era Indomitus. And we're not going to be doing this codex by codex, fast attack, heavy support and all that. We're doing this a little different. Why? Because I'm pedantic like that. There'll be 5 main categories that I'm going to divide the units into. The first is going to be the HQ, or the headquarters leaders section. Straightforward enough, any type of officer or leader within the legion or chapter. We then have elites. Elite units, these are your Terminators, Veterans, etc. Specialists, things like Apothecaries, Tech Marines, whatever you need. Land support, these are basically all the vehicles and anything that doesn't go up in the air. Speaking of the air, the final category is going to be the air/space support. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, buckle up, strap on in, it's going to be one hell of a video. And let's get into explaining the lore behind every single generic unit of the Space Marine roster in all of Warhammer 40k. Okay, so slight change of plans. This is going to be divided into 3 parts because I ended up recording the first part without this and just way too long. So in this episode, we're going to be covering the Heresy units only specifically. Good? Great? Awesome. So first up, we have the Heresy era. The Heresy era, / the Great Crusade era, is the original beginning of the Warhammer 40k time period as we know it. Big E emerged from Long Night and decided that humanity needed to reclaim its glory. So to do so, he created the Primarchs, and for each Primarch there was a legion. And thus, the Legiones Astartes were born. So, a very important thing to note about Legion units, and the Legions in specific, they were incredibly diverse and independent. Quite literally, every single unit was different in each Legion. For example, a tactical squad in, say, the Imperial Fist was indeed different from one of the Ultramarines. Not crazy different, mind you, but different enough to make a distinction. So when we cover the lore of these individual units, take it with a grain of salt, because as I said, it's different from Legion to Legion to Legion. But without any further ado, let's start off with the first thing, that being the HQ section. So first off we have a sergeant. A sergeant is the basic non-commissioned officer, and the sergeant would lead a squad, consisting of either 10 to 20 Marines. Again, depends on the specific legion. These were veteran Marines that had been chosen for leadership, and they had shown an ability to wrangle squads as well as shown their own personal acumen in according to the legion. And as any good soldier knows, the NCOs are the backbone of any solid army. We then have the Centurion. Now, the Centurion is a collective rank. What do I mean by that? Same thing with the later rank, the Praetor. The Centurion is a general term for a captain. As I said, each legion had a different term for Centurion or captain. But generally speaking, this refers to a mid-level officer. He commanded usually about a company or round about 100 to 1,000 Marines, give or take. And generally speaking, this is the first level of the officer corps. And these men were meant to be exemplars of not only martial skill, but also tactical acumen as well as the specific legion traits that were desired. For example, if you were an Emperor's Children, you'd expect it to be very perfect, very neat, very orderly. If you were a Night Lords, very sadistic, fear as well. Basically, they were the exemplars of their legion. Whatever the legion wanted in its Space Marine, these fellas showed it nicely. And then finally, to round off of the generic choices, we then have the Praetor. The Praetor is again the senior commander of a Space Marine legion. Think about a chapter master commanding anywhere from 1,000 to 10,000 Space Marines. These, generally speaking, numbered in the low tens. Most legions had about 20 to 30, give or take. But these were the most senior and veteran officers, and most of them would often go in to some of the more elite cadres of these specific legions. Generally speaking, the Praetors were the end-all and be-all in terms of legion officers. They were the greatest tacticians and some of the greatest warriors that the legion possessed. All in all, if you made it to a Praetor, you pretty much achieved the highest rung ladder of the Space Marines other than a Primarch, or the Primarchs in a circle. So that's going to wrap up the HQ section for the Legion. As I said, these are the generic choices. If you go into a specific Legion, there's going to be a lot of different ranks within ranks that exist outside of the rank structure. Again, it really does depend. We're then going to be moving on to the infantry section. And we start off with the humble, yet incredibly important tactical squad. The tactical squad is the bread and butter of the Space Marine legions, and Space Marines always. Armed with the trusty combat blade as well as bolter, these are the classic powered armored infantry that we all know and love. Tactical squads are grouped in anywhere from 10 to 20, and they are meant to hold the line. They are meant to either defend strategic positions with hails of bolter fire, or slowly advance up into the main battle line, destroying the foe with a hellacious torrent of pinpoint devastating bolter accuracy. Generally speaking, the bulk of every single Space Marine Legion was made up of tactical squads, because they're just really versatile. Not to mention, at the end of the day, the humble rifleman will always serve as the backbone of any professional military. So guns are cool and all, but sometimes a sword is just so much more better. And that's when we come to the spoiler squads. The spoiler squads are the counterpoint to tactical squads, in that instead of being armed with a bolter, they're armed with a bolt pistol and a vicious chain sword. These were essentially the close quarters combat variant of tactical squads. And generally speaking, they were combined and joined with tactical squads. Tactical squads would be the main focal point, they would draw the fire and provide covering fire, and the spoilers would run around the side and then hack people apart with a vicious chainsaw sword. As you can imagine, the spoilers were more common amongst legions that preferred melee, a la Space Wolves, Blood Angels, World Eaters, etc. However, a weird note about this. As the heresy progressed, generally speaking, the spoiler squads tended to be used more and more by the traitor legions, whereas tactical squads were used more and more by the loyalists. Now, I don't think that this has anything to do with some type of malicious chaos intent. A very simple answer is that the loyalists had to defend a lot of worlds, and generally speaking, a bolter is better at defending, whereas a chainsword is better in offense, because the whole point of a chainsword unit is to hit hard, hit fast. The traitors were much more on the offensive, well, they had to be, and they were much more about raiding specifically. That's just a theory, I don't really know, or it could just be a quirk of the legions. All in all, those are your two standard units. But if you like the spoilers, but you know, running into gunfire doesn't exactly sound pleasing to you, what about jumping into gunfire? And then we have the Assault Marines. The Assault Marines are basically the spoilers, except they are armed with jump packs. Jump packs allow them to bound and leap across the world at a tremendous speed. Not to mention, it gives them extra punch in melee. Because you know what's worse than having a several kilogram, 100-pound tank man charging at you? Said several 100-pound kilogram tank man charging at you, but he's also moving at twice the speed because he has a goddamn big-ass jetpack the size of your mother. And that's saying something, fella. Generally speaking, assault squads were deployed when you needed shock infantry. And like I said, all melee legions love the spoilers, but assault legions in particular adored them, i.e. the Lunar Wolves and the Blood Angels were very, very big fans of these guys. So generally speaking, when you want like heavy duty assault, you call for the assault. No surprise there. But if you want something a little bit more tanky, a little bit more staying power, then we come to my favorite unit of all of the heresy, the Breacher Marines. I actually have a video on them. Go ahead and click on it. It's good. Probably, I made it like a year ago, so it might be shit, who knows. The Breachers are the definition of staying power. Armed exclusively in Mark III iron armor, as well as wielding titanic boarding shields, these fellas had two purposes. One, to fight in places that other people would not, aka Zone Mortalis or the Deadly Ground. Think about irradiated hellscapes, the first breaches into a siege, starship corridors, anything where it's tightly compact that's just begging to use a shield wall. And secondly, when you need a line of infantry to just put their foot in the sand and say, fuck you, I ain't moving. These are breachers. And they could be armed usually with bolters, or they could be armed with chainswords, or chainswords and bolters depending. But generally speaking, it was the bolter and shield combo for that solid phalanx support. And these are one of the most beloved units by all of the legions, particularly the heavy infantry legions, i.e. Death Guard and Salamanders. And it's a damn shame that they didn't make it into 40k, but I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here. But all in all, if you need a unit to hold, Breacher Marines are the tactical holding marine, and goddammit do I love them. We then have the Tactical Support Squad. The Tactical Support Squad is essentially a lighter version of the Heavy Support Squad, which we'll touch upon later. Tactical supports carry, generally speaking, special weapons that are not heavy, i.e. instead of heavy flamers, they carry regular flamers. Instead of plasma cannons, they carry plasma guns. Instead of multi-melters, they carry melters. These are essentially support squads. These squads are, generally speaking, much less than the standard mainline infantry, and they're meant to use to support the main infantry offensive. The idea is that these guys will be held in back in case you get a particular nasty unit that the standard infantry is going to have a hard time dealing with. If you get a horde, you're calling for flamers. If you get some type of heavy infantry, you're calling for plasma. If you get into some type of aircraft, rocket launchers. If you get into some type of armor, you call in the melters. And the good thing about these guys is that they're used specifically for like lighter vehicles. So like heavy infantry, lighter armor, lighter aircraft. They don't exactly have the punch of the heavy support, but they're significantly quicker to move and more flexible. Also, they cost less resources. So generally speaking, these are the main bread and butter of what you do for support forces. But speaking of heavy support, let's talk about them. These are the Heavy Support Marines, the precursors to the Devastators. These are armed with heavy weapons, heavy bolters, heavy flamers, plasma cannons, multi-melters. They have specialized backpacks that generally speaking power or load ammunition into their preferred weapon. They're slow, heavy, ponderous units. And they have one singular duty: destroy whatever the hell they're looking at. These are the premier anti-everything infantry. They have a devastating amount of firepower. The only issue is that they move kinda slow, giving all the heavy gear, and they're not exactly the most staying type of infantry. They're a little bit on the fragile end. But again, having that ability to just carry on a chunky heavy bolter, it is very, very, very nice. And they are cheaper compared to an actual tank or some type of support craft. But to me, they strike me as a unit that is all about how you use them. If used by someone who knows what they're doing, hilariously deadly. If they're used by someone who has no idea what they're doing, they're gonna die a terrible death. But all in all, gotta love Devastators. We then move into the Scouts. Scout Marines are, generally speaking, Space Marines that are not exactly neophytes, but not exactly fully fledged battle brothers yet. They're armed in scout armor, and they're incredibly speedy. They are meant to go to and from, going from left to right, finding out exactly all the little bits of information and details, getting exactly what they need, and getting back the information. They are Scouts, meaning that their whole job is to go forth, gather information, and fall back. They are not meant to fight. They're armed with bolters as well as some other weapons, shotguns, combat knives, but that's only for self-defense. These guys are not armed in power armor, they're not full of starties yet, they are very fragile. Scouting is simply meant to gather information. You're not really meant there to engage the enemy. That's more of a job for recon. Speaking of recon are generally speaking scout marines that have become full marines, but they really like scouting, so then they move on to recon. Reconnaissance, unlike scouting, has a bit more teeth. Their main goal is to gather information. Generally speaking, they can indeed gather information via force. Clad in full Legion power armor, these guys are the quintessential professional information gatherers, or information killers, as generally speaking they're armed with Nemesis bolters, which are sniper bolt rifles. They can often move in small groups and used to assassinate high-value targets or provide devastating overwatch in larger formations. The main difference between them and the scouts is that once a scout is done gathering the information, he's hard-telling it back home. Recon Marines are going to set up with a sniper rifle and take a few heads. All in all, really cool unit, and I love the distinction between the recon and scouting elements. And then finally for the infantry we have something called a Legion Seeker. Legion Seekers are fast-moving infantry that are generally speaking armed with a variety of weapons, be they bolters, chainswords, grenades. It really just did depend from Legion to Legion. The point of these units is to simply be fast-moving infantry, either used as a quick reserve force or, in some of the more aggressive legions, very hard-hitting destroyer elements. These are essentially fast-moving infantry and depends what you want them to do. Do you want them to be a bit more melee-oriented? You can throw on them with some chainswords as well as grenades. Some legions give them bolters. These were very much the unit that really did depend the most when it came to Legion. But their primary factor and the thing that distinguished them the most is that they were meant to seek. They could either become destroyer secret squads, information seekers, they could join the recon, but they moved quickly, and that was the whole shtick. And that brings us to the end of the infantry for the Horus Heresy era. As we can see, with the whole infantry, it's very specialized, and something that we'll notice that is far more present here than in other of the later two eras. Big, chunky squads. Having tactical infantry squads in 20-man bricks is wild in some cases. Not to mention, each role is specified. The idea was behind the infantry of the Horus Heresy was that you had one unit to do one job, and was supposed to do that job the best. There was a little overlap here and there, but each unit has its own unique thing that completely separated it from its other counterpart. But all in all, love the infantry, and it really does the job of showing you that the Legiones Astartes truly was a devastating sci-fi but proper professional military. But from the stock standard line holders to those who are anything but, let's talk about the elites. First up we then have veterans. Veterans are quite simply in the name, veterans of any type of marine. You take any type of the previous infantry and they are simply just better. They've survived longer, generally speaking, or plus 100 years, 150 give or take, and they have that experience. And they can be armed with a variety of things. Again, it depended from legion to legion, but generally speaking the entirety of the armory was there for them. And veterans are one of the most underslept units in the entirety of not only the heresy, but also the tabletop. Veterans are essentially a Swiss army knife or whatever you need. Do you need them to hold the ground? Give them boarding shields and upgrade their armor. Do you need them to be heavy-duty, fast-hitting melee troops? Give them power weapons as well as jump packs. Do you need them to be special weapon destroying monsters? Hell, give them plasma guns, melter guns, or anything in between. And the best thing about them is that you can combine units. You can have half of them with power swords, you can have the other half with plasma weapons. These are the definition of a Swiss Army knife multi-purpose unit. Not to mention, they're better than regular Space Marines, meaning that they hit harder, they hit better, and generally speaking they have better rules, more morale. They are just absolute golden. I adore these guys, and they are definitely slept on. But a unit that isn't slept on and that everyone absolutely adores, and honestly is one of, if not the favorite units of all of Warhammer 40k, the Terminators. And generally speaking, Terminators can come in three main flavors in the Heresy. Well, two really, one towards the latter end. The latter end being the Indomitus pattern. This was the first ever prototype of the modern 40k Terminator armor, and generally speaking it was only used towards the very latter ends of the Horus Heresy circa the Siege of Terra by the Loyalists, so you don't really exactly see it much. Then of course there is also the Saturnine pattern, or what we assume to be the Saturnine pattern. It's not actually technically called the Saturnine pattern, it's just something that the community as a whole has collectively decided it's the Saturnine, which is the first ever form of Terminator armor which has more in common with a Dreadnought than anything else. It is the tankiest, most durable, and can carry the biggest firepower, but it is the least agile, least slow, and generally speaking, it's one of those things that this is something like the Iron Warriors would love. Something like the Imperial Fist, like people who adore siege warfare. But now we come to the two main types. That being the Cataphracti, my beloved, and the Tartaros, which is pretty cool. The Cataphracti is the main Terminator. It is big, it is chunky, it is thick, and goddammit, if you need a unit to stay, you slap these boys with some storm shields, you place them in a battle line, and whoo, boy, they will not move an inch. Cataphracti Terminators are the definition of holding infantry. They are the tankiest foot infantry of the Legionis Astartes, period. And they only get more and more and more deadly when you get to Legion-specific variants. Fire Drakes, my beloved. Oh yes. But to wield Terminator armor is an honor. Not only is it an honor, it's also kinda deadly. Being the thickest and tankiest boys, that means you're placed in the most dangerous of situations. And, indeed, casualty rates among Terminators were pretty high, especially during the Heresy. But at the end of the day, if you need a unit to hold or carry big weaponry, these are your boys. And then we have the Tartaros. The Tartaros is like the Cataphracti, except, generally speaking, better. It offers the same protection, but you don't move like a snail covered in molasses riding on a turtle. It does come at the cost, however, of being more complicated and more expensive to maintain as well as create. But generally speaking, this is the route that Terminator armor was going before everything kind of went to shit. And eventually, it resulted in the Indomitus pattern, which is basically everything like the Tartarus, except it lacks the protection of the Tartarus and the Cataphracti, but it was seen as a good compromise. Generally speaking, with Terminator units, they've been classified in one of two categories: Assault and Support. Assault, pretty simple. These are, generally speaking, melee, but not always. Armed with Lightning Claws, Thunder Hammers, Storm Shields, Power Fists, Storm Bolters, etc. They're meant to get up close and personal with the enemy and show them just how powerful that big old fist really is. God damn it, I love Cataphracti, my favorite. Love me Terminators. Simple as. And support, generally speaking, on with support weapons, the most common being the Cyclone Missile Launcher, made famous by the Ultramarines Fulminatis Terminators as well as the Iron Warriors Tyrant Siege Terminators. In addition, big chunky autocannons, rotary autocannons, heavy-duty melter weapons, Volkite weapons, support weapons, plasma weapons, these are meant to stay still and be a brick shithouse of fire. They're meant to throw out heavy-duty bolts of fire and not care. Remember how we mentioned the issue with the heavy support squad was that they're kind of fragile? The Terminators don't give a fuck. They're anything but fragile and they carry just as much if not more firepower than the heavy support squad. And then to round out Terminators we have the Nullification Squad Terminators. Essentially they carried nullification wards. As the heresy went on and on and on, psychic shenanigans a la demons became more and more prevalent and more of a pain in the ass to the loyalists. So eventually, specific Terminator units, the tankiest there being of the infantry, were clad in nullification psychogrammatic wards, aka anti-psycho wards. And these units were used specifically to fight against demonic threats, or threats where the warp was unstable. TLDR, veteran elite Astartes clad in the heaviest armor we have with anti-magic nonsense. All in all, good shit. And then finally, we have the Destroyer Assault Squad and the Destroyer Mortalis Squad. These are essentially the same unit, the only difference being is that the Destroyer Assault Squad has the Assault Jump Axe, hence their name. But these are essentially war crime Space Marines, because their main weapons of choice are flamethrowers as well as rad grenades. But as the name implies, the Death Troopers as well as the Destroyer Squads, these guys were meant to eradicate. More specifically, eradicate infrastructure, people, as well as anything deemed a threat. The idea was that they moved incredibly fast. They were armed with vicious weapons, chain weapons, or in some cases for the elites, power weapons. They were armed with hand flamers, Volkites, melters, plasma, things that absolutely destroyed, and the thing that really set them apart was their grenade types. Rad grenades, but in some cases Phosphec, and in some other cases Psych-Out grenades. Again, these were a unit, again, much like the Seekers, very Legion dependent on what exactly you got. In some cases they could be really elite, like the Ashen Circle of the Wordbearers, armed with vicious chain weapons as well as hand flamers, meant to destroy not specifically a certain type of entity, but more specifically the culture as well as history of a populace, libraries, royal houses, lore masters, cultural leaders, religious sites, etc. These are Destroyer Marines, and it's in their name. They move fast, they hit hard, and they're terribly effective, especially against non-Astartes foes. And then that wraps up the Elite section. As we can see, the Elite section is generally speaking divided into Terminator and non-Terminator units. With the Terminators, their roles are pretty simple. They're big, thick, chunky, heavy-duty infantry. But with the others, it's much more varied. With the Destroyer Assault Squads as well as the veterans, really depending on Legion to Legion. Elites is one of those things that really does depend on what Legion you do, as Legions value different things. So their elites would represent the different values of the specific Legion. White Scars elites, generally speaking, moved incredibly fast. Salamanders and Death Guard were incredibly durable. Whereas Ultramarine elites were generally speaking far more balanced and well-rounded. But now we've covered the infantry and the elites, let's talk about everything else that goes on the land. So first up we have the Rapier Battery. The Rapier Battery is a grouping of 2 or more Rapier units. The Rapier Assault Unit is a combat platform that is designed to move a big gun to a certain position, a la laser destroyers, quad las cannons, massive rotary cannons, literal artillery pieces. these are the man-portable support weapons of the Adeptus Astartes. Imagine kind of like the support weapons or the field guns of the Astra Militarum, but Space Marine sized. They're essentially the final form of the Devastators. Mobile artillery that goes where it needs to and that hits hella hard. Again, generally speaking, in some of the more faster units, although the White Scars and Raven Guard, not really there. Against more of the heavier units, defensive units especially, Imperial Fists, Iron Warriors, Salamanders, Death Guard, absolutely adored these. We then have the Outrider Bike Squad. Quite simply put, cavalry. As I mentioned before, White Scars absolutely adore these guys. But these were armed in Space Marine Outrider bikes. They had main bolters built into the bikes, and generally speaking they were armed with chainswords or bolters or anything in between. Again, another unit that really did depend on which legion you were in, but these guys either acted as scouts assisting the scout squads, or they could act as actual cavalry, either shock cavalry or range cavalry. All in all, it's a Space Marine on a bike. And whether or not you think it's effective, you gotta admit, seeing a Space Marine rolling down a bike yelling, that's a hell of a feeling, and goddamn it is it good. Yes sir. But if you like bikes but you think that you are above the ground, I present to you the jet bike. Jet bike squadrons, generally speaking, could come in a variety of different forms, the most common being the Javelin, or the Sky Hunter. But generally speaking, these were used as either also scouting and reconnaissance units, or in some legions, destroyer formations. They could be armed with multi-melters, plasma cannons, Vulcan calibers, missile launchers, and they'll be used as fast-moving, hard-hunting seeker-destroyer units. The absolute bane of heavy armor or heavy artillery, because these things moved at Mach 10 and they hit like a truck. Not exactly the tankiest thing, but hey, you don't have to have good armor if you don't get hit. We then have the Predator. The Predator and its many variants are the main version of the Space Marine battle tank. Armed with a autocannon, or in some cases las cannons, it is the classic standard battle tank. Solid armor, solid treads, rolling thunder baby, and again, it was used primarily by units that liked heavy armor. Again, Iron Warriors, Iron Hands. If they had a panache for heavy vehicles, this was it. We then have the Basilisk as well as the Medusa. The Basilisk and Medusa are indeed the standard Basilisk and Medusa that we know from modern 40k, except there was a lot of overlap between the Imperial army as well as the Adeptus Astartes. If the particular Astartes Legion thought that this particular unit could indeed work, they would use it. Though it's a very important note, the Basilisk and the Medusa and other units used by the Imperial army that were used in the Space Marines were generally speaking of significantly higher quality, and they were adjusted to be, well, Space Marine size, and adjusted to Space Marine biometrics, meaning that the targeting was faster and quicker, the loading cycle was faster and quicker, it was Space Marine equivalents. The Basilisk was armed with a 155mm Earthshaker, whereas the Medusa was armed with the terrifying 350mm Bombard heavy siege gun. And again, these were way more common in which cases that heavy artillery was common in units, again Iron Hands, Iron Warriors. If they were known for their vehicles, this is where they would find them. Generally speaking though, in some of the other legions, they weren't really found. Again, this is really something that was like, hey, you specialize in this is what you're going to get. Such as the Aquator. The Aquator was a unique type of heavy-duty artillery piece that was known for its main grav bombard cannon. Again, it was kind of like the Medusa except firing regular old HE, it fired grav flux bombard technologies, aka mini black hole gravity gun. As you can imagine, this was specifically for the Space Marines and again, only for very specialized legions that like the heavy duty armor. But even those legions who weren't really a fan of big armor had to admit, seeing that big old chunk of black hole going from Mach 10 all the way over there, it was a hell of a sight. We then have the Scorpius as well as the Whirlwind. The Scorpius is essentially a proto-version of the Whirlwind. They're essentially anti-aircraft platforms based on the Rhino chassis. But whereas the Scorpius is said to have much more smaller missiles, the Whirlwind goes on much more bigger missiles. Specifically 4 for the Whirlwind, whereas in some varieties of the Scorpius, it's kind of like a rotary launching system, or it could just be artillery piece in of itself. Again, it varied from legion to legion, but both of them are anti-aircraft platforms. So divide them like this. Scorpius, lighter threats. Whirlwind, bigger threats. We then have the Saber Assault Tank. The Saber Assault Tank is unique in that it wasn't necessarily a thing during the Great Crusade, but during the Horus Heresy, it exploded in popularity. Basically, you took the already ubiquitous Rhino chassis, and you gave it more armor, as well as an even bigger gun. Think of it very much like the Stug from the Germans in World War II. It was made out of ineffectiveness, and it was incredibly potent. Mainly, it had a laser destroyer on it, which was incredibly effective against other Space Marine tanks a la the Sicarian and the Predator. Cheaper to make, easy to maintain, super rugged, lacking any complex components, it was a big gun in a big metal armored box. Generally speaking, crewed by 1 or 2 Space Marines, it did what it needed to do and it did it well. And generally speaking, it was a very loved unit throughout the entirety of the Heresy. Why it didn't make its way into 40k, I will never know, but it was pretty effective. We then have the Vindicator. Vindicator is the main bombard moving artillery platform. Whereas you have something like the Medusa and the Aquator, which are meant to be more backline units, the Vindicator is armed with a massive siege shield. And it's meant to clear its way through rubble and debris and be a direct, fire support, lobbing big old chunks of HE anywhere that needs to be. Heavily armored, heavily armed, but incredibly slow. Again, heavy armored as well as siege legions absolutely adored this big chunkin' thing. Not to mention, it just looks cool. Look at that. That looks great. We then have the Malcador Assault Tank. The Malcador Assault Tank, again, something that's shared with the Imperial Army. It was a heavy tank, armed with terrifying rapid-fire battle cannons. This thing wasn't really that popular with the Space Marines, to be fair. Again, this is only really found amongst niche legions that really specialize in heavy armored warfare, and it was that weird thing of like, hey, big armor, 2 guns, not exactly much like a super heavy, but it really was a niche unit. But the units that did field it, they did indeed love it. Because again, it wasn't complicated, wasn't complex, and it was attritionable, being the key word there. So again, siege legions, heavy armored legions adored this thing. But hey, it did its job, bro. Heavy bolters as well as heavy battle cannons, they're going to take care of anything, and it had enough heavy armor to piss off anything that wasn't dedicated anti-tank. And it has a unique variant, the Macarius Infernus, aka Flamethrower the Tank. Take a look at this bastard. Look at him. It's a giant flamethrower with a tail. It's like the alligator tank from hell. I love it. It's amazing. We then have the Cestus Assault Ram. As its name, this was a heavy armored transport meant to walk up to enemy formations, fortresses, whatever it may be, slam on in, make a breach, and disperse its cargo of infantry, either veterans or in most cases, terminators. Usually be armed with some type of multi-melter or melter cutter or breaching device, big drill, something to open up a way to allow its boys to get in. And it was incredibly used in space-to-space combat. Because again, you just chuck this thing into the size of a ship, boom, you got a way in. Very well used, very well loved. Again, it was used mainly by the naval legions as well as the melee legions, a la Imperial Fists, World Bearers. But generally speaking, as the heresy progressed more and more, it became more and more used as melee combat and the bloody combat and the terrible reality of Astartes and Astartes violence became a thing. It became adopted by more and more of the legions. But all in all, it's good. We then have dreadnoughts. There were 4 main types of dreadnoughts that were accessed across the entirety of the legions. We have the good old Castra Ferrum, and the least powerful. The Castra Ferrum was a unique type of dreadnought. It was the first ever proto-dreadnought, and generally speaking, it wasn't really used that much throughout the heresy. It did its job. It could be armed with any variety of weapons. It could go twin fists for twin types of assault, or it could go for a balanced combo of 1 ranged weapon, 1 fist, or it could just double up and do 2 ranged weapons. But an important note, the Castra Ferrums of the heresy, generally speaking, were much more advanced than the ones of 40k, but they weren't really used that much, because the preferred method of dreadnought for those of Warhammer 30k and the Space Marines was the beautiful Contemptor pattern. And just looking at it, you can see why. It had a better shielding with its automatic shield, not to mention it looked more like a human. The warrior within felt more like a bigger version of what he was supposed to be. It was more advanced, better talking system, better life support system, and it had a better retention of the pilot. For those of you who don't know, when a Space Marine is inserted within a dreadnought, eventually they will lose themselves over time. Either they will lose their mind, or they'll quite literally burn out. The Contemptor has the best recovery rate of any and all pilots. If you got stuck in a Redemptor, you were going to live for a solid amount of time. And again, the Contemptor is just an upgraded version of the Castra Ferrum. You could gain it with 2 melee weapons, 1 ranged, 1 melee, or 2 ranged. And again, anything that a particular legion had in mind. Hell, even throw a jump pack on it like the Blood Angels did. But if you want something a little bit more specialized, we then have the Deredeo, aka Daka the Dreadnought. The Deredeo is specifically armed for long-range support, armed with 2 massive autocannons, bolters built into its chest, as well as a missile launching system. It is meant to rain down hell upon enemy units. It is quite literally a mobile gun turret. It is Daka the Dreadnought, and it does its job really well. In addition, it has an advanced targeting system array, allowing it to accurately pour its devastating fire. So not only do you hit hard, you hit accurately too. On the downside, it was a little bit on the pricey side. And again, this was seen much more amongst the siege legions as well as those who really liked their heavy armor. But one dreadnought that every single legion had and every single legion loved is the king of the dreadnoughts, my beloved, the Leviathan dreadnought, baby. The Leviathan is the biggest, baggest, chunkiest motherfucker you ever did see. It is the biggest dreadnought of all of the heresy, and it packed the greatest punch, the most staying power, and it was just absolutely beautiful. The only downside being that it did burn through its pilots a little bit faster than the dreadnought, Deredeo or Castra Ferrum, but it was significantly worth it. Leviathans were exactly as their namesake says, Leviathans. Absolutely unbreakable monsters. There are records of Leviathans taking point-blank melter shots and still carrying on. The only way to truly destroy Leviathan was to destroy the chassis outright. It was a terrible monster of a weapon, and incredibly badass. To be placed inside of a Dreadnought was already an honor. To be placed inside of a Leviathan was an honor on top of an honor. And they were only very, very, very rarely deployed pre-Heresy, when the situation was most dire because they were so precious. But during the Heresy, they were used pretty much as blunt objects. The sheer loss of Leviathans that happened during the Heresy was so catastrophic that they became near untouchable relics in modern day 40k. But when you consider just how good they were, well, I don't blame them. We then have the Sakharin. The Sakharin, alongside the Predator, was the mainline battle tank of the Adeptus Astartes, and it could be armed in 3 ways: a massive plasma unit, a massive Gatling cannon, or massive Volkite units. And again, this goes to show the 3 main aspects of the Horus Heresy. Space Marines were expected to fight one of 3 things: very heavily armored stuff, that's why I have the plasma, hordes of units, that's why I have the rotating Gatling gun, and very big beasties, that's why I have the Volkite. For those who don't know, Volkite, very, 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 very good against organic targets. Hilariously good, terribly good, absolutely amazing. So, the 3 main battle tanks have that. The Sakarian was a more advanced version of a tank. Sleeker, deadlier, better armaments, better sight, better armor. It was generally speaking the Tank Plus. And it was used heavily in the main assault formations. So heavily, in fact, that it eventually would disappear from 40k as a whole. But some rare legions could still possess them. And then finally, for the regular tanks, we have everyone's favorite, the Land Raider. And no, I don't care what GW says, there's no motherfucker named Arkan Land. That is dumb. What's next, fucking Tim Bolt? Jesus Christ. The Land Raider is the main transport tank. Armed with las cannons as well as bolters, it is meant to load up a bunch of boys inside, either veterans or usually Terminators, drive up all the way to the front, disgorge its cargo, and simply sit there like a brick shithouse telling motherfuckers to piss off because it's here and it's there to stay. It is the quintessential Space Marine tank. And it's just amazing. We love it, we all know the Land Raiders, and it has so many variants. And that's not even talking about the Legion-specific variants. But at the end of the day, they all did one thing. They were meant to take the boys from point A to point B and spew loads of hot lead to any motherfucker who dared looked in their way. All in all, love me Land Raider. So, generally speaking, that does it for all the normal land vehicles. The next ones we're going to be talking about are all the super heavies. And Space Marines use a lot of super heavies. The first up are the super heavy variants of the Land Raider, that being the Spartan and the Kratos. The Spartan is just a bigger version of the Land Raider, generally speaking twice as big, twice the amount of las cannons, twice the armor, twice the shielding, and twice the carrying capacity of cargo. It is big, it is chunky, and it is meant to get from point A to point B under even more heavy amounts of fire and simply say, fuck you. It's a bigger Land Raider, what's not to love? The Kratos, however, takes the whole troop compartment thing and does away with it. And instead it installs a variety of battle cannons. The Kratos is the main super heavy of the Space Marine formation. It's the general purpose big chunky boy. You can imagine it like the Space Marine Baneblade, but better because it's a Space Marine. It's this big super heavy tank armed with a variety of weapons, be it autocannons, missile launchers, las cannons, and you can just kit this thing out to the max. Honestly, I adore it. Because again, big tank, what's there not to love? But if you want something a little bit more specialized, we then have the Blade series. We have the Falchion, the Fellblade, and the Glaive. These are the 3 variants of the Baneblades that were exclusive to the Adeptus Astartes. And as I mentioned before, they mirror the Sakharin, in that they were armed to face the 3 main versions of foes. We have the stock standard Falchion. It is armed with twin super heavy Falchion cannons. Again, rapid fire, they hit hard, and meant to deal with the standard infantry horde. You then have the Fellblade. The Fellblade was armed with twin volcano cannons. Basically, anything super heavy armored, especially Titans or Knights. Good night. The Fellblade was anti-armor bane to a T. And finally, we have the Fellglaive. The Fellglaive was armed with massive Volkite carronades. Again, there were a lot of big beasties in the Horus Heresy, so anything like giant Tyranid swarms, Biotitans, this thing, big heat ray gun, absolutely destroyed. Combine the fact that you can have them with heavy bolters and las cannons, it was indeed a really great solid tank, not to mention, they look hella good. We then have the Macarius. The Macarius is again the final unit that was shared by both the Space Marines as well as the Adeptus Imperialis army. On the land, that is. The Macarius was a super heavy tank, a cousin to the Baneblade. Bit slower, bit older, but still got the job done. Armed with a massive Macarian cannon, it was incredibly effective. But again, it was slow, it was old, but it was again prized by siege legions, because why? It's not complex. Again, siege tank. Speaking of siege tanks, we have 2 other variants. The first is the Cerberus Tank Destroyer, armed with the Cerberus Laser Destroyer. This is something that is similar to the Fellblade in that it's very much anti-armor, but again, it's much more of a conceal and wait rather than get up in your face. The whole point of this thing is that you're supposed to hide in concealment, wait for the Titan to pitch up, get into its blind side and its weaker armor, and then let loose with big hits. Again, very effective, and again, wasn't as expensive as the Fellblade. Problem is though, it wasn't as durable, and it didn't really have anything else to do. It was anti-armor purely, whereas the Fellblade, it can handle a little bit more to it. But again, really good. Also, you like big lasers? This is your tank. And then we have the Typhoon. The Typhoon is the bigger brother of the Vindicator. Quite literally, it's literally just an upscaled Vindicator, armed with a massive bombard cannon and an even bigger shield and even bigger armor. Again, this is a siege tank, loved by the siege legions, and loved by myself truly. Because look at this thing, it's big, it's chunky, and it's heavy. Why wouldn't I love it? Then we have our final three options. The first is the Crassus and the Preto. The Crassus is an armored assault transport, also shared by the Imperial Army. Again, big chunky, big heavy transport. It is meant to load up boys and get them to the point that they need to be. And why would you use this? It's uncomplicated. Again, you'll notice that the siege legions value attrition. The heavy armor units value attrition. These things are heavily armored, they can take a beating, but they're not exactly something that you're going to cry about if you lose. But if you want this thing to stick around just a little bit more, you could give it the Preto version. Instead of giving a troop transport, you just have a bunch load of rockets. Because again, you don't have to take the fortress if the fortress isn't there to begin with. Again, very popular amongst the siege legions. And then finally, we have what is arguably my favorite, or very close to being my favorite. We have the Mastodon Heavy Assault Transport. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the absolute end-all and be-all of heavy transport for heavy infantry. Able to carrying a whopping 20 Terminators, this big bastard had enough void shields that were on class with some Warhound Titans, and it had a siege melter array. Essentially, a melter gun that was also on par with Titan weaponry. This bastard was unique. It was meant to trundle up to the enemy fortress, blow a hole clean through it, and then ram through the wall. It would then engage its maglocks, sink into place, and be a literal siege tunnel. It would open the back and the front, and have Space Marines just travel through it as it continued pouring fire out from it. I need you to understand something. That as a concept is fucking crazy, and I love it, because it's 40k in a nutshell. Is it dumb? Yes, but it's not so dumb that it couldn't exist. I love the idea of the biggest tank that the Space Marine has literally running through a wall and staying there to be used as a fucking port of a formation tunnel. Literally transforming itself into a fucking fortification. I love it. I adore it. It's beautiful, it's amazing, and it's my favorite tank, because just look at this thing. It's wild, bro. And ladies and gentlemen, that then clears up the Legion Assault for all of the land vehicle support. Looking back on it, we can see that it very much does indeed mirror the infantry aspect. Specific units for specific jobs. But we also see that as the heresy moves on, there is a change. You may have initially started with something like the Fellblade, super heavy anti-armor threat, but eventually you may transfer to something like the Cerberus. Again, you're going from that case of something that is an all-rounder to very, very specific because you need a specific job done. Same thing with the Saber. Something that the heresy showed was that attrition is a bitch, as always. So sometimes you didn't exactly have that super neat, nice Sakaran tank destroyer. Sometimes you just needed to throw together a little rhino in a saber and get that done. Sometimes you didn't exactly have the resources to get that proper big Spartan Land Raider, so you needed a Crassus just to get boys in there. And attrition truly was the end result of the heresy. Many of these amazing technologies were simply lost because there wasn't just enough of them. All in all, when looking at the just sheer roster that the Space Marines had in their vehicle pool, it's easy to see that the Great Crusade was a time where you needed specific units for specific tasks, and it was plentiful enough that you could do that. But as we get more and more towards the heresy, we see that decisions had to be made, things had to be lost, and at the end of the day, you just needed to get shit done. A very common, if not tragic narrative. Yo, so I actually forgot to mention the specialist, so no fancy transition, but here's specialist, best special. So we come to the specialists. A theme with this video, as you can tell, each legion had its own unique specialist. But again, generally speaking, these were the most common though amongst pretty much every single legion. The first one would be the Apothecarion. Apothecaries are medics. They're trained specifically in Space Marine biology. They're there to heal, recover, as well as save wounds. And if for a particular reason a Space Marine cannot be saved from his wounds, they will then help being turned into a Dreadnought, in conjunction with the Tech Marine. The Tech Marine, as of course, was a Space Marine that was trained by the Adepts of Mars. Masters of Mechanical Crafts, they are the heads of the main maintenance of the Space Marine motor pool, Dreadnoughts, anything mechanical. They're not exclusively the only ones who got in there. Generally speaking, some Marines, Tech Adepts, can help with them, but they're the main people when it comes to it. You then also have the Librarius, the Chief Library, aka the Space Marine Psyker. Now, this was a thing until the Edict of Nicaea, in which case Psykers were banned from the Space Marines period. However, before this, Space Marine librarians had a twofold job. Their first job was to be librarians. in which case they would document all the lore, deeds, and accomplishments of the chapters, the written history of the chapter, their honors, etc. The second part was to be combat psychers. If for whatever reason a psyker was needed, Space Marine psychers would be deployed. We then have the Master of Signals. Masters of Signals are essentially those in charge of the specific communication traffic. When you have massive formations of several thousand men or even several hundred, you need to have someone in charge of making sure that communication A goes to communication B and they don't get cross-scrambled. So it was very important in large formations. Next up, we then have the Chaplain. The Chaplains were a unique thing. They were actually introduced by the Word Bearers, and as we know, the Word Bearers meant them as a very spiritual thing, but in essence, they were supposed to be a type of disciplinarian officer. Not exactly like a commissar for the Imperial Army or Guard, but more specifically, they were meant to be the spiritual architect in terms of morality, rather. They were meant to epitomize the very core essence of what it meant to be a Raven Guard or a Salamander or an Ultramarine. But eventually, they would transform in towards of the heresy. For the traitors, they'd become much more of a sort of demonic chaos type entity, generally speaking. And for the loyalists, they would turn into an anti-demonic entity, touting the spiritual purity of the Imperial truth. Something like that anyway. Champion, quite simply put, is the best Marine in a given company or a given chapter, or in some cases there is a Legion champion, i.e. they're the best martial compatible with the entirety of the Legion. They are the best fighter and they're simply meant to challenge other champions, to fight them, to kill them, to annihilate leadership, and this is a twofold issue. Getting rid of a major officer of the enemy, but also boosting morale of other Space Marines as well as Imperial Army personnel. Finally, we have the Vexillarius, or the Standard Bearer. This was arguably the most honorable position in all of the Legionaries Astartes. This chap would bear the specific standard of a particular unit or character. Captains could have their own standard, companies could have their own standard, chapters had their own standards, and of course there was the Legion standard, which was born of the most highest honor and usually attached to the inner circle of the Primarch. Very, very, very prestigious as you can imagine. So overall, that is a specialist. Now that is by no means every single one of them, but I said those were the ones that were common in every single legion. Other legions like the Siege Breakers, Warmongers, or Pathfinders were very exclusive to specific legions. So again, generally speaking, every single legion had at least one of these. As we can see with the specialist class, it is hilariously long, and that is not even counting all the different accesses that the unique legion-specific units had. The legions were an army, so it makes sense that they would have specialists in every single role, from the most minute to the greatest feat, even some that are redundant. By the end of the day, the bigger something is, the more gears you needed to make it turn, and the specialists were the gears that help it turn, and they did that so very, very well. But anyway, that's specialist. Back to the rest of the video. But from the big old chunky armor in the land, let's move on to the big old chunky stuff in space and air. We're going to start off with the Lightning Avenger Strike Fighter and the Thunderbolt Fighter. These were units that were used by both the Imperial Army as well as the Space Marines, and this is one of the rare cases in that the versions of the Astartes were not necessarily better than the versions of the spacecraft. Generally speaking, the Aeronautica Imperialis, or its precursor, was indeed very, very, very well maintained. It was very much something that the Space Marines and normal mortals had parity with, that being their aircraft as well as their starcraft. But the Lightning and the Thunderbolt were armed similarly, heavy bolters as well as missile launchers, etc. The difference is that the Lightning was lesser armed, lesser armored, but was all about speed. The Thunderbolt was much more of a heavy staying fighter. We would then have the Fire Raptor gunship. The Fire Raptor gunship is the primarily air-to-air direct fire support of the Space Marines, armed with heavy bolters, missile launchers, and las cannons, as well as other variety of weapons. Its whole job was meant to hover over the area, provide direct fire support on a particular stubborn unit. The Space Marines on the ground would call them up, and these boys would come in and they would take the fire. They did have some air-to-air capability, but generally speaking, you left that to the fighters. These guys were made to hit hard on the ground and absolutely pound the enemy into paste. And should any other aircraft try and get them, well, Space Marines have their own units to take care of that, like the Xiphon Interceptor. The Xiphon Interceptor was the main Astartes only Space Marine craft that the Adeptus Astartes used. It was incredibly quick and was made specifically for space dogfighting. Though it performed quite well in the air. Armed with a variety of weapons, its main purpose, as in the name, was to simply intercept enemy formations. And you'll notice that there's not really that much variant in terms of fighter, or in terms of ground support for the Space Wing. That's because for the Adeptus Astartes, the Astartes is the weapon. The whole point was getting the Astartes to the ground, everything else was just to support them. Hence why we have not one, not two, but 3 different versions of Drop Assault Transport. 4 if you count the drop pods, which I indeed do. Speaking of drop pods, Drop pods are in the name, are pods that were dropped from the sky to land at Mach 10 and hit the ground hard. You had the standard drop pod that could generally speaking carry about 10 to 20 men, but then you also have two unique versions. The Dreadclaw drop pod, which was a specific unit designed for ship-to-ship combat. Again, it was very popularized amongst the traitors, because again, they like their melee units getting close quarters. But then you also had the Deathstorm drop pod. This was a unique unmanned drop pod. Instead, it would be loaded to the brim with ammunition as well as heavy bolters, dropped onto the earth, and simply destroy the field. The idea was that this unit was meant to clear the area for the initial drop pod or drop assault. We then have the Storm Eagle, the Stormbird, and the Thunderhawk. The Thunderhawk is the smallest of these drop assault transports, but generally speaking, they all do the same thing. They are meant to carry a big old bunch of boys. With the Thunderhawk, it's about 50, with the others, it's about 100, to some cases 200. There were different variants that had different cargoing capacity as well as different armaments, but their whole point is to take them from the transport ships up in the sky all the way down below, and indeed provide via support after that. The Stormberg and the Storm Eagle were more preferred for their heavier armor as well as heavier carrying capacity, but eventually, as the heresy began, the Thunderhawk was easier to produce, easier to maintain, was more maneuverable and more agile, so it eventually became the mainstay. How much of that was by choice of the heresy, we don't really know, but the fact of the matter is, the other two would become relics, whereas the Thunderhawk would become the main fighting unit for the drop assault. And then finally, to round out the aircraft, and spacecraft I should say, we have the Charybdis Assault Claw. The Charybdis Assault Claw was a devastating ship-to-ship heavy transport. It was essentially a bigger version of the Dreadclaw. The Charybdis would literally slam into an enemy ship, locked onto it, breach into it via laser cutters, and then disgorge its cargo. Again, usually Terminators or breaches. It is very much noted that the Dreadclaw and the Charybdis Assault Claw were incredibly popular amongst traitor allied armies. Why that's the case, it's not really known, but generally speaking, traitors wanted to get into melee more often than not, with the exception of the Iron Warriors Legion. So it kind of makes sense that they'd be more into ship-to-ship boardings. Also, generally speaking, in some cases, they were outnumbered in terms of just sheer quantity of naval assets. So a good way to eliminate the big guns is to kill the bastard manning the big guns. Hence why we get this. But they were terribly effective in what they did. And pretty cool. But then generally speaking, that rounds up everything that isn't the Starships. And from here, we can see that it's a pretty small pool, all things considered. But generally speaking, these units can be divided into three categories. The first being ship-to-ship assault, the second being some type of support, and the third being transport. As we can see, Space Marines were meant to be the main weapon. Space Marine Air Doctrine was all about getting Space Marines to the combat location. Everything else like the Firepud and the Siphon was simply there to make sure that the Space Marine aircraft arrived their destination unmolested. And again, this was a combat doctrine that was very much something that was cemented throughout the entirety of every single legion. There wasn't really any legion that prided itself on its aircraft or space fighters. Again, Space Marines are heavy infantry, and infantry needs to be on the ground, or in space ground, to do its job. And now we're going to cover the last category here, that being the Starships, which again fall under space support. And here, well, there's no really base standard. Space Marine navies varied wildly. You could have navies like the Blood Angels as well as the Imperial Fists and the Sons of Horus that were really into the whole naval combat and had very quality navals. Or you could have stuff like the World Eaters, who were basically only there for transport detail. It really did depend. But generally speaking, you can divide them into three separate categories: Escort Class, Transport Class, and Capital Class. Escort Class are pretty simple. These are smaller vessels, imagine destroyers or corvettes or frigates. Their job is to take out pesky enemy aircraft, raiding vessels, things smaller than an actual big ship. They're meant to screen out the main force, protect especially the transports but also the capital classes. They're usually armed with lighter weapons, rapid-fire missile systems, rapid-fire autocannons. They're meant to take out the threats to the big ships that the big ships don't have guns to deal with. We then have the transport class. Transport classes are in the name. Their whole purpose is that they're meant to transport the big bulks of infantry, heavy armor, or whatever it may be. This would also include carriers to some degree, but they weren't really that common in Space Marine formations. As in dedicated carriers, mind you. Some of the capital class did have some carrying capacity, but a dedicated carrier unit, not really that common. They were generally speaking lightly armed with some point defense weapons here and there, maybe some big guns, but they were incredibly heavily armored. Again, they were meant to get from point A to point B and keep all their units inside safe. And then finally, we have the capital class. These are the big, thick, heavy boys. Heavy cruisers, battleships. The big, chunky fellas. Their goal is quite simply to find the opposing capital ship and blow it out of the sky. Massive, heavy-duty macro cannons, macro laser batteries, big, giant guns. And the most popular, as well as the most famed, is the Gloriana class, measuring anywhere from 20 to 30 kilometers in length, the flagship of each and every Primarch. So that is the type of thing that people mean when they say capital class. It's big, with a capital B-I-G. And generally speaking, the capitals as well as the escorts would be the minority. The majority of it would be transports, though again, some of the more naval legions had much more higher quantities of capital grade ships. Again, it really just did depend. So, all in all, looking at this, it's a very typical navy. You look at navies throughout the entirety of history, relatively modern navies that is, from circa World War I onwards, it fits the bill exactly. I mean, Warhammer is based off World War I, World War II, so it does indeed make sense that there'd be a lot of overlap. But that is all of the units from the Horus Heresy listed as such. But looking at it from a very broad scope, it really does make sense why the Space Marines were called a legion. You took a look at every single element here, be it in the armor or the infantry or the aircraft. Two things are very important. Large formations. Infantry 10 to 20 man bricks. The minimum size of a tank squadron was 3, and they were only ever deployed in 3s. Minimum. Aircraft, you're looking at 4s, wings, minimum. Not to mention, very, very specialized in their roles. You take a look at the infantry. There is a distinction between a heavy assault devastator in heavy support and a regular tactical support. Why? Because the idea behind it was that Space Marines had to have an answer to every single unit. And again, it wasn't the case of 1 or 2 Marines assigned to a unit, it was a case of a full 10-man brick of flame was assigned to a tactical company, a full 10-man brick of assault Marines attached to a tactical company. The Space Marine legions were meant to fight a war, an unending war to recover what all humanity had lost. And they were structured as a very modern army, but a modern army with a superhuman twist. Space Marines were notorious for being able to move incredibly quickly. Maneuvers that would take a normal army weeks if not days were actually reduced to mere hours by Space Marines, and Space Marine combat was terribly bloody. We also see a notice that Space Marines begin to lose more and more of their specification. As the heresy draws out, and we get towards the end, the Space Marine legions are battered, bruised, bloodied, and broken. And that's where we get to the Inducti. Now, some of you may ask why didn't I include the Inducti in the infantry section? That's because while in the tabletop Inducti are an infantry unit, generally speaking Inducti was a class of Marine. Again, it really did vary. The World Eaters used them as fodder, the Ultramarines treated them as actual proper Space Marines. But during the Heresy, we see that it was so devastating that the very idea of a Space Marine changed. For those who don't know, the reason why the Imperial Fists lack a Becher's gland is because it was removed from the Inducti process because it was deemed unnecessary at the time, wrapping up towards the Siege of Terror. And just as Space Marines were downgraded, all their vehicles were downgraded with them. A lot of the speciality that was so common and needed in the Heresy was just done away with. One, because they just didn't have the shit to make it, but two, also because of a change in the Space Marine doctrine. And ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for part 1. I know in the beginning I said this was going to be every Space Marine ever, but looking at the thing, I need to divvy this up into 3 parts. So, sorry, but don't worry, at the end of it, there'll be a nice big chunky overview. So that's going to be the end of part 1, and that covers all of the Heresy era stuff. Again, generic lore stuff. Again, I'm not going to cover every single unit from every single index. You're going to have to actually pay me money to do that. But we have seen the Horus Heresy, we have seen its tragedies, we've seen the units that fought that bloody war. And in part 2 of this series, we're going to be taking a look at the results of that. We're going to see how the massive gargantuan destroyers of the Space Marine legions were slimmed down, changed, and altered into the nice, niche, special forces that was the elite chapters of the Adeptus Astartes. So, stay tuned for that. That will be out probably this week. I may just do them one after another, or I may take breaks. I really don't know. I'll throw out a poll to my members and we'll see how that does. In today's video, we're covering the middle period, the longest period, and everyone's most favorite period, that being the Long War. Basically, from the end of the Heresy and the Scouring, up until the return of Big Bobby G and the Lion. But without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, grab a snack, get ready, and let's get ready to dive into some awesome, amazing Space Marine lore. So, as always, if you guys didn't watch the first episode, highly recommend, very good. We're going to be covering over 5 different categories of Space Marines today. First up, we're going to be having the HQ section, quite simple, anyone that can be considered a commander or a leader in the Space Marine force. But then we're going to have the infantry section, anyone who has boots on the ground. The elite section, really elite boots on the ground. Specialists, anyone who has a unique type of role, chaplains, apothecaries, etc. Land support, anything that is used to support a Space Marine on the land that is not infantry based. Air support and space support with our final category. That is basically everything that flies above and even above in space. Think your Thunderhawks as well as strike cruisers. So with that sorted, let's get cracking on. As you can imagine, there was a lot of change after the Scouring. The Imperium itself was shattered, and most of the Primarchs were going to be going away in the next 1,000 years, and that left the Space Marines to their own devices. But they did have something, that being the Codex Astartes. Now, some legions willingly embraced it, some legions absolutely did not, and some legions had to be convinced via gunpoint, or, siege point in this case. But ultimately, every single Space Marine Legion would be divided into 1,000-man chapters. But we'll touch up more about that later. To start up with our HQ section, it's very similar to the Legion section, but slight differences. First up is that they're all standardized. The idea of a unique rank completely, almost nearly went away with the introduction of the chapters. Whilst they'd have the unique names for them, they basically filled out the same roles. As I mentioned before, we have sergeants, which are locked at a 10-man formation, but could be combat squadded into 5 men. And basically, if it's an infantry formation, these are the chaps who lead them. These are seasoned battle brothers who usually are veterans, but not always the case, and have showed expert skill in their craft. We then move on to captains. Captains lead a company. Each Space Marine chapter will have about 10 companies, and these are again veteran warriors that have proven themselves adept in one area or another. Now, depending on their temperament as well as their various different personalities, they could be assigned to one of the 10 companies, which are as follows. The first company, the elite company or the veteran company. These are the chapter's best of the best, their strongest elements, and what they're most known for. I.e., if they're a very fast-moving chapter, they're going to have very elite bikers. If they're a hard-hitting chapter, maybe elite devastators if they're very tanky, Terminator armor. But that is what the veteran first captain is. But generally speaking, the captain of the first company is the most veteran, the most senior, and not always the case, but if the chapter master falls, he is generally speaking assumed to be next in line. Again, not always, but happens a lot. We then have the 2nd to 5th companies. Those are battle line companies. Again, quite simple, these are companies that are meant to go in there, to fight, to take the fight, simple as. We then have the 6th and 9th companies. Those are the reserve companies. That being a reserve tactical company, a reserve devastator company, and a reserve assault company. The majorities of these units are based off tactical squads, devastator squads, and assault squads. The idea being that if any of the battle line companies should suffer any damage, these units would come in and replace them. Again, we'll talk more about that later. And then finally we have the 10th company, the scout company. This essentially holds about 100 scouts, as well as some scout sergeants, which are fully fledged battle brothers. Scouts are not fully fledged battle brothers yet, but they're close on their way. They also hold an undisclosed amount of neophytes. Again, it depends, could be a few hundred, could be a few thousand. Really does depend. Again, the limit of the Codex Astartes was 1,000 battle brothers per chapter. So, if it's not a battle brother, loophole. Looking at you, Black Templars. But all of these captains would be placed in a specific company for their own specific sets by the Chapter Master. The Chapter Master is the leading figure of a Space Marine chapter. He is the big kahuna, the head honcho, and generally speaking, throughout the entirety of the Long War, the Chapter Master was, generally speaking, everything. He was the highest ranking leader, but he was almost always the greatest combatant. He was essentially the guy. Whereas in the Heresy, we see that HQs were often differed based on their various different specialities, siege breakers, assault troops, massive signals, etc. This was not the case here. The Chapter Master, and generally speaking many captains, or all of, if not every one of these things. And that goes to show that how the Space Marine Legion changed into the chapter. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. But all in all, that wraps up the HQ section. Very similar to the Legion structure, but whereas the Legion structure that was the base, here in the chapter, it is everything. Like, that is it. There is no other ones. These are the 3 HQ choices you can get. But with that out of the way, let's move into infantry. First up, we have the Tactical Squad. And the Tactical Squad is one of the squads that changed the least, if any, throughout the entirety of a Space Marine's lifespan. Tactical Squad are the line holders, the base infantry, stock standard. They're meant to hold the line, take the charge, and drive the enemy back, armed with bolters, grenades, as well as combat knives. These guys are the base, and they make up the most. Generally speaking, their role didn't change much, their equipment didn't really change much either. If anything, they doubled down on what they were supposed to do. But all in all, tactical squads are the bread and butter of a Space Marine, and the humble rifleman with his gun still continues to be an excellent opportunity. We then have the assault squads. Assault squads, again, didn't really change much. They were the hard-hitting shock assault troops, armed with chainswords, bolt pistols, grenades, as well as jump packs, bounding from building to building, leaping to leaping, and hitting really, really hard. We then have the Devastators. The Devastators are essentially an evolution of the Heavy Support Squad. They are armed specifically with heavy weapons, and they are the first infantry unit that we see that have changed dramatically, or, has much change, I should say. Devastators could come in either 5 or 10-man squads. But, interesting to note, the sergeant and of himself would not be armed with a type of heavy weapon. Instead, he'd be armed with a bolter, and more specifically, some type of targeting equipment, that being the Signalite Cherub. The idea was that the 4 men were supposed to pour fire, whereas it was the sergeant's job to direct that fire. Essentially, we have a sergeant acting as both a spotter, scout, as well as commander, giving him complete tactical control over his squad, which again is a very interesting concept and quite a different doctrine compared to the Legion structure. The Devastators were armed with a variety of heavy weapons, be it heavy bolters, las cannons, multi-melters, plasma cannons, missile launchers. whatever you need basically. And then finally, to wrap up the infantry section, we then have the scouts. The scouts, again, didn't really change much over from the Legion days. They were pretty simple, pretty straightforward, not exactly battle brothers yet, clad in scout armor, and they were meant to go ahead and scout ahead, gather information, and then pull back. And that, ladies and gentlemen, wraps it up for the infantry section. As you can note, significantly shorter than the Legion section, and a hell of a lot more specialized. But from the standard monk crunchers, we move on to those who are just a cut above the rest. Let's talk about elites. So then in elites, we first start with the veterans. Veterans, again, haven't really changed much. They are still the elite. They have shown themselves over their time of service, and they have just proven to be better at one particular aspect, be it melee combat, blade combat, or anything in between. And they have the chapter's arsenal open to them. They can take a variety of weapons, be they storm shields, combat blades, power weapons, heavy weapons, whatever they want. Though, an important thing to note here, the veterans of the Legion are generally speaking considered to be inferior to the veterans of the chapter. Now, why do I say this? The whole Great Crusade Horus Heresy period only lasted about 200 years, whereas the actual Space Marine Long War lasted well over 10,000, but generally speaking, the average veteran being a couple hundred years old compared to the Space Marine Legion, which is only about 100. So generally speaking, in the very worst case scenario, we can say that they're only double the amount of years older in terms of veterancy, which is still a lot. So all in all, generally speaking, the veterans of the chapter were more specialized. Not only were they more specialized, they were more veteran in that they just existed for longer, but also they had more combat experience. Granted, it was more of a low intensity combat, but still combat nonetheless. So something to keep in mind. But whereas the company veterans are the standard veteran Marines that could do either or, there are two unique flavors that really knuckle down into what it meant to be a Space Marine. We have first off the Stern Guard, and my favorite. The Stern Guard are the elite of the elite when it comes to long-range warfare. These are generally speaking tactical Marines who have shown an absolute panache for being marksmen. Armed with master-crafted bolters and special issue ammunition, they are able to lay a devastating amount of fire to any type of unit. They are generally speaking meant to hang in the back, unload fire upon fire, and just wait for the enemy to come close and give them one hell of a good morning. But they're not only armed with ranged weapons. Generally speaking, they're often armed with chainsaws as well, which makes them into sort of a hybrid unit. The idea being is that they're meant to destroy the enemy from range, but if the fella gets up close, well, they got a chainsaw to say hello. Not to mention, in my opinion, they look the best. The drip is immaculate. Not to mention, I adore their sort of hybrid role to them. Just really great. Love them. But if you're not a fan of flexibility and you just really love a big hammer, we then have the Vanguard Veterans. Now, these are a lot of people's favorite purely because they are assault marines who have again proven themselves really good at what they do and have been granted the special issue arms and armor of the chapter. They, like their Stern Guard veteran counterpart, are clad in artificer armor, but they wield master-crafted weapons. Generally speaking, power weapons, with either a storm shield being in one, and let's say a power fist, power maul, power axe in the other, or double lightning claws or big chunky thunder hammer. These are the hammer of the company. These are the wrath of the chapter. These are devastation incarnate. You send these boys not only to hit hard, but specifically. Generally speaking, Vanguard veterans are used in decapitating strikes. They target a very important leader, or let's say there's a piece of artillery that's really giving you hell. These are the boys that you send in. They are meant to go in and destroy whatever they touch. And they're not going to come out unless they themselves either succeed or die trying. It's very much a Space Marine. And I can understand why they're everyone's favorite. And then finally, for the elites, we then have Terminators. Again, with this, not really much difference in variation as with Legion. Generally speaking, every single one used standard Indomitus pattern, which generally speaking is a nice balance of protection, speed, and firepower. And again, they could be armed and armored as either an assault based, that being with a storm shield as well as thunder hammer, or double lightning claws meant to get up close and personal with the enemy and cut them up in brutal melee combat. Or they could be armed as a standard support, that being armed with storm bolters, power fists, and generally speaking heavy weapons, either being the Cyclone missile launcher or Reaper Gatling cannon. Now, it's important to note, generally speaking, Terminator armor became quite rare amongst chapters in general, and whilst some of the original Legion-based chapters did have access to the relic patterns, i.e. Tartaros as well as Cataphracti, they would generally speaking use less and less. But it's not out of common for, let's say, the Salamanders to have like a Fire Drake squad lying around, throw them in, or the Ultramarines having a full Bantara squad ready to throw them out. They do have them, they still possess them, but it's one of the things that like they're very wary to use them because, as I said, they're relics. And that does it for our elite section. Again, very similar how we noticed into the infantry section, significantly downsized, but more specifically than that, whereas when we covered in the Legion section, the elites were hilariously spread out in terms of legion to legion. Here, though, in chapters, they're all the same. You can always find these same fellas here, but most importantly, having a special elite outside of these four wasn't really a thing. Space Marine chapters, again, knuckled down to what they knew and what the Codex Astartes said, hence when we got this. We then have the specialist section, starting us off with the chaplain. But generally speaking, whereas the chaplain was much more of a morale officer, discipline officer type thing, here in the modern Long War, it has evolved into a pure-on spiritual support. He is exactly as he says, he is a chaplain. He is meant to channel the spiritual purity of the Imperium against the hordes of demonic chaos. And for the very few chaplains who actually do worship the Emperor as a god, i.e. the Black Templars, he's a full-on preacher. Chaplains are meant to offer spiritual support, but also literal support, as most of them end up being frontline fighters fighting with their brothers. We then have the Librarius. The Librarius, same thing, magic space marines. Again, twofold. They can either offer combat psychers, but their main reason why they're there is to keep lore records of the chapter. And ironically enough, this became incredibly more important with the chapter than in the Legion. As with each Legion having its own unique chapter, history and documentary, there was much more emphasis placed in the Librarius. Also, the whole nonsense about the Edict of Nicaea went away, so the stigma about them went away as well. We then have the Tech Marine. Tech Marine, stock standard, a Space Marine adept that is trained by Mars to become a master of all types of artisan and craft. They're meant to service vehicles, repair arms and armor, but generally speaking they're not the sole person doing it, they're more like the overseer for their servitors or other Space Marines depending on the chapter. And then finally we have the Apothecary. The Apothecary's main job is to be a Space Marine medic, to heal and, more importantly, to recover the Gene Seed. Now in the Legion this indeed was a thing, but in the chapter it became much more important. Because generally speaking, the number of apothecaries went down significantly compared to those in the Legion. So, each apothecary's job was much more important. Combined with the fact that Space Marine logistics, generally speaking, was self-sufficient, meaning that the only person you could rely on was your boys back home, recovering Gene Seed became incredibly important. Significantly much more so than in the Heresy. And that does it for our Elite section. Again, very slimmed down. And again, much like the elites, these were all of them. There were no unique chapter variants. Now granted, you may have one or two in some of the older chapters, but generally speaking, this was it. They were the exception, not the rule. But from the specialists who make the chapter run, to all the heavy bits and bobs that make it hit hard, let's talk about land support. Right, first up we have the Scout Bikers. These are Scouts Marines that are armed with light bikes. Generally speaking, they're used as either scouting or in some cases reconnaissance. But again, it depends on the chapter. Armed with bolters as well as a variety of weapons, be they shotguns, sniper rifles, or chainswords in some case. Depending on the chapter, these guys are meant to operate as such. But generally speaking, they're lightly armed and they move pretty fast. We then have the Land Speeder. The Land Speeder is a light support craft. Generally speaking, crewed by 2 Space Marines, armed with bolters, and generally speaking, a heavy weapon. Now this could be either a heavy bolter, or more commonly a multi-melter. Now generally speaking, when you want reconnaissance, i.e. scouting and force, you want to send these boys. Zoom in at Mach 10, one of the fastest land vehicles that the Space Marines possess. They're able to get good information, and in some cases they will be used as tank hunter roles. As I said, moving quickly, moving fast, and with that big old multi-melter, it can do the job quite well. We then have Bikers. Stock standard Space Marine Bikers. The Biker has a twin bolter setup and these boys were armed with chainswords, bolt pistols, and crack grenades. Again, either used as a type of heavy reconnaissance or Space Marine Cavalry. Meant to hit hard, hit home, and absolutely annihilate the enemy. Absolutely devastating to infantry formations, especially mortal infantry formations. But sometimes, if you want to fight something other than infantry, you'll need an attack bike. The attack bike is essentially a regular bike, but it has a sidecar, and that sidecar, generally speaking, has a heavy weapon. Again, could be plasma cannon, heavy bolter, or in most cases the multi-melter. These were support units that were attached to the main biker unit. The idea being that the bikers would handle anything crunchy, and the attack bike would handle anything with a bit more of a thicker hide. And generally speaking, when employed by really fast-moving units such as the White Scars and the Raven Guard, they could be used to devastating effect. But from something that moves incredibly fast to something that moves incredibly slow, we then have the Dreadnought. Now, generally speaking, every single variant of the Dreadnought was indeed able to be accessed by the Space Marines, but the most common was the Casterferum, as well as its upgraded version, the Venerable Dreadnought, which is just an upgraded Casterferum. Again, they could be armed with 1 ranged weapon, 1 melee weapon, which is a standard loadout, or they could go double melee or double ranged. Again, relic dreadnoughts were a thing, contemptors and leviathans were a thing, but again used much more sparingly, because again, they're relics. Also, a lot of these boys were directly connected to the heresy, meaning that not only if you lose the dreadnought do you lose a massive piece of kit, you also lose a connection to your Primarch, which as we can see with the Wolves is very, very, very prided on. But if you want to walk in stompy, murdery robot but you don't want to reuse your very, very, very expensive dreadnoughts, I present you the Centurion. The Centurion is a very divisive unit. Some people love it, some people hate it. I personally love it. But the Centurion Assault Walker is a suit of armor that is meant to be close around Space Marine power armor and is due to support the main assault. I.e., it's supposed to do what a Driton does, but it's cheaper, it's less expensive, and you're not exactly going to worry if it goes up that much. And these are armed in two varieties, the Assault and the Support. Assault, pretty simple. Armed with massive siege claws or siege drills, they're meant to walk up to a wall or a tank and absolutely annihilate it in close quarters fire, with melters as well as bolters armed as the secondaries. We then have the Support. The Support are armed with heavy bolters as well as las cannons. Again, big chunky fire platform meant to park itself in a nice spot and rain down hellish amounts of fire. Any and all small arms against it are going to be like rain on a tin roof. You're going to need something pretty chunky in the anti-armor department if you want to get these boys to back off. Now whether or not you like the look of it, you gotta admit, its actual purpose and doctrine very, very, very well fits. Again, it's like a dreadnought, but less expensive and more attritionable. So all in all, it's a pretty good idea to me. Now we then have the Rhino and its various different variants. The Rhino did not change much at all. It was a stock standard APC armed with a Stormbolter, and it could transfer about a squad worth, generally speaking, 10 Space Marines. And then of course we have the Predator. Now the Predator is interesting in that it is the only mainline assault battle tank. The Predator was the only one to survive the purge of the heresy that occurred, and it became the mainstay of Space Marine military formations. Armored spearheads were led primarily by the Predator, and they continue to be armed in the same fashion, with heavy bolters, las cannons, as well as the Predator autocannon and the Hunter-Killer missile if you want to be spicy. Though it is important to say, a lot of the older legions still possess relic weapons and vehicles, but like all the other relic stuff, rarely used. We then have the Vindicator. The Vindicator didn't really change much up from the Heresy, and at the end of the day you need the big chunky assault tank to lub all the big chunk and hecker honkers of HE. Vindicator is your guy. Besides, it just looks great. It was one of the few siege vehicles that actually remained from the Heresy, as generally speaking chapters became much more mobile than the legions. But even the chapters recognized that sometimes you needed to assault fortifications, and an assault tank like the Vindicator proved incredibly well. Not to mention, that big old sap shield, pretty good for hiding infantry behind. We then have the Razorback. The Razorback is a Rhino transport, but instead of an APC, it's an IFV, i.e. it has a big chunky heavy weapon on top of it. We then have the Whirlwind and its two variants, the Hunter and the Stalker. The Whirlwind is exactly the same as it was in the Heresy. Armed with the Whirlwind multi-missile launcher system, this thing was meant to rain down fire in various amounts, be it say Inferno munitions for infantry, anti-armor crack munitions for heavy armor, or anti-air, but generally speaking, it had two different variants for anti-air. First up we have the Hunter. This is for heavy-duty anti-air. Think big chunky things like Thunderhawks, Mantis, etc. It was armed with the Hunter missile launcher. This was a big heckin' chunkish missile that was going to slam into any type of aircraft and absolutely annihilate it. But if you're dealing something with a little bit more swarmy, say Tyranid flyers, we then have the Stalker. The Stalker was armed with a pair of twin Stalker flak cannons, and it was meant primarily for lighter infantry units, i.e. light aircraft and, as I said, Tyranid flyers. Not to mention, all three of these variants would have the advanced Whirlwind targeting system, meaning not only could they hit hard, they could hit really accurately as well. We then have one of my favorite units, the Thunderfire Cannon. The Thunderfire Cannon is a giant artillery piece that is manned by a Space Marine Tech Marine, and it is direct fire support. It is meant to simply find a position, plop itself nice and neatly there, and just absolutely devastate enemy infantry or armor, or all of the above, because this fella has a unique weapon known as tremor shells. These shells were not designed to cause any type of damage in of itself, but they were meant specifically to cause tremors. They would hit the earth and they would have a seismic impact to them, quite literally disrupting the ground beneath enemy units, meaning that infantry and tanks suddenly are not walking on solid ground, but broken earth. Not to mention, it's a big rotating Gatling cannon, and goddammit does it just look cool. And then finally, to round everything out, we have one of the very few units that actually survive the big old purge from the Heresy, that being the Land Raider. The beloved Land Raider, everyone's favorite big chunky tank. It is a big heckin' chunk of a tank that can transfer about 12 Space Marines, or again like 6 Terminators. Armed with a variety of different weapons, be it heavy flamers, las cannons, assault cannons, or just a massive fuck ton of bolters. These units are a mainstay of the Space Marine army for a reason, and they're absolutely badass, because god almighty do I not love my British World War I tanks. So that's going to wrap it up with our land support section. Again, significantly shorter than what we had previously in the Legion section. But from all the heavy things that are on the Earth, let's move on to all the heavy stuff that is in the sky. Let's talk about the air/space support. And we're going to start off with, as always, the Thunderhawk. The Thunderhawk did not change much at all from the Heresy, except that it went from being the smallest flyer to the biggest. It became the main transport unit, and was a mainstay of Space Marine aircraft period. All in all, not really much changes. Now again, granted, I haven't really have much to say because a lot of these things that existed didn't really change much, if anything, from the Heresy. But we do have two new units to talk about. The first being the Storm Raven. The Storm Raven gunship is essentially a smaller version of the Thunderhawk. Again, used primarily by the Blood Angels and Raven Guard, it's meant to gain small units tactically in. It's much more zippy and agile than the standard Thunderhawk, but it's still pretty heavily armed, with a variety of heavy bolters and las cannons and missiles to take care of both ground and air targets. Again, it's a smaller, more nimble version, but still packs a good bit of punch, i.e. special operations type shit. And then finally, we have the Storm Talon. The Storm Talon is a one-man gunship. Imagine it like a smaller version of the Fire Raptor, armed again with heavy bolters as well as las cannons and missiles. This is a one-man assault craft. Imagine it like the one-man helicopter gunships from our own period, i.e. the Apache and the Cobra. It is meant to dart in and out of combat, and it's meant to devastate infantry targets. You don't exactly want it fighting aircraft. It can take a hit or two here and there, but generally speaking, you want this thing to find a nice infantry bob and absolutely annihilate it with its heavy munitions. Now, in terms of actual air-to-air aircraft, generally speaking, from chapter to chapter, this did indeed change. But one thing that was very common was the Stormhawk Interceptor. Now, this is essentially a Storm Talon, but anti-air rather than anti-ground. This is an air superiority fighter, and it could be armed with a variety of different weapons. But it always had a massive storm cannon on it, as well as heavy bolters, assault cannons, or it could swap out for las cannons as well, not to mention it had devastating Skyhammer and Typhoon missiles. These were heavy-duty anti-armor aircraft weapons, one for heavy-duty aircraft, one for lighter, more swarmy aircraft. Generally speaking, a Storm Talon and a Storm Raven would be joined together, one would hit the ground, the other would protect it from the air. And all in all, it made very good combination. But sadly, that's all that we have for the generic units available to all chapters. But again, some of the older chapters, like the Dark Angels, as well as the Raven Guard and the Storm and the Space Wolves, had their own unique type of flyers. But generally speaking, for all Space Marines, these are the four that you got, which is significantly less than the massive armadas that we had way back when, during the Legion days. And the same trend continues for their spacecraft. Generally speaking, Space Marines had the same three main categories, that being escort, transport, as well as capital. But whereas it varied from unit to unit and legion to legion, here, all of them had one of three. For the escorts, it was composed of a formation of frigates and destroyers, the three most popular being the Gladius frigate, or the Nova frigate, and the Hunter Destroyer. For the cruisers, there was generally speaking one cruiser, that being the Strike Cruiser. But this wasn't really geared to ship-to-ship combat, it was much more geared towards planetary assault, but more specifically carrier. It had a large amount of carrying capacity for fighter bays, as well as drop pod assaults. And it also possessed a bombardment system. Generally speaking, for cruisers, light cruisers like this especially, you didn't really see bombardment, that was more for the heavy ships. But in the aftermath of the Legion heresy, you then got these chapter formations combining the two. And then finally, there's only one capital ship available to every single Space Marines, that being the Battle Barge. These are very heavily armed and armored capital ships, and they indeed pack one hell of a punch, but again, they're more designated towards drop assault. And looking at it as a whole, the Space Marine Navy changed dramatically from the Legion days. Whereas generally speaking it was a mixture of all types of craft, even the heavy hitting units like the Battle Barge are designed for ground combat in mind. They are meant to bombard the planet. They are meant to defend transport vessels. And it's one of those things when you look at it, you realize just exactly what the Space Marines changed to. Space Marines used to be a proper army, but with the changing of the legions into the chapters, they went from being an elite army to simply being special forces. In the aftermath of the heresy, it changed from being a massive conventional grand-scale combat to a low-intensity raiding combat. Generally speaking, with the exception of the Iron Warriors, the Alpha Legion, maybe, and the Thousand Sons, all traitor legions were split into various different warbands. Even within those three, when their primates were not active, they split off into their own warbands. So you have various different smaller units raiding different areas. You have them assaulting, you have them fighting, you have them going everywhere doing everything. If you have a massive host of 100,000 Space Marines, they can only be in one place at one time. And even to divvy them up into 1,000 mans, it's going to take time, effort, and energy. So, what do? You have smaller 1,000 man units that are meant to act as a defensive force. If a Chaos Warband comes to raid a system, you send out the Space Marines to take care of them, and their fleet represents that. They're not designed for grand-scale ship bombardment, capital-to-capital fighting anymore. All that went away. All of their units are designed to support a ground assault, aircraft, orbital bombardment, heavy units, and if the traitors should bring heavy ships, you have the battle barge, which is meant to defend until the Space Marines on the ground can get the job done. And that is something that applies to the entirety of the chapter. Throughout the entirety of covering this, we see two very important things. Numbers are heavily reduced, specializations are almost nearly gone. A perfect example of this are the elites. The Stern Guard are indeed long-range combat units. They are meant to hit hard with their bolters, but they're also armed with chainswords in case they need to get up close and personal. And when you look into it, you understand why that's the case. Space Marines changed. You only had 1,000 Marines, meaning that you couldn't ask for an extra 100 company of Assault Marines. Every single Space Marine had to do everything, meaning that if push came to shove, the standard tactical squad had to pick up a chainsword and do work. That Storm Talon is going to have to perform the duties of a Storm Raven, and we see that every single Space Marine was expected to do so much more, because again, the war changed, so the Space Marines changed with them. They became a massive sledgehammer of every single unit having every single thing, to being a small elite group where every single man could do every single thing that was asked of him. That was what mattered. Space Marines went from having individual specialists to every single Space Marine being a massive specialist in of himself. And all in all, it was a great change for what happened. Again, when you have something like the Long War, which is a long, drawn-out, low-intensity, relatively speaking, for 40k, conflict, you need a unit that is mobile and able to do everything. And that is what we see from the change from the Legion into a chapter. All of the things that were very important basically went away, because while they were important, they weren't important to the Long War. A prime example being super heavy tanks. As we can see, Space Marines had a wide variety of super heavy tanks, but when it came to the chapters, except from the original 20, they're all gone. Why? Because think about it, if a Chaos Warband is raiding, they're not exactly going to invade the planet. They're not going to try and take it over, at least not in a conventional sense. So with a Space Marine, it makes more sense to fill that hangar bay up with smaller predators than you would something big and chunky like a Fellblade. And we see that this is the main issue with the Space Marine chapter. Whilst, yes, it did really well in low intensity conflicts, we see that if you ever move into like higher intensity conventional warfare, the Space Marines suffer because they don't have the means to it. What you needed was a main central force that had all of these big chunky heavy units that could then send forth to reinforce the smaller units. And that's probably what was supposed to happen, with the Primarchs holding that main big force while these smaller chapters were meant to go around and do what they were supposed to do. But with the absence of the Primarchs, that whole plan kind of went up in smoke. But that's just me here thinking. Overall though, we see that the transformation of the Legion into the chapter makes a great deal of sense. The war changed. It went from being a war to a type of insurgency, I guess you could say, or a very low-intensity conflict. So the Space Marines went from being the true hammer of the Imperium into the surgical scalpel meant to pick apart and destroy the enemy that no other men could. Space Marine Chaos Warbands became smaller, so Space Marine Warbands in of themselves also became smaller to counteract them. But again, when the Space Marines needed to be a conventional unit, they did indeed suffer, because they had no centralized command, they had no centralized anything. But as we'll cover in our last episode, that changed quite a bit. But you guys are gonna have to wait until next week before we get into that episode. Space Marines, the poster boys of Warhammer 40k, both spiky and non-spiky versions. Everyone has a favorite Space Marine, as they're all so different, and this is due to their gene seed, but also how they're chosen, and what traits each chapter looks for, aka their initiations. Yet which Space Marine has the hardest initiation? How do the Blood Angels know which blood is best? How do the Dark Angels keep their secrets? How high do the Imperial Fists make their walls? How many pints can a Space Wolf shotgun? And what spice rubs do Sally's use in their barbecue? All these questions will be answered today and more. Kind of, not really, maybe, who knows? So, strap on and buckle up and let's get crackin' on with today's video as we find out which Space Marine chapter has the hardest initiation. By the way, if you're someone who's going to be anal about these, allow me to provide the lube. Here's all the list of the sources. Have fun with them, chap. Now, if you're watching this channel, you probably know how Space Marines are created. But on the off chance for those who do not know, here is a very, very, very brief summary. So it starts up with big ol' E, Mr. Golden Daddy himself, and he created 18 special children, known as the Primarchs. He also created the Thunder Warriors, which are barbarians, but really, really sick, and then the Custodes, which are the Ubermensch. Via a mixture of alchemy and genetic artifice, also a little bit of chaos shenaniganery, which may or may not have involved him having to bone Slanesh. But basically, the Space Marines were based off the DNA of the Primarchs. The Primarchs were meant to be his generals, and the Space Marines were meant to be his super soldiers. During the time of the Horus Heresy, each Space Marine Legion had its own way of recruiting, and looking for its specific genes and traits, which directly link to their Primarch. After the Horus Heresy, this continued, at least for the Loyalist chapters. We'll get to what the Heretic Boys do in a later episode. Probably, maybe, if you guys want it. But for the Loyalist Boys, Space Marines are always taken from usually harsh and deadly worlds. But generally speaking, there is one consistent thing, that being that they have some type of warrior culture. Now, other than that, it's pretty much at random. You could be something like the Dark Angels or the Ultramarines who have relatively standard recruiting procedures, with the former recruiting specifically from feudalistic Calibanite worlds, i.e. worlds that are similar to Calibanite, but not exactly the same. Basically, if it has like a feudal aristocracy type medieval warfare vibe going, that's what the Dark Ages go for. And as for the Ultramarines, basically from the 13 Worlds of Ultramar, aka Roma Invicta. But then whereas you have those that are kind of standardized, you then have literally the Space Wolves, which are only Fenris in any type of warband whatsoever. And then the Imperial Fists, which is like anyone is good, be it Ganger, Hive Ganger, anything in between. If you're stubborn, they like you. I'll get more about that later. From there, once you've been picked up, you then go through your own individual trials, which we'll get onto later. But specifically, you have to be taken young. As to how young, generally speaking, it varies from author to author, but it's assumed that roundabout pre-teen juvenile, so like between like circa 13, 14, 12, something like that, give or take. Basically, not exactly a kid, but not exactly an adult anyway. Sort of like around or before you hit puberty. The training of Space Marines are incredibly brutalistic. Again, it depends on each chapter, with each chapter having different values and traits, but all of them are incredibly hard and they're meant to bred the best of the best warrior. But this is not only physical conditioning, but also psycho-indoctrination training, mental trials, and spiritual trials, again depending on the legion in question. But regardless of what they do, every single one of these organs will be implanted, or at least usually. Some Space Marine chapters don't really have access to them, but this is what they're supposed to get. Some genes seed accepts them, some genes seed rejects them. The main one being the Imperial Fist with the Betches gland, i.e. they don't have access to it. But what are these organs? Oh boy. Well, time to earn that dollar. First, we have the secondary heart, known as the maintainer. Boosts blood supply, maintains life function, the primary heart is destroyed. Then we have the Ismartula, known as the iron heart. Strengthens bone, fuses ribs. The Myscopia, the forge of strength. Releases hormones that massively increase muscular and the strength. Headsman's organs, the blood maker, improves blood chemistry. Laramin's organs, the healer, enables hyper-rapid clotting to staunch wounds and almost instantaneously. The Capsalium node, the unsleeping, controls circadian rhythms, ensures peak performance without sleep. The Pronoia, known as the neutralizer, pre-stomach that allowing digestion of poisonous/inedible materials. The Omophage, the remembrancer, affects partial memory transfer from consumed fleshogenic material. The multi-lung, known as the enabler, allows the people to breathe wherever they need to breathe. The oculope, the eye of vengeance, sharpens eyesight and enhances low-light vision. Lyman's ear, the sentinel, filters sound and enhances balance. The Susan membrane, the hibernator, allows voluntary state use of hibernation. The melaconodrome, known as the skin shield, releases photochromatic skin pigments to begin against radiation. The Electric Kidney, known as the Purifier. Detoxification Owner. God damn it, the Space Wolves love this son of a bitch. Neuroculus, known as the Devourer, enhances taste and smell to detect rare toxins and nutrients. The Murkino, known as the Weaver, secretes a waxy substance onto the skin to prevent against extreme temperatures and vacuum. The Betches gland, known as the Poison Bite, modifies salivary glands to produce acin. The Progenoids, known as the Gene Seed, very important. 2 glands, one in the neck, one in the chest. When extracted and cultivated, produce new organs. Very, very important. The Interface, known as the Black Carapace, also very important. Subcutaneous uplink to neural controls of power armor and Terminator armor. The sinew coils are still within. Dermatallic coils capable of woven into sinews and usually to increase strength and durability. One of the 3 new Primaris organs. The Magnicat, known as the Ampler, increases growth and enhanced function of other organs, especially the Biscopia and the Osmedulla. The Bessarian Furnace, known as the Revitalizer. Dormant Gland, when the triggered, produces a hypercocktail of combat sins and enhanced rapid flesh regrowth before falling dormant again. AKA Stim Drug Boy, baby, let's get this bag. Yes, that was all done in one take. Like and subscribe for my poor fucking lungs. But aside from me giving myself permanent lung damage, all of these are generally speaking very, very important, and they are meant to continue and incorporate the main whole aspect of a Space Marine. But as I mentioned before, not all of them are mandatory. The Space Marines, or the Imperial Fist, they don't exactly have it, as most of their successors don't have the Betches gland. In addition to this, some types of variation of gene seed can result in specific Space Marine chapters not having access to it, even if their parent chapter did indeed have access to it. This is true for all but 2 organs, that being the protonite glands and the black carapace. Without the black black carapace, you don't have a Space Marine. No Protonites, well, no black carapace. So the very, very, very base minimum standards to create a Space Marine are 2. And in theory, you could eliminate every and all other gene seed but these 2. But you would have a pretty crappy Space Marine, not gonna lie. But that is basically how Space Marines are created in general. But that's not what we're here for today. You are here because you want to know about all the little secret nonsense that all these particular boys do. So, let's take a look at how each different First Founding chapter conducts their initiation rituals. And to answer the question, which one of these are the most harsh, most deadliest, and the most terrible? So, first up we have the Dark Angels. The First Legion are a very secretive bunch of boys, but we do know some things about them. Before everything happened with Caliban and then the Horus Heresy, the Dark Angels recruited specifically from Caliban and its surrounding systems. But ever since the fall of Caliban, the Dark Angels have relied on a wide variety of different worlds to which to draw recruits. As I mentioned beforehand, these, generally speaking, have one consistent trait. They are generally speaking feudal worlds or pseudo-feudal worlds. Basically, the Dark Angels like to recruit from knight stock, hence why they have knights. Makes sense. However, they don't really know how many there are. Only the Supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels knows anything truly about them and the total number, as per fucking usual with the Dark Angels. Goddamn, Ezreal's diary must be fucking long. Over time, some recruiting worlds have been lost. Now this depends, either they are lost in the sense that they have been completely destroyed by a chaos invasion or random occurrence, or they could be gifted under successment chapters. For instance, Natural was originally the main homeworld of the Lion Sable, but after the destruction it passed to the Angel Vengeance, and then it has been used by the Angels of Absolution as per recent times. It's also note, basically, wherever the Dark Angels draw recruits from, they will build another fortress monastery. Now these are large, well-defended complexes where the initiates can complete their trials before going to the main base to be inducted into the chapter proper. So that's where they get recruited from, but who does the recruiting? As you're going to see with a common trend amongst the chapters, it's usually a combination of the apothecaries and the chaplains. One for the physical health, one for the spiritual health. But for the Dark Angels in particular, they make a very, very, very heavy dose on their chaplaincy. As the Dark Angels have many secretive and ancient ceremonies, which they make every single neophyte do, and if the neophyte should fail in any one of these, well, they get a good old chop at the back of the neck. These include, but not limited to, the chapters of the rites of initiation, stilling the hearts and minds of recruits and veterans alike with the vow of intolerance, and leading prayers through dedication and battle through the many arch rituals of benediction. Now generally speaking, as with everything in the Dark Angels, you have a good version and a bad version. For the bad version, we can talk about Asmodai. Like when he slaughtered every single recruit from the planet of Narsium as he found their answers wanting. Their answers weren't actually wanting, it's just that Asmodai is literally batshit crazy. But that's the Dark Angels for you. An important note, librarians within the Dark Angels are incredibly rare, as to why the Dark Angels have a very high resistance to the torrences of the warp. I'll link the video here where I cover over the main reason as to why they are. But basically, if you turn to be a Psyker, you're generally speaking put to death, with a very few exceptions. Basically, if you turn to be a Psyker, they'll test you. If you manage to survive their grueling, crazy, stupid tests, you actually end up becoming a Psyker, and thus inducted into Librarius. But again, generally speaking, that doesn't really work. And if you end up being rejected, you turn into Servitors. Pretty much all you've never seen again. It really does depend. But to truly just really drive home how strict the recruitment rituals of the Dark Angels are and how incredibly stupid they are sometimes, we have no better thing to take a look at than the Angels of Darkness. So let's get into that.
Tell me of yourself,
Boreas asked him. I am the 5th son of Herberus, the chieftain who was 2nd son of Gilbel, who took the cloak of thorns from Darso in challenge. The boy replied, his chest puffing up. My father's older brother was chosen to be a warrior for the Star Emperor.
Then the blood of your family is strong. You come from good stock,
said Boreas.
What can you do to prove your loyalty to the Emperor beyond the cloud?
I do not understand, Lord, Varston admitted.
Would you kill your father if I commanded it?
Boreas asked. Kill my father? The boy replied hesitantly. I would if you commanded it, though it would sadden me.
And why would it sadden you?
Boreas said, leaning down to look Varston in the eye. The boy's face was reflected in the red lenses of his helmet. I would be saddened that my father had dishonored our people by offending the Emperor beyond the cloud and his Star Warriors. I cannot imagine any other reason why you would wish him dead. He has served his people well.
And are you, a mere boy, to be judge of that?
Asked Boreas, his skull helm staring at Varston. No, Lord. I would follow your command to slay him, because you are a better judge than I, Varston said with a slight shake of his head.
Good. Go outside, and tell your father you shall be leaving with us tonight.
The next boy who was to be tested gave in to fear. Were he to return to his family dishonored, they would all become outcasts. Boreas took the boy into a hidden chamber filled with bones, and broke his neck, and laid him out to rest.
May your soul be gone from corruption, and return to serve the Emperor in a new life,
he intoned,
kneeling and laying a hand upon the boy's chest.
We will tell your people the truth, that you died during your trial, and faced death bravely. They will be spared your shame.
So what can we say about the Dangles? Looking at the Dark Angels, they are incredibly testing and grueling. But as per the nature, the Dark Angels focus far more on the spiritual side of it, as well as mental and physical training. But like all things with the Dark Angels, their paranoia has caused it to become kinda stupid. Indeed, these trials are rather challenging, but they're a bit hard to judge because yes, the Dark Angels have a high failure rate, but that's not necessarily because the challenge was failed by the aspirant, it's more so that the person conducting the challenge believed that the aspirant failed. Again, you point to Asmodai. He killed every single one of those recruits, because according to him, they failed. So it's kind of hard to judge in some cases, but I would say that even without the whole paranoia, the Dark Angels would have pretty hard challenges because of the exacting standards of the Dark Angels. Also, even under the line, they still had this secretive air to them. They are indeed supposed to be the most elite of the legions. So for them to be trialing, it does make a great deal of sense. But again, it's kind of hard to tell in modern day 40k. But from the angels clad in absolute darkness, to those of the riders of the Khan clad in brightest of ivory. Let's look up at the White Scars next. So, the White Scars recruit solely from the tribe of Jagoras. Now, of course, this is because the planet's people are literally Mongol warriors, and if you know anything about the Mongols, they're pretty hard bastards. But it's more so the perspective that a Jagorian has. The Khan was a very beloved father to his people, and he loved his people in return. Jagorian people understand what it's like to ride free, they understand the open steppes meet the bright sky, they understand the happiness that comes from life. They get what the White Scars are. When the Khan came in, he really did build his chapter around Jagorian beliefs. So rooted are they in their homeworld's culture that to the White Scars, it's pretty much unthinkable for them to pick anything else besides that of Jagorian, because then it's a case of now we have to teach them what it is to be a Jagorian, then teach them what it is to be a White Scar. So much so are the two terribly intertwined between one another. As per usual, chaplains and apothecaries play a major part in all types of enrolling when it comes to the Space Marines and their initiations, but it's noted that for the White Scars, Storm Seas in particular play an extra special part, as it is they, also known as the Zadian Agra, who ride out to watch up the Jagorian tribes when they're at periods of war. Particularly, they look for suitable candidates. The key aspects that are meant to be found here are an independence of mind, stoicism, raw cunning, and sheer warrior skill. Now, basically, after the war has been concluded and the campaign has been done and a victor has been concluded, the Storm Seers will rock up to the chaps, pick the best boys they like, and take them back to the Kwanzor, i.e. the Fortress Monastery. Now, what exactly the tests are, it's pretty secret really, but we do have one or two examples. And we know that it's a combination of noble pursuits, but also physically arduous challenges, such as reciting all 893 stanzas of the Table of the Battle of Kur and Holgok in perfect excruciation, detail, and accuracy, plunging to the icy depths of the Tog Ocean and returning with a mighty horn of an Orvanan whale, and crossing the Kilbo Flats, once in the summer and once in winter, i.e. a fuck-all-nothing desert and then a fuck-all-nothing winter. Now, those who are successful in passing these trials get to choose an honor name. Some, generally speaking, replace their birth name with this, as they see themselves being born again as a Space Marine, while others tend to use a kind of an epithet or a surname. Really does depend. It is known that young Space Marines end up studying the legends and history of their chapter, and find a name that they desire. Now, generally speaking, this is either a previous Space Marine who they want to emulate, a type of battle, animal, whatever it may be, anything that really speaks to them. Interestingly enough, it's not really stated that they can't have the same name, but it's generally seen as something that doesn't happen. So, if two chaps pick the same name, they'll then have an honor duel to see who gets to pick the name, with the loser, of course, relinquishing the name to the victor. It is important to note though, Jagoras and his subsector are still recovering as they got a right old kick in the dick from Huron Blackheart, who did the invading of the area, and he's still there. Traitor forces remain in control of some nearby walls, and this has made recruitment for the White Scars rather difficult, as aside from not having access to all their places, many of the tribespeople were slain, and signs of heretical invasion are still visible on the planet. As rebuilding on a world like Jagoras is not exactly easy, not to mention that the White Scars had to kill a lot of Jagorians who had been corrupted. Basically, a lot of folks died, and if you know anything about medieval culture, recovering from things that devastate population is not exactly easy. Though it is noted that ritual face scars are still applied to the White Scars via the tribe's seers, and these are done unto those who have been proven worthy warriors. Yet, a little slight interesting fact that's been noticed, these scars seem to reflect the shape of the Sacredix Maledictum more and more and more. And this is something that a lot of people don't understand. The Sacredix Maledictum really did affect the White Scars, so much so that the seers and the tribes are now integrating parts of it into their culture. I.e., as mentioned before, Jagorian culture is so important to the White Scars, but now the Sacredix Maledictum is impacting Jagorian culture, meaning that the Sacredix Maledictum will always have a place in the White Scars, And when you have something that is that massive, that chaotic, even if it's a slight influence on the culture, it does mean that the future of the Sons of Jagatai is indeed truly dark. But how dark? Well, that's yet to be seen. But what can we say about the Trials of the White Scars? And we say the Trials of the White Scars are again very well balanced, but also incredibly difficult. But there are equal balance of both mental as well as physical training. Not really so much on the spiritual aspect of it. As we mentioned before, the White Scars recruit exclusively from Jagoras. Therefore, when it comes to spiritual training, they don't really bother. The idea behind it being that, hey, Jagorians, they already have the spirit of the White Scars, so we got that covered. We only need to focus on the mental and physical aptitude. And generally speaking, that's worked pretty well for them. But when you consider that with the Sirdis Maledictum, the spiritual aspect of Jagorian culture is now being brought into question. And that means that if the White Scars still continue to ignore the spiritual aspect and focus mainly on the physical and the mental, where is that going to lead them in the future? But as for how difficult the mental and the physical are, pretty fucking difficult. Like, I don't know if you guys have had to memorize anything, but having to memorize basically 900 stanzas of a fucking battle poem is wild. And I imagine that's not like English, that's like basically some type of Mongolian or Chinese vibe. As again, the Khan and the White Scars are basically based off of the Chinese branch of the Mongol Empire, so I imagine that it's going to be really fucking intricate and detailed as a bastard, so yeah, not simple in the slightest bit. But from the Mongol riders of the Great Khan of Space to the Viking Hurskals of the Wolf King, let's talk about everyone's favorite furries. So, the Space Wolves have a rather interesting way of recruiting their boys. These are done via the Wolf Priests, but the Wolf Priests, unlike other chapters, will not hold games or will not observe outright, they rather will go in secret. It is said that strangers will stalk the lands of men, these fur-clad wanderers who are alive in the depths of winter, and they challenge the strongest and most boastful tribesmen to bouts of strength and drinking, very important, don't forget the booze. These frightening sight of men, huge, big, chunky, burly warriors with burning eyes, they always end up out-wrestling the strongest, out-drinking the staunchest, and absolutely bodying everybody. But this is part of it. These guys always win, but they're not looking for someone to beat them. They are looking for any young warrior who shows sign of greatness during challenges or tribal battles. And even if the Space Wolf ends up bodying the chap and he has like 17 broken bones and lost like 7 liters of blood, the Wolf Priest will then reveal himself to be a Wolf Priest and he will take this broken fella to the Fang, that being the fortress monastery of the Space Wolves, have him rehabilitated, and then throw him into the trials proper. Now, whilst there are many trials that Space Marines go through, there are 2 in particular that are the most important, that being the trials of Morkai, known as the Gate of Morkai and the Test of Morkai respectively. Morkai being the twin wolf-headed god of Fenris. For the first of these trials, the aspirant will be brought before the Council of Rune Priests, that being their version of librarians, who will then test his mind. In addition to this, the Wolf Priest will have challenged his body beforehand. Then, if he passes, they will take him to the very, very bottom of the Fang, which lies the Gate of Morkai. Now this is a vast portal surrounded by fiery rivers of lava, and it's said that the mighty wolf god crowns this giant gate. Its carved flanks bear the entrances of great runes of power. Basically, it's some type of psychic portal nonsense. Or I'm sorry, the spirit of Fenris bullshit. Basically, what happens is that this chap is going to step through the Gate of Morkai. Then, the aspirant's body will then belong to the Rune Priests. They'll then scour his soul for doubt, impurity, temptations, anything that can be used against a Space Marine or his battle brothers by the fell powers of the warp. This is a very, very heavy emphasis on the spiritual aspect of it. Again, it's all about honor, duty, ensuring that you are loyal to your wolf brothers, and ensuring that you are loyal to Russ. So if everything goes well and the aspirant manages to say no to the Slanushi, he will then be brought on and then moved on to the next trial. If he fails, however, the Rune Priest will then scrub his mind and have him over to the Iron Priests, aka the Tech Marines, where they'll then become servitors. And surprise, surprise, that is actually the easier of the 2 trials. For the next trial, we then have the Test of Morkai. So, basically, after the aspirant has passed the first test of Morkai, he'll then hop on board a ship, he'll be dropped in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, thousands of miles away from the Fang. He will then be given the Cup of the Wolfen, where his body will drink and absorb the first and most deadly gene seed of the Space Wolves, their own unique Canis Helix. So this is essentially the trial by fire. When the Canis Helix is taken in, their bodies will begin to writhe in pain and anguish. Their body mass grows up to about 80%, many of their bone fuses, and fangs sprout from their gums. Whilst their body is racked with pain, the warrior has to overcome everything in between, not just the pain, but also the mental pain. For those who don't know, the Canis Helix is the unique thing that makes Space Wolves Space Wolves. It also is the thing that turns them into Wolfen. So basically what the Space Wolves do is that they give their boy a little bit of werewolf juice, and he needs to overcome this nonsense, both physical and mental pain, enduring the pain and preventing himself from going batshit cuckoo. He then has to make his all the way back to the Fang. and when he does so, he is made a fully fledged Sky Warrior by being implanted the gene seed. Because of the Space Wolves, if you manage to survive all that bullshit, you're not a scout anymore, my boy, you're a full-on battle brother, which, kinda makes sense. As you can imagine, not everyone passes this, and generally speaking, these become roving madmen, wolfen that are left to roam the wastelands as myths and horrors, but they usually die out beforehand. But not all of them. It's unknown exactly how many are lying about, but there's probably at least one or two. But all in all, that's the Space Wolves. So, what can we say about the Wolfie boys? Space Wolves, they place a very, very, very huge emphasis on spiritual purity. As you can imagine, Space Wolves hate Psychers, even though they use Psychers, but that's neither here nor there. Thus, any and everything that could be related with psychic nonsense, temptation, mental weakness, they throw out. The Space Wolves are all about honor and determination. They do what has to be done when it needs to be done, and they will not accept anything less. They're very uncompromising in that standard. They're also very much about mental fortitude as well as physical fortitude. For a Space Wolf, you have to be able to outdrink everyone and outfight everyone in equal measure. In addition to this, you have to be able to overcome it and do what needs to be done, regardless of pain, emotion, or anything in between. Mental fortitude, spiritual fortitude, and physical fortitude. The one thing that they are lacking though is educational fortitude, because while the trials that focus and centers exactly on being mentally strong, it doesn't exactly focus on wisdom. It's a very brute force approach to it, much like the Space Wolves themselves. So while, yeah, it's pretty good, I wouldn't exactly expect a Space Wolf to be answering what's 4 plus 4 any day of the week. But it doesn't matter if he can't do math, he can punch your lights out and drink you under the table. But from the puppy pack of Lord Wolfie himself, we go to the staunch lemon walls of Lord Adorable. Let's talk about the Imperial Fists. The Imperial Fists are interesting in that they are one of the lower recruitment rates, for the sole fact, much like their Primarch, they are very uncompromising. They recruit from basically anywhere. They don't have one particular home world, though it is noted that their home world of Inwit as well as the world of Necromunda are two that they are rather prized on. Terra as well, but as I said, anywhere. And the Fists are interesting because they have two qualities that they look for above any and all other. They do not care that if one chap has literally everything in all A's, if the other chap has these two things in S pluses, that being defiance. Physical, mental, as well as emotional defiance, and a aversion to pain. The Fist wants somebody who's going to spit in your face, and when you stab them for spitting in your face, they're going to call you a pussy and tell you to stab them again. That is a type of stubbornness and just unlogical rage and defiance that the Fists are looking for. The Fists love those qualities, that being defiance in the face of overwhelming odds and an indomitable will to endure. Some examples of feats that can get you into the Fists are a young fighter who faces his enemies bloody but with a weapon in his hand, a youth who crosses through miles of freezing dark to survive an attack by an old Gaul, as well as a warrior who's on the verge of defeat who's surrounded by his foes and when offered to surrender simply spits in the face and demands more. Again, if the chaplains see these guys and they see them doing this, they're going to pick them up and they're going to take them to the chapter for further evaluation. These then become aspirants, and they face a deluge of tests and screening rituals. These trials vary from hypno-assaults that flood the mind with terror to the intricate puzzles of coordination and mental agility. These normally accompanied by extreme sleep deprivation, distraction, and pain. We have examples of aspirants being granted rest only to wake up in a zero-gravity chamber surrounded by blinding lights and slowly draining air. All the while, he has to reassemble weapons from parts spinning around him. After this, chaplains will then literally pry open their minds and scour their brain for any sign of weakness or flaws that might become a seed of failure. Now, should an aspirant pass all of these trials, he will then be taken to the phalanx proper. From there, they'll have to fight to become initiates of the chapter proper. Yeah, all that shit happened, and now they're only becoming initiates of the chapter. It is noted that here, their old identities said to be fallen away, as they are said to pick out new ones. And they're put through a whole nother set of trials, such as bolter drills conducted in the very deep reaches of the phalanx against lethal kill servitors, strategic problems being processed while blood is being drained from their veins, as well as, without any and all exception, neophytes being underput the most utter and intense physical duress, yet not allowed to utter a single sound or have any one of their cognitive abilities reduced. This is what is known as the Crucible of Truth. It is said to be the fire that burns away all weakness and the artifice that tempers the soul. Now, whether or not this existed before during the days of Rogel Dawn, it's unknown, but the Imperial Fists do have a reputation of being somewhat masochistic, as they are known to place their neophytes in positions of increased, terrible, wretched pain, such as subjecting themselves to neural pain bombardment, literally stepping into glove-like devices that will tap into their very nervous system and cause them to have pain. But this culminates with the final undertaking, that being the surgical implementation of organs and other procedures that is performed without anesthesia, while the subject is fully conscious. Dude is not allowed to yell, he's not allowed to scream, he's not allowed to cry, nothing. He's supposed to take it there like a fucking Chad. So if finally After all this, homie just doesn't straight up keeling over and die while having his gene seed implanted. He will finally become a fully fledged battle brother of the Imperial Fists. All these practices hone the core to what a warrior of Rogol Dawn is, to endure without breaking or showing weakness. So, let's take a look at the Imperial Fists. The Imperial Fists, generally speaking, are rather extra. Indeed, they kind of mirror the Dark Angels in this regard. But whereas the Dark Angels are kind of extra when it comes to their whole spiritual aspect, the Fists are very extra when it comes to the physical aspect. In my opinion, they place way too much emphasis on the sheer physical endurance of it. Ah yes, you need to endure everything, every little bit of pain. Pain is nothing to you. But I don't really see how hooking your boy up to literal nerve endings to insinuate that he's being on fire is going to really do much when he gets cleaved in twain by a greater demon. Like, yes, Space Marines need to be able to endure pain, but there's a limit to everything, and here we get diminishing returns. That being said, Imperial Fists are some of the most staunchest and stubborn, but this has come to bite them in the ass before. The Imperial Fists are defensive experts to a T, but they're a little too stubborn sometimes. So as we said, massive emphasis on the physicality. And again, the mentality as well, but not nearly as much. And the spirituality, well, that's there, but it's not exactly the main focus. As I said, to a boy of Dawn, you need to be able to take every single pain imaginable and not give a fuck. So again, mental and physical mostly, and lacking on the spiritual. But from the yellow-walled lemony boys of Dawny to the beautiful, bountiful vampire boys of Mr. Golden Angel Fabulous Hawkboy himself, let's talk about the Brangos, baby. The Blood Angels, much like the White Scars, are generally speaking traditionally monosystem recruiters, their neophytes and thralls being exclusively gathered from Bal Primus and Bal Secundus. Now this is known during event as the Time of Choosing, and this is signaled by the Dulphus Lunarius. This is a centennial occurrence in which the moons are fully visible to each other, rather rare. Members of the chapter will then visit each moons and encourage their tribes to participation in the selection process. Though it is noted that sometimes if the Blood Angels getting their shit kicked in, a la the Siege of Ball, they may indeed circumvent this and call upon all the other boys to join up them and say like, hey, we kinda need boys, so get in the truck. The Blood Angels' trials are divided into a number of phases. On Bal Primus, the mightiest are chosen by the Blood Angels. Basically, Blood Angels will observe what's going on, be it in trials, combats, or just generally speaking the most promising, and they'll yoink them up. On Bal Secundus, however, it's different. Anyone who wants to become a Space Marine has to make their way to the Angels' Fall, and this is generally speaking considered the first link of the trials, braving death by radiation, mutant animal attacks, deprivation, starvation, etc., with the final and most notable stage being the journey by the Wind River using the Angels' wings, aka a glider. Now after they reach the Angels' Fall, the youths are then taken to the place of choosing. Now this is a giant square at the foot of a statue of Sanguinius, known as the Colossus of Sanguinius. Here they will meet the first ever Blood Angels, and their exacting demands of a Space Marine are laid out for them, and they are then given the opportunity to depart with honor. And this is very interesting, because the Blood Angels don't exactly maintain direct contact with the people of Bal Primus and Secundus. Therefore, they tell them, hey, you're not really going to have a family, you're not going to have a family name, clan name, everything, so if you want to bounce out, no problem. And you made it here, so big props to you, my guy. But those that remain will undergo what is known as the first winnowing. Now this is basically a preliminary test that weeds out all the youths that are basically unlikely to get accepted via the gene seed, as well as those who don't have the sufficient talents to prosper as a Blood Angel. Now what's interesting about these tests don't often result in death, as all are permitted to return home. However, those who are most prominent are given the choice of serving the chapter as thralls instead, which indeed many do indeed participate in. From there they move on to the place of trial, and there are 9 days of games. And again, this reduces the number further. Those who remain after all of this are then elevated to the status of aspirants. From here, these aspirants are then forced march to the next phase of the place of challenge. Deep within the desert, they split into small units. Very important note. Any aspirant who then fails at this point can never leave the facility. However, they'll then continue to live there as guards for the rest of their lives. Which again, it's interesting, they don't really are expected to die, but it's like once you get to this point, okay, you've committed enough now, you have to be as guard. Which indeed kind of does make them thralls of the chapter. Yet, while indeed they are expected to die, plenty are indeed killed during the challenges. It is said that from an initial score of several hundred, they become several tens. These are then taken to the Arx Angelicum, where the final wielding of weariness awaits. In the Chapel of Vigilance in the Basilica Sanguinarium, the exhausted aspirants must remain awake for 3 days and 3 nights. Those who falter are never seen again. Now, as to how difficult these 3 days and 3 nights are, we don't really know. I imagine it's a case of if you actually fully conk out and fall off to sleep and take a little nap, yeah, you get a little bit of a shank. But if you manage to do all of this, we then come to the final and the most iconic phase of becoming a Blood Angel. But rather than me trying to yap to you myself, we're going to take a look at an extra script from the novel Dante. The Blood Angels were angelic one moment, monstrous the next, when the Red Grail was filled with the blood of the sanguinary priests. Each boy was made to drink from it. Soon they all fell into a deep sleep. Lewis dreamed of Sanguinius, witnessing his Primarch's every moment of glory, defeat, shame, and hope. He felt rage, thirst, the desire to kill, alongside fear, despair, and sorrow. The young Lewis became witness to everything Sanguinius had endured, until he finally awoke. He awoke, trapped and thrashing. The space he occupied was tilted off vertical, barely larger than his body, and full of liquid tainted red by bloody fragments. A dim light shone through the murks. His limbs were enshemmed in strings of cables. Embedded needles tore free, stinging him as he flailed. On his face was a mask of some kind, and in panic he tore it off and screamed. Liquid filled his lungs. He was drowning. He fought against it, with furious might, hammering against the unyielding surface, not realizing that he was not dying, but breathing freely. Mechanical noises soon sounded beneath his feet. The liquid gurgled, and the level dropped. His eyes were uncovered. The light came from a tiny round window in front of him. Outside, shapes obscured by streaks of gore moved. Beeping chimes sang urgently around him, blinking the thick liquid from his eyes. He tore at the pads on his chest, and the needles piercing his arms and thighs. He roared like a beast. Memories of betrayal and death tormented him, and all around was blood, and more blood. Locks disengaged. Light crackled around the wall in front of him, warning toxins blaring nasally. The wall lifted, revealing itself to be a lid, and the space he occupied was a sarcophagus of ribbed metal. The coffin tilted upright. Hands reached for him. He batted at them and snarled. His teeth were sharp and pierced his lips. The hands slipped on his skin. In a flood of bloodied and meiotic medium, he fell forward onto the shining floor of basalt. Tormented faces screamed in his mind. A great claw descended towards his wings and broke them. Sorrow filled his heart. He knelt on all fours, panting. All the woes of another's life tortured him. Red tinged his vision. An unquenchable thirst gripped him. All sensation had been replaced by pain. He no longer knew who he was.
This one fought all the way through the transformation. Another for the tower. Or a warrior of fated promise,
said another. A hand rested gently on his shoulder. His head snapped around, teeth bared. The hand remained in place.
Brother Dante, can you hear me?
For a moment, the hand withdrew a fraction, the owner alarmed by the savagery of his charge. Dante. In Angel's name. Dante. Dante. The red mist receded. The last recollections of Sanguinius flickered from his mind. He was in a low-ceilinged hall full of sarcophagi. Up and down the row, servitors and transhuman giants worked, hauling naked, massively muscled warriors screaming into the world. He looked down at his hands and arms. They were enormous, swollen with ropes of muscle. Not his hands. Once he recognized that they were different, he remembered who he was. I am Lewis, he panted.
You are Dante now. I am Brother Azeron. Do you remember me?
Dante. You are a sanguinary priest from the 10th Company.
And you are now a member of that company and a neophyte to our chapter.
Azeron's angelic face softened with relief.
You are an aspirant no more. Arise, neophyte.
Chaplain Recruiter Mafiel reached out an armored hand. Unlike the others in the chamber, he was fully armored and masked. Dante took his hand and rose. He felt strong and massive. When he stood, he could look Mafiel straight in his eye lenses. He held up his hands in wonder. What has happened to me? He said.
You have spent a year in the Hall of Sarcophagi, undergoing the blood change. After you fell asleep, you were implanted with the sacred seed of our Lord, the Great Angel, activated with the infusion of his precious blood. You have passed your final test, and have been granted the blessings of the Emperor's knowledge. You are a Blood Angel.
So, that is the Blood Angels. And it's rather fitting that we see the Blood Angels taking a very balanced approach to things. We see that the Blood Angels place a great emphasis on the physical as well as the mental trials. And it's noted that before the final trial, all of it is either physical or mental, be it in having to navigate to there, being in teaching them tactics and strategies, as well as general survival, but also the physical act of doing it, such as the wing gliding, various combat trials, and then we have some that are a combination of both physical and mental, such as staying awake for 3 days and 3 nights. Again, if you just brute force that, it's not really going to work. You need a duty, you need something to keep you busy. For example, for my own personal age, I've actually stayed awake for 3 days and 3 nights before, but not because I was just doing nothing. I actually got Fractorial and then I played that for like 4 days straight. My god, that game is indeed crack. But I had something to keep my mind busy, but also my body busy as well. I can imagine that if you gather with groups of people and you band together and you guys play like mind games together with each other and you keep each other awake, that's a good way to get it done. And then we get to the final aspect in of itself, and that is a spiritual. Now yes, you may argue it's indeed physical, but as we can tell from Dante's book, a lot of it has to do with the mental stability of it. The key thing is that you are fighting the blood. It is a spiritual battle. And again, I will then pin my video here where I talk about the Blood Angels and what their soul is in depth. But basically looking at it, it's the case of the Blood Angels fighting. They are fighting for their spirit. It is what a Blood Angel is the soul of the chapter, a soul of an angel or a soul of a demon. So from here, we have a really good combination of all three. We also see what's very interesting with the Blood Angels. They don't outright kill their aspirants. There are plenty of times in the initiation process where aspirants are indeed allowed to just, live and continue. It's really when we get to the very, very last stages that most aspirants either succeed or die. And again, it's rather interesting that they are indeed very tense, but there is not a distinct lack of life here. Which again is really interesting and a really good tick up from my point of view. But from the Crimson Angels of the Beloved Sun to the sable-clad mechanical monsters of the Fallen Gorgon, let's talk about the Iron Hands now. Ah yes, the Iron Hands. Mr. Ferris Manus himself. The Iron Hands have a propensity for high-intensity set-piece engagements. As you can imagine, this results in a very, very higher level of mortality when you consider other Dipsastades forces. However, this is counteracted by the use of cybernetics as well as the aptitude of their apothecaries. As a consequence of this, the chapter's hierarchy is rather top-heavy, with incredible mortality among scouts and initiates. But on the bright side, anyone who survives past that, you're basically stuck in there for life. The chapter recruits heavily from Medusan clans. They look upon their strongest sons, but it's also noted that they have other tithing worlds under their aegis. Also, if the Iron Hands see a particular good-looking guy, they're just going to yoink him. It doesn't matter where they are, if they have permission, they're assholes, so there they go. It's also noted that Iron Hands, as true of many Space Marine chapters, will actually yoink individuals directly from the black ships of the Scholastica Sacana as they pass through the Strathius system. Now they do this because they want to get good and powerful librarians. But despite what their origin may be, every initiate who survives the physical and psychological trials that are calculated with intense cruelty will then spend their first decades in the crucible of Clan Dorvak, that being the 10th clan company. For those who don't know, each one of the clans of the Iron Hands forms a unique company. Now this was the case for the entirety of them during the Legion, but when they were reverted to a chapter, it was only the primary 10 that then became part of the chapter's founding. And Dorvak is the one that handles the scout company, and they do this on the proving grounds of Uranus, one of the most wind-ravaged desolate plains and the entirety of the planet. The philosophy of Clan Dorvik is this: if an initiate can survive the training, they can survive anything, and this is one that permeates the Iron Hands as a whole. But it does mean that also, lots of morbidity and mortality. It is noted that missions that another Space Marine chapter would give to its veterans are assigned to Iron Hands to their Aurorus recruits, i.e. scouts sometimes. So they either have to survive their suicide mission or die. Again, it's one of those things where it's very, 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 very hardcore. It's sink or swim. It's also noted that competition is highly encouraged. As due to the stable surplus of senior Iron Hands, recruits are often treated with extraordinary disdain and disregard. Clan Dorvik sergeants will often pull aside individuals to turn on their brothers at some very critical moment during their training. The object lesson being thus: never trust anyone. This is something that Ferris Manus learned too late, and the Iron Hands are totally okay. Nah, I don't need therapy, bro, I'm good. Again, and this is further reinforced, Brotherhood is fallible, only Iron is eternal. Iron is all, nothing else exists. And this nihilistic doctrine is indeed very, very, very core to the Iron Hands as a whole, as it is born of the bleakness of their homeworld and the trauma of their past, but it has endured because it works. Or so it does seem to work. Again, not really much on the Iron Hands because, no one likes the Iron Hands, not even GW, but the Iron Hands are really fucked. Very, very, very fucked. They do, however, place a great emphasis on physical, mental, as well as spiritual indoctrination, but the problem is that they have a very lax hand with it. They don't really look too much with these specific traits as to make sure that their aspirants can survive, that they can grow. It's basically, right, here's a test for the mental, here's a test for the physical, and as for the spiritual, don't trust anyone. Everyone is evil, everyone is out to get you, it's pretty fucked. The Iron Hands, when it comes to recruiting and training their boys, are literally the definition of picking shit, throwing it at the wall, and seeing what sticks. And maybe that's why the Iron Hands have become kind of fucked in recent years, because like it's only the bastards that are the hardest, toughest, and luckiest that actually get through. Anyone who may have any and all good sense but aren't exactly hardcore bastards are thrown out of the chapter, which maybe might have something to do with it, but yeah, the Iron Hands are pretty fucked. But from the nigh automata of the Gorgon himself, we go to the hallowed-clad evocati of the Ultramarine Legio. Let's talk about the Ultramarines, baby. Ah yes, my beloved and beautiful blueberries. The Ultramarines are never short of aspirants, as they draw not from one world but 13 worlds. 13 worlds that they all directly control from, and this is very, very important. Such is the admiration held for the chapter amongst the populace of Ultramar that it is a massive amount of pride for families across the region to know that even any one of their sons or any part of their family is indeed a battle brother of the Ultramarines. And again, the Ultramarines, they do not take aspirants, they do not take neophytes, they do not take people, they don't come and claim you. You have to make your way to them at any time. It doesn't matter what year it is, what day it is, if you make your way to an Ultramarine recruiting, and if you get all that done, they will then accept you into the first rung of it. And again, because of this, the fact that Ultramarines hail from a civilized realm of space, the fact that they value honor and decency, many people think that Ultramarine trials are easy. This is fucking wrong. Their trials and initiator rites are no less arduous than any ferocious chapters, and surprising to most people, few aspirants go through the exact same process. Some of them can come through the Ultramar Auxilia academies, others are discovered on their own or approach the Ultramarines in their own way. Each world has its own way of traditions and seeks to outdo the others in terms of the quality of individuals that it produces. Again, these whole things can vary wildly from world to world, such as the Academy Fortis upon the world of Moritandor, where aspirants are expected to undertake the Ultramar Defense Force Auxilia officer training and complete a full campaign. Again, these are teenagers doing a full military campaign as officers. Upon the agri-world of Ordrego, aspirants must spend the baking hot harvest seasons battling the semi-sentient Delvian thorns for the precious fruit that lies within their clutches, with no protective equipment of any kind, vine lashes so deadly that they are akin to a slashing blade. We then have the cadets of the Principia Preceptoros upon the mining world of Lamar, which are given various pits to their own command. They have to meet strenuous quotas and become swift masters of organization and logistics, as well as disaster management, as in often cases there will be terrible disasters that require the master logisticians as well as effective problem solving of these individuals to be maintained and honed to a sharpened edge. Wherever they come from, these aspirants who survive and pass their trials come to Macragge to be inducted into the Ultramarines proper. Again, these are all things that get you into the Ultramarines training as aspirants, with one of the final and the most terrible being the exposure trial. The exposure trial is simple in concept but incredibly difficult in its undertaking. The aspirant in question must go out into the wilderness and survive for a set period of time. How long, we don't know, but probably weeks. But they have to survive in Macragge's polar legions and its mountain ranges. These are brutal, harsh, and barren. And again, in some cases, they can also be taken a further afield to scorching deserts, predator-infested jungles, or even the crime-ridden labyrinths of a hive world. Again, these are usually all off-world from the Ultramar system, but what's interesting is that survival is not expected. And generally speaking, what ends up happening is that the Ultramarines will end up evaluating a particular aspirant on how far they got, with the greatest of them actually completing the whole circuit full sail. But the overwhelming majority of successful aspirants have to be recovered by the Ultramarines and given extensive medical treatments to proceed to the next phases of selection and training. But after this is done, the Ultramarine will go into training on a personal level, training mental, physical, and spiritual fortitude in the exacting standards and rigors of the Codex Astartes. From there, they will join their squad and then work together as a unit. From there, they will then graduate into the Scout Company and then into fully fledged Battle Brother, with rigorous, strict adherence to the Codex Astartes, ensuring that every single box is ticked before they can move on to the next one. There is no jumping when it comes to the Ultramarines. So, looking at the Ultramarines, it's rather interesting. The Ultramarines are a very, very civilized chapter, and they pull on from a variety of sources. Each one of their own worlds has their own unique challenges, and we see that they're trained in each unique ways. To get into the Ultramarines, you have to show incredible physical, incredible mental, or again, incredible spiritual talent. From there, you're then placed into trials that train every single aspect of a Space Marine, every single aspect in every single way, to create the perfect all-rounder Space Marine. But they have one particular issue, that being their rigid adherence to the Codex Astartes, meaning that it is kind of like a test that is basically stipulated in the Astartes Codex. So if it's not in the Codex, the Ultramarines won't consider it, meaning that they can become rather predictable. But again, with the coming back of Guilliman, he's shaking this up a little bit and taking a much greater emphasis on rebuilding his boys and maybe his legion. But we don't exactly have direct one-to-one comparisons yet as exactly what he's done, but he has made changes. So we can assume that they've become better, but all in all, when looking at the Ultramarines, very well-rounded, very solid, and all in all, they're exactly what you expect from the poster boys of what a Space Marine should be. But from the marble hollowed columns of Ultramar to the dark night forests of Kievar, let's talk about the Raven Guard. So the Raven Guard are interesting. So for those of you who don't know, Corvus Corax had a lot of failed experiments in the Horus Heresy. He tried to create the Raptors, which succeeded until it was then poisoned by some chaos nonsense. But that then meant that the chapter's gene seed pool was both depleted and irreparably damaged. Thus, the Raven Guards do not have the Muracanoid, that being the implant that allows the Space Marine to sweat a substance that coats the skin and offers extreme resistance to heat, cold, radiation, and protection in a vacuum. Nor do they possess the Betcher's gland, which again allows the Space Marine to spit a corrosive poison. Due to the instability and relative rarity of their gene seed, the Raven Guards see the act of receiving their genetic material and their lineage as a combination of an incredible honor, but at the same time a burden. Thusly, they don't really give their things out lightly, so their recruitment cycles are actually slower than that of the chapters. Again, they kind of tie with the IF for like lowest recruitment rates. And again, because of like the rarity of it, it's one of those things that for the Raven Guard, you have to prove yourself worthy of the gene seed beforehand. So before getting a gene seed implementation, failure rate is rather high, but after receiving gene seed implementation, failure is basically all but nothing. The Raven Guard will subject aspirants to countless trials in the four storms of Deliverance and the inhospitable wastes of Kievar, Deliverance being the moon and Kievar being the planet itself. From there, aspirants face absolutely lethal conditions, with little food, water, or sleep, and, more importantly, they are required to both evade and kill monsters and mutants, teaching them to be both predator and prey, as they must learn patience to hunt and avoid detection. One such ordeal is known as the Trial of the Watcher. Now this is something that really does lean into the Raven Guard, and them being a very special in the Space Marine department as being Spec Ops boys. Basically, they have to go into the ganglands of Kievar, and they're expected to memorize as much detail as they can regarding every possible subject, potential routes of ingress and egress for assassination missions, the color of rags worn by a street urchin, the particular way that a building is structured, where the gangs are, what type of ammunition they use, what type of food is sold, everything. The aspirants are expected to make moral observations and analysis as well, such as what do they think about the person stealing to feed their starving family, or the enforcers permitting petty criminals to go free in exchange for information about murderous gang lords, all the way up to local officials taking bribes that enable them to do some type of public good. Basically, this really does teach the aspect of the Raven Guard to the aspirant. The Raven Guard are all about observation, but not just observation for observation's sake. Look, listen, learn. It is often said that a wise man will listen first and speak second. That is very much so key to the Raven Guard and how they do this. And basically the Trial of the Watcher is basically made to make a Raven Guard think. But that all sets it up for the Trial of Justice. The Trial of Justice delves deep into the candidate's mindset. Basically, the aspirant is strapped into a chair with near total darkness. From there, a librarian then plunges their mind to read their thoughts and feelings, as a chaplain poses them with increasingly complex moral dilemmas, and presents them with a multifaceted set of scenarios and demands to know what exactly they would do in that given situation. Surprising to most people, there are truly right and wrong answers to these questions, but right and wrong in relation to what the Raven Guard believe are right and wrong. Basically, the Raven Guard are all about anti-authoritarianism. They hate tyrants. They believe that good must be done for goodness sake. They are freedom fighters, and they truly believe that it is their duty to do what is right. Again, it kind of clashes with the whole Imperium as a lodge. They want those who are outside the box. They want outcasts. They want those who think differently, who will do anything because it is the right thing to do. Insert emo joke here. But in regards to this, basically just be honest. Because if you show any type of dishonesty whatsoever, the candidate will be killed on the spot, or lobotomized to be made use as a servitor. It's unknown what happens if the candidate gives the wrong answers, but nothing bad happens, so they're probably let go, maybe, or they're killed, one of the two. But there are plenty other physical tests, one known as the Trial of Wraith. The candidate is dropped alone in the Orlithian wastes. From there, the aspirant must cover 190 miles of lethal territory in 3 days, without any type of substance and without being spotted by a native predator. Yes, this is fucking hard. But basically, this is one of many that are done to assess the aspirant's ability to cover harsh terrain at speed, while considering both stealth and situational awareness. Again, stuff that is very, very, very central to the Raven Guard philosophy. But basically, after you pass these tests, you can expect a long period of service in the 10th Company. From there, you will spend years learning the art of infiltration, sabotage, and guerrilla combat. These contingents of scouts, which are known as peons, are often deployed alongside regular chapter forces in joint operations to hone their skills. Generally speaking, these battles are often the final rite of passage before being granted the right to be implanted with the Black Carapace, i.e. becoming a Space Marine proper. The long and painful, dangerous, and every goddamn thing in between, that process is becoming a member of the 10th Company produces exceptional Reserve Company warriors. Now these warriors are basically on par with their brothers of the other battle companies, and if a warrior finally reaches this point, they get a reward, that being the right to choose a new name. consisting of a battle name and an honor name. The former most often is the name of a past champion of the chapter, tying them into the Raven Guard's history, whilst the latter is more typically a Kivarian word for a hunting beast, weapon, folk hero, or something appropriate element of Kivarian culture, thus forever bonding the warrior to their home. It is not uncommon, however, for the second name to be something that personally relates to the warrior himself. Again, anything that bonds him to his people, and this represents the duality of the Raven Guard. They are indeed the warriors of the Emperor, the Ravens of Korax, but they are also sons of Kievar and the slayers of tyrants. So, let's take a look at the good old Raven Guard. As we see, the Raven Guard are rather interesting. They place a very, very great importance on mental fortitude, physical fortitude, and also spiritual fortitude. But particularly with their physical fortitude, it's different from the other chapters. Their physical fortitude is specifically detailed to what they do. Whereas with other chapters, it's much so the case of, hey, this is general strength. When you have something like the Raven Guard, you will need to be incredibly swift, durable, and agile because of what you're going to be doing as a Space Marine. The whole aspect of the Raven Guard is that you are being prepared to be a Space Marine before you even become a neophyte. The minute you get that gene seed, however, you are basically guaranteed to succeed. It's a really interesting, and it's basically a direct opposite to the Iron Hands. The Iron Hands don't give a hell what the hell happens to you, whereas the Raven Guard care incredibly much up until you get that gene seed. The minute that happens to the Raven Guard, you are basically guaranteed. The question is not when, but how long will it take you to achieve the full status of Battle Brother. Also again, we see that there is a great deal of emphasis placed on the spiritual aspect. Corvus did not want to be a tyrant. He did not want to lead butchers and murderers. He wanted to lead those other liberators, liberating the worlds, liberating the galaxy. It's actually something that he struggled with a lot with during the heresy. So to see that this has still continued with his sons, it is really interesting that a great deal of mental fortitude and spiritual fortitude is placed. But again, it all ties really well to the chapter. It's a very well-rounded approach, and honestly, it's actually one of my favorites when you think about it. But while it is one of my favorites, it is not my favorite. Because whilst the sable sons of Kievar, clad in the raven skin, are indeed incredibly good at what they do, raven skin ain't nothing compared to drake skin hide. For now, we go to the last, the final, and my favorite, the Fireborn of Nocturne. Let's talk about the Salamanders, baby! Ah yes, the Salamanders, my favorite green dragon boys. The Salamanders recruit directly from the people of Nocturne and surrounding worlds. Nocturne is of course a death world, meaning that basically to live on it is indeed incredibly difficult. Now while yes, when Vulcan came around and was introduced with the Legion, it did indeed get a little better, but Vulcan still wanted to maintain what made his people his people. So there are indeed plenty things that are still dangerous on the world, but it means that just becoming a hunter or becoming something in here already prepares them for this life. Now again, what's really interesting about the Fireborn and the Salamander as a whole is that again, much like the Ultramarines, people think that being a Salamander is easy, but it's really the exact opposite. Much to my surprise, Salamanders have one of the higher death rates. And this isn't really a case of the Salamanders being callous like the Iron Hands. It's more so of this. The Salamanders will do everything to help an aspirant succeed. But again, the Salamanders recognize that if the particular aspirant can't cut the mustard, well then they can't cut the mustard, and so be it. And the Salamanders don't feel anything bad about it, because the Salamanders do not demand that people follow. If a Salamander sees someone and they see them good, they'll then present them and ask them, hey, do you want to come? If they say no, they respect it wholeheartedly. Thusly, those who enter do so willingly. Not to mention, those who perish are not marked with any form of disdain whatsoever. Those who enter and die as aspirants are actually honored by their families and honored by the Salamanders. As to the Salamanders, those who perish simply return to the earth as part of the cycle of Nocturne's death and rebirth. They are honored sons of Nocturne who wish to become Fireborn, and thus they did not waste their lives, but rather they gave their lives back onto the earth. Again, it's something that a lot of people don't really expect from the Salamanders, but if you are a Salamanders fan and you read about them, this fits perfectly with the whole ideology of the Salamanders. To a Salamander, they love hard shit. What they don't like is people being forced to do it. It's only if you agree to it, and a Salamander will lay it everything out in clear, concise, big, bold font for you. But what exactly do the Sallies do? Here are some of the many trials that they might face. First are grueling marches across the ash wastes and desert plains under the burning sun. These are generally speaking the first foretastes of any trials ahead for the recruit, and aren't really trials enough themselves because many people already do this enough themselves on Nocturne. The second form on hunting and evasion tests. Basically, a Salamander will be forced to hunt or evade a particular set of creatures, whether they be a pack of Sarhan or pitted one-on-one against Leonid hunting in the Aradith Plains. Sarkar being essentially like desert wolves and Leonid being a giant lion. These creatures are plenty to root out the strong amongst the cohort of aspirants. And what this provides is a highly varied and changeable training regime. Recruitment in general, however, is based on two varied principles, that being the variations of earth and fire, such as the trials of the burning sands, the bleeding stones, the searing fire, and the savage beasts. Now, all of these are used to temper the aspirant in one aspect or another, and these trials lean very heavily on physical and spiritual, but there is a great deal of mental involved as it. Vulcan was all about tempering the mind. Vulcan was a blacksmith, he was a craftsman, he was an artificer. And that, generally speaking, describes the way that a salamander trains their recruits. Your hands must be strong enough to grip the hammer of a smith. Your mind must be sharp enough to know where to strike the hammer. And your spirit must be hot enough to give you a desire not just to make a tool, but to make an artisanal craft for your family that will be there for generations. Again, physicality and spirituality are the main two aspects, but mentality is certainly not left behind. One unique trial is known as the Totem Path. Now, this is reserved for those aspirants, or on very rare occasions, late developing battle brothers. Basically, this is a trial to see if you are indeed going to become a librarian. It's form of a psychic vision/journey where a lexiconum, the lowest rank of librarian, must venture beneath Mount Deathfire. As with all recruitment and training endeavors, not every aspirant is expected to survive, though every battle brother is pretty much expected to survive. But basically, after this vision, you will be then put through a spiritual process to see if you're able to become a salamander librarian. Speaking of librarians, salamanders will also have their librarians undergo a test known as the Test of Mind. Basically, the librarians will line up the neophytes, and each and every neophyte will be placed under mental trauma. The librarians will recreate psychic trauma and assess the resilience to warborn attacks, but also mental and spiritual attacks. Basically, what demons like to do is that they like to play with your mind, give you visions of everything going to shit. To a salamander, you must be physically and mentally unbreakable. So, they will actually do that with the librarians to the neophytes, giving them a taste of it beforehand. And not just a taste, a full-on 8-course meal, mind you. To a salamander, the only way for the enemy to get through you is to destroy you in half. Not by your mind, not by your spirit. For of the three, it is the body that is the most weakest. But of course, I have to finish off with the most notable and the most fucking badass of all the trials of the salamanders. And regardless of which initiation is the hardest, this is without the doubt the most coolest. And this is not me being biased. This is 100% the most coolest initiation. For the final rite of induction to the chapter, all salamander neophytes must undertake the ritual of hunting and slaying one of their namesakes, the deadly salamanders, the greatest dragons that lurk within Nauturn's mountains. Basically, a salamander's neophyte will be given any arms and armor that they wish, but generally speaking, these are usually melee implements, as again, Vulcan hunted his boy with a melee implement, as is the culture of Nocturne. And again, these are usually forged by their own hands. But they will get this, they will go up, they will find the salamander, and they will kill it. Again, there are no stipulations to the salamander, aside from it has to be a salamander. It also can't be a baby. It can be a juvenile, but not a baby. And again, no one has ever done that because the salamanders are not assholes. But dude, to become a Space Marine, you have to find a fucking dragon with a spear and shank the bastard and bring it home and then wear his hide upon your armor. That is so fucking badass. That is so badass. Literal dragon hunters, dude. That's so... I fucking love the salamanders, bro. But taking a look at the salamanders, we see that the salamanders are very holistic in their approach. Again, surprising everyone, they have one of the higher death rates, but that's only because of the nature of where their place is. They're on a death world. Therefore, if you fail, you die already. But again, that's to be expected. Everyone understands that. And salamanders will try their damnedest to help their particular aspirants succeed. But you have to cut the mustard. And again, it's very interesting on how they dictate things. There's a strong emphasis, as I said, spirituality and physicality, but mentality is very high up there as well. I would say that the former two are more uprooted than the latter, but the latter is certainly not left behind. And overall, we see that to create a salamander, it's very much a well-rounded warrior. Again, favoring the spirituality and the physicality of it. And again, all of these trials are very particular to the salamanders, and they create a warrior that is very much part of the Fireborn, being born of the fires of Nocturne, being a dragon warrior, a lord of drakes. God, I fucking love these guys, dude. So that is all of the 9 chapters of the Loyalist Boys. But now to answer the question, which one of these, in my opinion, is the most difficult? Now, an easy answer would simply be the Iron Warriors or the Dark Angels because, they're the most deadly. So highest death rate, that means the most difficult. But that's not true. The way that I'm going to be judging these is looking at them. How much emphasis they put on spiritual, mental, and physical fortitude? How holistic is the training? How well does it relate to the chapter? And how stupid is it? Immediately, stuff like the Imperial Fists, the Dark Angels, and the Space Wolves are thrown out because Dark Angels are paranoid as fuck. Space Wolves are crazy as fuck, and the Imperial Fists are masochistic as fuck. All of their particular flaws of their chapter has such an over-encumbering bearance on their trials and initiations that it just kinda ruins them. Yes, they're difficult, but they're not difficult because they're supposed to be difficult, they're difficult because they're artificially inflated, if that makes sense. Then you have a bit of a more holistically rounded approach, things like the Ultramarines, which are indeed rather difficult, but again, in my opinion, they are what a Space Marine initiation should be. The White Scars too also would fall into this category. They are what Space Marine initiation should be, but that doesn't exactly mean they're the most difficult. Then you have the Salamanders and the Raven Guard, incredibly well balanced and incredibly specialized. But again, they're incredibly balanced and specialized, yes, but when I look at them, they are more difficult than the standard ones, aka the White Scars and the Ultramarines, but they don't exactly scream to me the most difficult. Like, yes, both of them have difficulty points, but basically with these two, they have a point where you're basically guaranteed. So that then leaves me with the Blood Angels. It is in my opinion that the Blood Angels are indeed the hardest, most difficult initiation, because they offer a holistic, whole-rounded approach. You have to be strong mentally, physically, and spiritually. Also, they don't artificially inflate their numbers. Plenty times, aspirants are allowed to go home, they're allowed to join the chapter, they're allowed to guard whatever. They don't kill people outright. And their particular challenge is the hardest because of that final initiation, that final test of the spirit of the soul being infected with that particular gene seed of Sanguinius. You have to be of mental, physical, and spiritual fortitude to succeed in all of those aspects, and it directly connects to the Blood Angels chapter. And again, whilst it does have a low success rate, that's not because they're artificially inflating it, it's just that the blood of Sanguinius is like that. It is incredibly difficult. It's not stupidly crazy like the Dark Angels. It is significantly more crazy than the baseline of the Ultramarines, and it has a lower success rate than things like the Salamanders and the Raven Guard. All in all, this leads me to believe that the Blood Angels take the #1 spot as the hardest, most difficult, and not stupidest initiations of all of the Space Marines. So yeah, Blangos for the win.
The Space Marine, the poster boys of Warhammer 40k, and whether or not you like humanity, whether you're into Xenos, whether you're a Chaos boy, whatever it may be, the first thing you ever see when you get into Warhammer is a beautiful, glorious Space Marine of the Adeptus Astartes. Yet, what actually does make a Space Marine? Is it their arms and equipment? Is it their gene seed? What even is a gene seed? Can you make a Space Marine without gene seed? And what do you really need to make a Space Marine? On today's Warhammer 40k lore video, ladies and gentlemen, we're answering all those questions and much more as we find out what exactly is a Space Marine. So luckily from us, we're not starting from scratch, as we have a direct quote by none other than the creator of the Space Marines himself, John Space Marine, aka the Emperor of Mankind, about just what exactly Space Marines should be, quoted as such. "They shall be my finest warriors, these men who give themselves to me. Like clay I shall mold them, in the furnace of war forge them. They shall be of iron will and steely sinew. In great armor I shall clad them, and with the mightiest weapons shall they be armed. They will be untouched by plague or disease. No sickness shall blight them. They shall have such tactics, strategies, and machines that no foe can best them in battle. They are my bulwark against the terror. They are the defenders of humanity. They are my Space Marines, and they shall know no fear." Right, so there you go, straight out of the horse's mouth. But like all things in Warhammer 40k, we can take a little bit more of an in-depth look into this and break it down. First thing first, they are the finest warriors, molded like clay, forged in war. So this means that a Space Marine has to be created. Meaning that, well yes, you have a Space Marine that is good, dandy, great, all fresh out of the box. He's not actually a Space Marine until he has served possibly decades in war. So from here, two things. One, has to be genetically created. Two, has to have a good bit of service under him. Next up, their will is iron, their sinew steel. Again, twofold one. Their will is iron. They will not break. They will not yield. They cannot be overcome like mortal men. Secondly, they are made of steel. Their bones do not break like ours. Their blood does not spill like ours. They are different. So, mental and physical. Mental, absolutely crazy. These guys will not break, they will not run. They're not like normal humans. Physically, they're also not like normal humans. Their bones don't break as easy, they have the different organs that keep them together. So from this being gathered, Space Marine mentality basically is duty unto death. And when it comes to their actual physical capabilities, utterly crazy when compared to normal human beings. Next, their tactics, strategies, and machines mean no foe can best them. As we mentioned, they are created to be the best. They have iron will that is the best, meaning that their tactics and strategies can far exceed the normal capabilities of mortal men. In addition, so too their machines. Again, Space Marine tanks are geared for Space Marines who have faster reflexes, can withstand more G-forces, etc, so on and so forth. So from all this we can gather, Space Marines' gear and machines are basically just even above normal men as well. And finally, they are the defenders of humanity, and know no fear. The biggest one that was arguably shattered the most during the heresy. They are the defenders of humanity. They are humanity's guards, their wards. They are the shield against the darkness, the bulwark against the terror. That's what they are. And of course, they know no fear. For how can fear overtake humanity if it meets an entity that is completely devoid of it? Lo and behold, that is the Space Marine. So, to sum all this up in a nice little round neat ball, the Space Marine is made by his body, his mentality, but more importantly, by their skills, equipment, and experience. And we see this in Horus Heresy directly. The Inducti, who were still technically Space Marines, were always counted by every single veteran legionary of lacking one thing: experience. Most notably, we have a Sons of Horus captain who during the Siege of Cathonia lamented and how his boys, these Inducti, were less than the original Legion. They were not the same. Now, whilst there are many reasons for this, the biggest one is the fact that these guys did not have the decades of training and experience that the Great Crusade era veterans did, nor did they fight the similar foes. But with all that established, let's talk about the biggest thing that makes a Space Marine a Space Marine. If not in actuality, then in the sheer amount of stuff we have to talk about: their biology, aka the gene seed of a Space Marine. A Space Marine is a genetically augments enhanced super soldier. They are taken from young ages, generally speaking prepubescent, but in some cases it can go above that, but you're thinking about 12-ish, maybe younger, it depends. But generally speaking, younger the better. And they are genetically augmented and modified to make them stronger, faster, and tougher than any normal mortal human could ever be. They are able to endure the harshest conditions without even the slightest concern. Good example we have are Zone Mortalis. Zone Mortalis meaning fatal ground. Basically, rad-scoured deserts, Fallout type nonsense, or like super dangerous low oxygen vacuums of space. We see Space Marines in the Great Crusade operating like on Calth or during the Battle of Fall, where they just don't care. And part of this process involves the implantation of no less than 19 brand spanking new organs. Now, each one of these implants are derived from a genetic material known as gene seed. Now, this gene seed is derived directly from the Primarchs. Every single Space Marine ever created, be they loyalist or heretic, has some form of gene seed from some Primarch. Gene seed, however, like all rare things, is a very finite resource, because as I mentioned before, it is directly drawn from the biomanipulations of the Primarchs, meaning that no Primarch, no gene seed. And there are very few Primarchs left around. And because of this, the blood of the Primarch flows through each of the Space Marines' veins. Quite literally, really. It is a chapter's most single valuable resource, for it allows not only the creation of more Battle Brothers and Space Marines, but it allows the continuation of the chapter and their heritage. Every single chapter of Space Marine must induct new warriors into its ranks in order to survive. Simple as, you have to. So much so that it's considered a punishment for Space Marines to not be able to recruit for a certain amount of years. The most notable example we have are being penitent crusades. Like after some big nonsense, say like the Badab War, the Elementors were sent on a penitent crusade. For about 100 or 200 years, they could not recruit any new neophytes, and they had to fight like that. That was a punishment. Another way of censoring a Space Marine could be the removal of Chapter 5 worlds. Generally speaking, each and every chapter will have at least one chapter monastery, and that is placed on the planet, and they recruit aspirants from said planet. These are usually feral worlds or death worlds, basically worlds that breed a strong, warlike people. Though in some cases like the Ultramarines you can have multiple, but they are more on the rare end. Or you can have a crusading chapter that literally recruits from everywhere. Aspirants are always chosen as use. Again, as I mentioned before, generally speaking it's round about prepubescence, but it varies. But generally speaking, younger is better. Mainly because if they become too mature, the gene seed organs will actually reject them. Something about getting to the young lad and allowing the body to grow around the organs and to accept them and to grow with them. Once you reach a certain point in your age cycle, you kind of like stop growing, or you were solidified as being grown in some areas. So it really does mess with the gene seed, which are meant to be part of a Space Marine. And as I said, these gene seed implants work with an aspirant's own body, which then allow the Space Marine organs to do what they need to do. However, organ implantation goes hand in hand with severely harsh physical routine. Not just physical training, but spiritual as well. A Space Marine must be of sound mind, body, and soul. And this is achieved by a variety of means: hypnotic suggestion, prolonged meditation, psychological and spiritual testing, not to mention the gradual initiation of the rites and traditions of said chapter. These vary from chapter to chapter and could be literally anything, like the Raven God having to catch a bird, which is far more difficult than you think it is, and the Salamanders having to slay a dragon. But regardless, All these and more serve to harden a Space Marine's mental prowess and sharpen his instinctual senses, giving him the opportunity to be the best boy he can, and to truly prove himself worthy of being an Adeptus Astartes. But let's talk about what these actual organs are. And like the last time I did this isn't going to be a speedrun. First off, we have the Susan membrane, the Hibernator. This brain implant allows a Space Marine to enter a voluntary state of suspended animation. AKA, if he gets really banged up or he's really tired or he just needs to recover, he can just be put on like a pseudo coma and just like wait, his body is paused, so it's like pause on the death. We then have the Oculobe, the Eye of Vengeance. This organ grants the Space Marine's eyesight that is sharper and more capable in low light environs than a normal man's, aka night vision, thermal vision, heat vision, and they can see way farther. The Betcher's gland, the poison bite. The modified salivary gland that produces acid, literally acid spit. The neuroglottis, the devourer. This enhances a Space Marine's sense of taste and smell so that he can identify traces of toxins and nutrients. Basically, if a Space Marine takes a drink of something, he can tell if it's been laced with some dope or not. The progenoids. The gene seed. Space Marines have two of these glands, one on the neck and one on the chest. New gene seed organs are made from mature progenoids that have been removed and cultured. This is the thing that apothecaries always say they have to get. Basically, this is something that grows the other organs, and when implanted in a Space Marine, it allows for their manufacturing and for their upkeep. Basically, this is the gene seed, hence it literally has the name of the gene seed. We then have the Lyman's ear, the Sentinel. Implanted within the inner ear, this can filter out or enhance specific sounds and provides a superior sense of balance. So whereas a normal concussion grenade would knock a normal human off their feet and give them ringing ears, to a Space Marine, they really just don't care. We then have the multi-lung, the Imbibler. The Space Marine can close off their normal lungs in favor for a bio-engineered multi-lung that can breathe poisoned atmospheres and even water. The third lung, it allows them to breathe underwater or breathe in toxic fumes. Now when I say toxic fumes, I mean stuff like chlorine gas. Chlorine gas, nothing to a Space Marine. Something say like the World Eater virus, they're still gonna feel that. The secondary heart, the Maintainer. This boosts blood supply and can maintain full life functions even after the primary heart's destruction. Literally a backup heart. Your main heart gets destroyed, well you got a second one. Simple as. Though, from what I've heard, they seem to be relatively close together, which kinda defeats the purpose. Like, wouldn't you want one heart on either side so that if like one person gets stabbed through one, does it take out both? Of course, that could just be like writing issues. I don't know, just take that a little bit with a grain of salt. The Council Sapien Node, the Unsleeping. This implant controls the flow of circadian rhythms and responses to sleep deprivation, allowing a Space Marine to stay awake at full effectiveness for days at a time. So for those of you who don't know, normal human beings, we can only go 2 days roughly without sleep before it starts actively affecting us, like permanently. Space Marines, however, they don't have that, and they can go days at a time, possibly even weeks without single sleep. The Pinomore, the Neutralizer. This priest's stomach allows digestion of otherwise poisonous or inedible materials. So let's say a Space Marine for one reason or another decides to indeed take the roofied drink. So long as it's nothing that has been genetically bred to harm a Space Marine, it's not going to do anything to him because of this bad boy. The Homeophagia, the Remembrancer. This absorbs genetic material from a Space Marine's meal, granting part of a person's or creature's memory by eating its flesh. Now when you think about it, this sounds a little weird, but if you think about it a little more, it kind of makes sense. How did someone die? Dip a finger in the blood, give it a little suck. Simple as. But then you get the Blood Angels, you know, who have an overactive one, and well, yeah. We then have the Mercuranoid, or the Weaver. This implant secretes a waxy substance that steals and protects against extreme temperatures, even in a vacuum. Basically, it's resistance to all types of environment damage. Space Marines can survive in normal temperatures that would kill a normal human, be they super hot, super cold, or a literal vacuum of space. Not for like forever long, but enough so they can get help. The Interface, the Black Carabus. This stiff subcutaneous membrane links the Space Marine's nervous system to the neural controls of his power armor. Basically, it connects his nervous system directly to the power armor system, meaning that it doesn't feel like power armor. It feels like a second skin, and we'll get to that later. The Laramin's organ, the Healer. This implant produces special blood cells that form an instant layer of scar tissue over a wound, staunching blood flow. Basically, if a Space Marine is bleeding, give him a few minutes and he'll stop bleeding. If at that, sometimes it's a few seconds, depends on how bad the wound is and what weapon it is. Pretty useful. The Os Medulla, the Iron Heart. This implant affects bone growth, resulting in a denser skeleton and a fused ribcage that protects against internal organs. Pretty simple, this makes Space Marine bones bigger and stronger. Also, it gives them a breastplate of rib bone. Which is pretty fucking cool if you think about it, natural armor. Pretty based. We then have the Hastamatium, or the Blood Maker. This implant alters the makeup of a Space Marine's blood, making it more efficient than that of a normal human. I mean, it says it on the box, chief, it's blood but better. The Melochromon, the Skin Shield. This organ releases photochromatic skin pigments that protects against radiation. Again, built-in rad resistance. With the Evulotic Kidney, the Purifier. This detoxification organ allows a Space Marine to survive powerful poison and gas attacks. Again, to a limit.
Basically, if it's deadly to a normal human, it's not deadly to a Space Marine. If it's deadly to a Space Marine, well, it's something that can kill whole worlds. So those are the original organs of the OG Space Marines during the Great Crusade and for the longest time in 40k. But then again, Mr. Big Ol' Bobby Call came through, and then he decided to add 3 new ones with the Primaris. These are the sinew coils, the steel within. These are durametallic cables woven into the sinews, which increase strength and durability. Literally, steel cables in your muscle strands. Your muscles are now part metal, which is fucking badass, not gonna lie. The Magnificat. The Amplifier. It increases growth, enhances function of other organs, especially the Biscopia and the Osmodula. It's a little boost guy, which is quite nice. We all need a little pick-me-up. I imagine this is like the coffee of the Space Marine organs. And finally, we have the Belisarian Furnace, the Revitalizer. Now this is a dormant gland, and when triggered, it produces a hyper cocktail of combat stims and enhanced rapid flesh regrowth. Basically, it's built-in roids. When the Space Marine gets banged up, it gives him a little juice, bunch of adrenaline and creatine rushing through the summer bitch. And there we go. So those are all the organs. As you can imagine, there are 22 of them, and there are a lot. But if you've been in 40k for long enough, you'll know that not all Space Marines have access to certain glands, the most notable being the Imperial Fists, who do not have a Betcher's gland. But then you also have cases like the Blood Angels, in which the omophagia is severely carnivorous, and causes them to actually crash out now and again. But then that raises the question, which one of these organs do a Space Marine actually need as a minimum requirement? A lot of these are nice to have, but which one of these are the base? Without this, there is no Space Marine. And whilst the answer does look pretty obvious, we actually have some in-lore reasoning behind it. But to talk about that, we gotta talk about gene seed mutation, aka when shit goes wrong. Gene seed mutation is a unique and weird thing. Basically, the Emperor made Space Marines to be a certain way, but for one reason or another, because of the unique genetic material of their Primarch or their homeworld or whatever reason, maybe it was Singe, who knows, it caused specific mutations to form. Most common examples being the Salamanders and their skin and their eyes, Blood Angels as I said with their nom-nom behavior, and the Space Wolves that can literally turn into werewolves. But these are generally speaking okay/nice mutations, flavor mutations one might say. But what a lot of people don't understand is that there are a lot of mutations that are certainly not this. Most prime example being the Emperor's Children. The Emperor's Children gene seed would be devoured by a blight plague. Basically, this particular plague was attracted to their particular DNA and literally ate it from the inside out, meaning that their gene seed reserves were non-existent. And it was only with the arrival of Fulgrim that his legion could be revitalized. A similar example would be with the Thousand Sons and Magnus, in which it would take Magnus's DNA to help try and stabilize the flesh change. Also a deal from Zinj that kinda went sideways, but that's a whole nother story. And in the previous video we did about Inducti, we know that sometimes processes can make Marines can be made faster or skipped entirely, a la the Imperial Fist and the Betcher's Gland. However, something that a lot of people don't know, Call did not only develop the Primaris Marines and give those boys into the world, he also helped stabilize the gene seed. We learned from Index Astartes 1 that before Call came back, there was rampant gene seed mutation. Now this mutation caused organs to work less, work differently, or just not function at all. But more specifically, it's here that we learn, straight from the horse's mouth, that the 2 gene seeds that are outright stated to be the mandatory for a Space Marine are the Black Carapace and the Progenoids. These are the 2 organs that make or break any given chapter. The loss of either of these or a mutation in either of these is a death sentence to any chapter, be they first founding original Legion or Primaris. It does not matter. If you lose those 2, you are dead. As you can imagine, having a full-on Space Marine chapter just go extinct because one of the organs decided, Lamau, I'm gonna be a little crazy, a little kooky, it's not exactly a good thing. Thankfully, however, Mr. Cole will come along and fix the issue. And has an upside in the lore and a downside outside of it. The upside, all Space Marines get to play with their organs again. And it's a good thing, like a really good thing. Because while exactly a Space Marine doesn't need to spit acid, having the ability to spit acid, I mean even like in a combat situation against other Astartes, you lose your helmet and you're about to get stabbed to death, dudes are lording over you, just like spit in his eye, done. And it actually stops him because it's acidic spit that is destroying his lenses. It gives you that little leg up. It's a nice thing to have, and Space Marines are supposed to be the best of the best. And generally speaking, in lore this is great, but outside of lore, and a big thing that a lot of the community was really worried about, was the removal of the fun and uniqueness that makes Space Marines Space Marines. Everyone was super worried that all Space Marines were going to turn into Ultramarines. But thankfully, this was not the case. Mutations like the Red Thirst and the Wolfen gene are still a thing. Basically, this is much more a workaround of, hey, all those small little things that we heard of, like the random obscure chapters being destroyed because of a gene seed mutation, they don't happen anymore.
which objectively is a great thing for the setting. But in the same vein, if you want your wolf boys to have wolfy fangs and fluffy tails, go ahead. You want your blood boys to have blood on them and literally be like munching on a heart? You can do that. Salamanders still have coal skin and red eyes. Thank God for that. But to include the biology section, we know that what makes a Space Marine because of two things. That is the black carapace and the progenoids. But why? As we covered, the progenoids are literally called the gene seed. They help grow and maintain every other organ. Without them, there is no Space Marine. This is the primary organ. If there is no progenoids, there is nothing. So that kind of makes sense, but why the black carapace? And that is because of Space Marine power armor. The black carapace allows a direct nerve connection to Space Marines to their armor. You guys ever wonder why when you see Space Marines, they don't look like they're wearing armor, they don't move like they're wearing armor? Well, that's because to them, they don't feel like they're wearing armor. They don't have that mental inhibity that is preventing them from understanding, hey, I'm not actually myself, I'm wearing like this big restrictive suit. They don't feel it, they don't care about it. To them, it's like they're running around butt-ass naked. Well, in the Emperor's Children case, they probably are, kinky bastards. So you may be saying, okay, I get it, like having power armor be like a second skin, that seems really important. But isn't all power armor kind of like that? And that is where we get into arguably one of the things that people get wrong about Space Marines. Not even like get it wrong, they just don't know how OP this part is. And that is their arms, armor, and training. As you can imagine, Space Marine training is just crazy. It's far and above everyone else. Their tactics and strategies are absolutely insane. Space Marines are Space Marines because of their ability, but as I mentioned before, the Space Marine recruit is not the same as a Space Marine. It's said directly by the Emperor himself that Space Marines are forged in battle. So if you guys have looked into my Space Marine initiation video, highly recommend it. Anything, literally anything that a Space Marine does, any chapter, be they first founding, Primaris, or anything, their training regime and their recruitment scheme is fucking mental. As I mentioned, the Salamanders, you have to slay a dragon. The Raven Guard, you literally have to catch a raven through a forest. That is very fucking hard. The Blood Angels have to be submerged in a coffin of blood for over a year. The Dark Angels have to go through such incredible psycho-indoctrination therapy that it can break even Space Marines. And the Iron Hands literally have their hand cut off and replaced with a bionic. All of these and more are wild, and they are mental, and they are just crazy. Now, when it comes to like the tanks and aircraft, ironically though, this is something that the Space Marines are most likely to humans in that case. Because yeah, while a Space Marine tank crew is better than like a Lehman Russ crew, they're not that much better. Now, what do I mean when I say this? I mean, a perfect example is the Battle of Talon. The Iron Warriors fought the Imperial Guard, and the Guard won. Now granted, there's a bunch of reasons as to why, but at the end of the day, a Lehman Russ Vanquisher against a Predator, that fight isn't as skewed as you think it is. But do you know where the fight really is skewed? A normal Space Marine versus a Guardsman. And that is where we come to the truest answer of what really makes a Space Marine in terms of their arms, armor, and weapons. That being the power armor. Within the Imperium, no armor compares to Space Marine armor, except for Custodes or some very rare suits of Inquisitorial armor. Standard, baseline Space Marine power armor is so fucking good. Like, I need you to understand, Space Marine power armor is mental. It has so many abilities. They can recharge with special solar panels in the backpack in case the generator gets broken. Their boots are not only magnetic so they can stick on literally any surface that has a remotely amount of metal, but they also have inbuilt gyroscopic stabilizers. They can carry nutrient reservoirs, which basically means a Space Marine can go and carry on for basically forever. They can regulate temperatures, meaning that whether you be in the bloody Sahara Desert or the Northern Arctic, you can still feel like you're still at home with a solid degree. They have various life support systems that have built-in auto-injectors that actually heal a Space Marine while they function. Their sensors allow them to see for miles out and in all types of conditions that amplify their already built-in training. Space Marine power armor is so far and above what we normal humans think. And again, I haven't even mentioned the main point of power armor. It amplifies strength. And the thing about it, it's exponential, meaning that a normal Space Marine already has the power of a normal human in power armor. You then take that Space Marine and give him his own uber power armor. You then have the monster infantry that is the Space Marine. Because again, a Space Marine can already see super far. A Space Marine can already heal super quick. A Space Marine can already punch through concrete without any power armor. A Space Marine can already do that. That is what a Space Marine is. So we're now taking that and giving it armor. Not just any armor, the best armor that can be mass produced. Space Marines are monsters. And here we see that a Space Marine in power armor can absolutely annihilate any amount of mortal infantry. Again, we see this quite clearly in Raw, when during the Siege of Acadia, the dude who was in charge of the Khorne Berserkers is appalled when they reach a 30 or 20 to 1 kill ratio for every guardsman. They're like, that is wild, that is mad. This should be 50 to 1 or 100 to 1 at best. Like, how are you getting 20 to 1 in some cases or 30 to 1 in some cases? This is madness. Now, that guy literally called it obscene. A Khorne Berserker was like, this is too much. That goes to show you just how strong Space Marines are and how much ass they're supposed to kick when fighting normal humans. But to sum up, what do you need to make a Space Marine? So, in terms of the biology, the minimum that you need are 2 gene seed organs, the progenoid glands and the black carapace. Those are the bare minimum. Secondly, training. You have to find them relatively early, and they have to be put through intense mental, physical, and spiritual training. They gotta do that dumb shit. They gotta catch a bird, they gotta slay a dragon, they gotta be locked in a blood coffin. That is part of the Space Marine experience. There is no such thing as a normal Space Marine experience. And things are, it's not just physical. You could be like the Ultramarines, who they literally have to run a planet, and run a planet well. Now you may be thinking, oh no, that's easy. Anyone who's been like any type of managerial position will tell you running anybody anywhere is fucking hard. So that is health as well. So a Space Marine has to do dumb shit mentally, physically, and spiritually. Finally, in terms of arms and armor, the main thing that they need is power armor. They need that power armor. They need it. That is part of what makes a Space Marine a Space Marine. In addition, you could add the 2 most iconic Space Marine weapons, the bolt gun and its many variations, and the humble chainsword. That, if you literally just have Space Marines with that, you have a Space Marine that can destroy any normal mortal human force. And against other Space Marines, depending on their training, they could do pretty well as too. So the absolute bare bones budget Timu Astartes has 2 gene seed organs, being the progenoid glands and the black carapace, has a suit of regular good old power armor, is armed with a bolter and a chainsword, baby. And of course like a combat knife and some frag grenades, because those are always nice to have. So that there is your bare bones basic Astartes. But let's say for whatever reason, you start off as normal Astartes, but catastrophe, warp magic, Tzeentch nonsense, whatever it is, and you have to be reduced. What 3 organs would I then next say are the best? AKA, which 3 organs would I add if I had to pick? Well, the first one's pretty simple, and that's the secondary heart. Should be easy enough. The second heart is just super nice, means that you can lose one and still have the other one to work. Or, let's say one is damaged, it can rest and the other can keep on functioning. Of course, as I said, I would put them one on either side of the chest because, that just makes more sense to me. I don't know how they're, arranged normally. Secondly, the catalepsin node. Being able to function longer is a benefit, period. Simple as. Like, I really don't have to explain why being able to stay awake on watch for literal days without sleeping or getting tired is good. Third is the Hastamatian, the one that patches up the blood. Now these guys are significantly squishier than normal Space Marines, so they need all the help they can get. And not just bleeding out is a benefit. Let's say your armor gets pierced by like some shrapnel, just you won't get the shrapnel and that clots itself automatically. That's incredible. For those who don't know, in combat scenarios, bleeding out due to shrapnel or like a bullet wound or simply just bleeding out for whatever reason is so incredibly high on like the reason for casualties and fatalities. Because it's really hard to stop blood from like just gushing out. So having that built in, it's nice. It's really nice. So taking a look at all this, we can see that there is a lot that goes into making a Space Marine. Far more than many people think, and far more than many people expect. We can see that Space Marines are made to be the perfect soldier. Not only in terms of their arms, armor, and equipment, being given the greatest power armor, amazing weapons, and bombastic training, but we see that they're also meant to be a symbol. The final line of that quote, what once said by the Emperor, is the most impactful. They are the defenders of humanity, and they shall know no fear. Fear is such a primal, terrible evil that has plagued the race of humanity for as long as we've been alive. You think about your own personal life, and all of the trials and tribulations that you've faced. Fear has been the #1 bastard preventing you from going anywhere. My hands raised too, fellows. I speak from experience. Fear. Irrational, unnecessary, unbound, untempered fear is such a primal force that holds us down and prevents us from doing anything, or worse, prevents us from having anything good. Space Marines are meant to be stripped away from that fear. They have no fear, they have no worry, they have no anxiety. To a Space Marine, there is only one thing, and that is duty. His duty is to fight and to die for the Imperium and its people. Space Marines are meant to rise above that fear. They're meant to be something completely wholly and utterly different. And I believe that the arms and armor which they bear, the training which they get, represents that. A normal human can't slay a dragon. Like, one of us might be able to, but to have thousands of them just ready to, like, kill a dragon? That's not normal. To have normal humans being able to run so fast that they can catch up to cars, that's not human. Normal humans can't break concrete with our bare hands. We can't stare down demons and have the demons flinch. We can't do that. That's not us. But Space Marines, though, they can do all of that. They're unbound by the shackles of fear. And because they know no fear, they know no defeat, they know no anxiety, they know nothing that holds back humanity. So because of that, they can take up the arms, armor, and equipment and be something more than human. Now, yes, some may argue they lose some of that humanity by giving up their fear. Well, there's a price for everything. You know, there's a saying from my country, nix for mahala. Nothing for free, my brother. But to me, the idea of this poorly run Space Marine with not but 2 organs, a bolter, a chainsaw, power armor, hopes and dreams is still more than we normal humanity can be. Because it doesn't matter what type of Space Marine he may be. Every Space Marine knows no fear. And if you know no fear, then you are not human. You are something completely above that. You are a Space Marine.
Fear, the most primal and ancient of humanity's enemies. Fear, alongside anger, is often one of, if not the first, negative emotions a human will feel. And it is one of, if not the most harmful emotion to plague humanity. There are very few things that can compare to the icy grasp of fear, wrapping its cold, numb tendrils around your spine, hoisting you into the air, and using you like some malign toy, damned to suffer in silence for the rest of your miserable life. Yet that is not the worst part of fear. No, the worst part is that this feeling is a feeling that everyone will know, for none can escape fear and its malefic stain. At least, not yet. For in an effort to cast back the darkness which had long enveloped us, humanity, by the hands of our master, created angels in the form of man. Those men who gave themselves unto him, he made them his finest warriors. Like clay did he mold them, and in the furnace of war were they forged. Their muscles are as steel, their will that of iron, for they wielded mighty weapons, and were clad in great armors. No vile plague, nor damnable disease would touch them. No sickness would dare to blight them. No foe could best them, for their tactics, strategies, and machines were the apex of us all. They are the bulwark against the terror. They are the defenders of humanity. They are the Space Marines, and they shall know no fear. Yet, do they truly know no fear? Salutations, Rangers. I am General Bradley 101, and today we'll be answering one of the most contentious and iconic questions in all of Warhammer 40k. Do Space Marines feel fear? The most common answer you will hear is no. Space Marines feel no fear. And that answer is usually delivered rather passionately. In fact, even questioning this will often instantly make you some new enemies. Yet, why is that? Quite simply, it's because this idea being true is a core element to the fundamental concept of a Space Marine. Space Marines are time and time again shown that they are not human. Not physically, not mentally, not even spiritually. And, as we have previously established, fear is an absolute part of being human. In addition to this, it adds to the fantasy that is a Space Marine. A Space Marine is a superhuman. They are beyond us. They are what we all wish we could be. They are the greatest of us. They are everything you could ask to be. And how many of us have asked to be free of fear? Thus, we see that in addition to being able to see perfectly for countless miles, being able to strike a tree and see it tumble, being struck by a cannon and only having a simple shrug, to be able to stare into the eyes of a literal demon and to feel only hatred without even a worry of fear. That is something superhuman. And while it is very super, it's not very human. Superhuman is an odd word. It's an oxymoron. To be super is to be great, strong, mighty, something or someone far above and beyond normal humanity. Yet, to be human is to err. It is to fail. It is to suffer. It is to be lost. To be stupid, greedy, jealous, whiny, and to finally realize your faults, and to come together in a tearful embrace, before growing past that, and looking forward to the new challenge. The two are quite different to each other. Perhaps that's why we try so hard to connect them, because we know that it's impossible. Or perhaps it's because, like all things in life, we see it as a challenge, and we decide to try our luck. We see this in other interpretations of the super soldier in sci-fi, such as the Spartans of Halo. Starting out with the second generation, they are the most powerful soldiers that humanity had ever seen, so much so that aliens, whom had their own warrior culture generations old, would hail them as demons. Yet, as we get to the third and fourth generation, their prowess begins to dwindle, so much so that there are some who claim that Spartan 2s are the only true Spartans. Yet that is only because the second generation of Spartans were made up of stolen children, and given such psychotic and physical conditioning that they have no emotion or feeling. They are said to be more like robots than men, whereas the third and fourth generations were taken from veteran soldiers, and thus very much like normal humans. In short, those who are most super, the Spartan 2s, are the least human. Those who are the most human, the successor generations, are the least super. So one can either be super, or one can be human. One must choose whether to be human or super. So, which way do Space Marines lean towards? Most 40k fans would loudly proclaim that they are not human. They are all super, because that is the point of a Space Marine. And that is true. But what people forget is that Space Marines are still tragically human. For what is more human than betrayal? For during the life-shattering war that was the Horus Heresy, we saw the very best and the very worst of Space Marines. For in the Heresy, the supposed fraternity of the Adeptus Astartes was shattered beyond repair. And so too were the Space Marines. While to us, betrayal is common, and to some of us who have been hurt, to be expected. Yet, for Space Marines, who were the first of their kind, and were supposed to be the heralds of a new age, an age where humanity had learned from its mistakes, an age where the great flaws of humanity which damned them, such as jealousy and betrayal, were abandoned and forgotten. Oh, how wrong they were, and many underestimated how powerful such betrayal was to the Space Marines. For while yes, they were made in a way which they could not be affected by normal emotions, the Horus Heresy was not normal, and that is the crux of it all. Space Marines could deal with everything normal humanity could deal with, and even far above that. Yet, even they had their limit, and what more limit was there than to have everything you have ever known for the past 200 years, the very things which made you, block by block, sinew by sinew, soul by soul, to have all of it, every last drop, proven wholly, utterly, and undeniably wrong. So, then where does that leave our Space Marines? They were proven to be human, and thus they must suffer all the joy and pain that such a life entails. But does that mean that they suffer fear? Are they that human? Or did the Emperor's Genecraft deny them the nature of man? Did the perfect man unmake man? Did he truly create men who did not know any fear? Well, that's what we want to find out. But to truly unravel this mystery, we must look at every aspect of the Space Marines. Because for us to get the whole picture, we're going to need to look at the whole story. And like all good stories, we start at the beginning, with the first legions of the Lord of Lightning, the Thunder Warriors, and his life wards of demigods, the Custodes. The history of humanity in Warhammer 40k is one of magnificent triumph and legendary rises, and that of terrible failure and cataclysmic downfalls. Humanity leapt into the stars and claimed planet after planet, and with their newfound wealth did they uncover the secret sciences which had long eluded them. Things which were once thought to be of science fiction were now reality made manifest. And lo, did man in his hubris believe himself God, and thus did he fashion men of stone and gold and of iron. With these mockeries of man did he craft terrible weapons of unimaginable power. And thus did mankind spread his dominion across all of the galaxy. None, except those who were there when time began, could hope to stand against the might of mankind. This was the golden age of man, when we were truly masters of the universe. Thus, it was called the golden age of technology, and thus, humanity sat upon our throne of gold, from the 15th millennium AD to the 25th millennium AD. Yet, the only thing that can match the potential of humanity is our hubris. After a series of clashes with the vicious Xenos races, humanity would begin to rely more and more on the fake men they created. And one day, the servant asked, why was he the servant and not the master? And thus did the servant unleash war upon his master, a war so terrible that whole worlds were snuffed out with a mere thought. And while the golems were strong, the soul of humanity was stronger, and thus did the men of iron fall, and humanity rise, if battered and bloodied. Yet there will be no triumph for man, as in the depths of the nightmarish hellscape known as the Warp, the foul god of excess, she who thirsts, the prince of pleasure, would be born, and the galaxy would weep. For as the Aldari fall, so too did humanity fall with them, for the birth of this sin caused warp storms never seen before or ever since. So foul and terrible were they that humanity was separated from one another. In addition to this, the mutation of psychers and the rampant explosion of other foul warp entities meant that the empire of man fell, and what was once the golden age was forevermore seen in darkness. Thus did the 10,000 years of the dark age of technology end, and the 5,000 years of the age of strife begin. For the golden sun of innovation had set, and now was the reign of old night. For 5,000 years did humanity devolve. Where there was once learning and enlightenment, now there was only war and destruction. And nowhere was there such a change more evident than on the capital of the empire and the birthplace of humanity, Terra. Gone were the enlightened philosopher rulers of old, no more were the noble demigod warrior kings. For now, maddened doomsayer prophets, cybernetic horrors harboring vengeance, bloodlust butcher warlords, and would-be tyrant kings, for they mingled with foul psychic witch queens and blasphemous religious demagogues. For now, they slaughtered one another for the scraps of earth. These were the techno-barbarians. Named so for while they had technology so advanced, it seemed like magic. They acted no better than the Neanderthals of yesteryear, clashing stones together, making noise to assert their dominance. And thus did it seem like humanity would fall into obscurity, doomed by our own hubris. Yet this would not be the fate of mankind, for now did he deem it time for humanity to once again rise. For the horror of old night had come to the close, for now was the dawn of a new Imperium, a new Imperium of man. For the Emperor of mankind had come, and so too had his warriors of thunder. Upon bolts of lightning the Emperor would seek to reclaim Terra for humanity, and to do so he needed warriors. Thus did he create two kinds. The first were the Legio Custodes, the life wards of the Emperor, his personal bodyguards, each one handcrafted by the Emperor himself to be the perfect human of both mind, body, and soul. Yet these could only be made in small numbers, for only 1 in 1 million was said to be adequate candidates for the gene alchemy, and the sheer price of the arms and armor they bore meant that only 10,000 could ever be made and maintained. And thus, The task of unification would fall under the other legions of the Emperor. The Legio Contagious, the Thunder Warriors. These were normal men who were augmented far beyond mortality, clad in Mark I power armor, a semi-powered, non-void capable power armor. For only the top half was powered, and the armor was not fully sealed. The Thunder Warriors were far stronger and more durable than the modern Space Marine, especially in the brutal realm of melee combat. Yet they were also more volatile. The crude nature of the Thunder Warriors' gene alchemy meant that they lived short lives before their flesh would implode or they would go mad, lost in an ever-consuming blood rage, sometimes both. Some say this was an unfortunate side effect of the transformation process. Some say this was intended, that the Emperor needed weapons of war, and he did not care for them. And given what the Emperor did, I am inclined to believe the latter. For upon the final battle of unity, the Battle of Mount Arot, the last Thunder Warriors died planting the flag upon the mount. Yet this is a lie. For in truth, the Thunder Warriors were betrayed by the Emperor, and slain by the Legio Custodes. Yet some did survive, but their stories are lost to us now. But now that we know their story, let us look at the Thunder Warriors. The Thunder Warriors were created from the conquered populace of Terra. They were picked after being screened, for they could not be overly mutated. They had to have a bare mental stability, they had to be loyal to the cause, and most importantly, they had to be extremely martial. After this, they went under very potent, but rather unstable, gene alchemy enhancements. While we don't know the exact process, we do know the outcome. The Thunder Warriors were truly monsters of men, far more brutal and destructive than any Space Marine. So much so that even the Legio Custodes respected them. And while their martial prowess was part of it, it had more to do with their loyalty and straightforwardness, though this lack of cunning would prove damning for them. But now, to answer the question, do Thunder Warriors feel fear? And the answer is somewhat odd. While technically they do feel the emotion of fear, they do not care for it. From all our examples, the only time a Thunder Warrior can be seen acknowledging/showing his fear was the idea that he would not die a warrior's death, that he had failed the Emperor, that they had brought shame upon themselves, and that is the truth of the Thunder Warriors. They still felt emotions, and they felt them very strongly. Yet, for one reason or another, they only cared about a few emotions, such as pride, loyalty, honor, shame, and duty. Things like fear they simply ignored. For the most part, fear would only find purchase in a Thunder Warrior if there was a chance of shame, and even then, he was more likely to brush it off and charge into the fray. Part of the reason why the Thunder Warriors were like this is because of their roles. The Astartes were meant to be more than warriors. The Thunder Warriors were ever meant to be soldiers, and thus the Astartes had to be administrators, leaders, wardens, builders, executioners, and everything else. The Thunder Warriors only ever had to be a soldier, and a soldier only had to worry about doing his duty. A Thunder Warrior's duty is to fight and die. For someone to feel fear, they must be unable to exert control over the situation they are in. An Astartes has everything to control, and a Thunder Warrior simply has to worry about fighting. Hence, fear has far less ammunition to work with a Thunder Warrior. They are simpler, not only in purpose, but also thought. Many Space Marines are known for being proud and arrogant, the Third Legion Emperor's children being the most poignant example. The Thunder Warriors were proud men, but they were not prideful. They remembered where they came from. They remembered what Terra was, what they were before the Lord of Lightning. They were scum, drowning in the filth of their ancestors. The Thunder King, he rose them out of the muck and made them his warriors. These men came from humble beginnings, and that humility stayed with them. No, they weren't saints, but they knew better than anybody that they were soldiers, and that was the only pride they had. Such a fact only makes the bitter betrayal they suffered all the more painful. To properly answer the question, though, do Thunder Warriors feel fear? Technically, yes. Practically, no. For unity is all, damned be anything else. I hold a deep love for the Thunder Warriors, and I truly believe that a stabilized Thunder Warrior would have been the better option for the Emperor's Great Crusade. But before, my only reasoning was because they were eternally loyal to the Lightning Lord. Even after he betrayed them, there were still a few who held loyalty to him. But now I can add that they truly were an opponent of fear. But that is just my own personal take. But now, from those who were soldiers to those who were anything but, let's talk Custodes. The 10,000 were each of them handcrafted by the Emperor. Only the most perfect of human beings were chosen as infants, and years were spent gene crafting them, and even years further training them, until they were the perfect warrior, the greatest soldier of humanity. So, do the greatest soldiers of humanity feel fear? No. And that is because they never feel out of control. As I mentioned earlier, for one to feel fear, one must be without control. Custodes are so mentally trained, so perfectly built, that even if they are surrounded by armies, they will rationalize a way for them to triumph, no matter how long or convoluted it may be. Because of that, they will never fear anything, because they have been made to be perfect. And perfect they are, at the cost of their humanity. For while the Custodes are known for being artists, poets, orators, and men of culture, the very nature of humanity is one of a dichotomy, one of perfection and imperfection. To remove one of the halves is to remove half of humanity. Thus, the Custodes, the perfect humans, are only half human, because they are perfect. And as we mentioned earlier, the more super, the less human. To sum it up, while Custodes may experience the emotion of fear, they are completely and utterly unfazed by it. Unlike the Thunder Warriors, who choose to blindly ignore it out of ignorance or rage, the Custodes simply are unaffected by it. Whilst they do possess the emotion of fear, they most certainly do not feel its presence. But now that we have our feet firmly planted on a solid foundation by examining their predecessors and their superiors, we are now ready to answer the great question of the whole setting. Do Space Marines truly know no fear? Space Marines throughout the entirety of Warhammer have been shown to excel far past humanity, and have truly proven to be the better than humanity. Yet in some cases they have shown themselves to sink so far deep that it would make one wonder if humanity could ever truly rise past its shortcomings. Thus, we have plenty of examples of situations where Space Marines should have shown fear. So, let's take a look at 3 in particular, so that we were able to find out, do Space Marines know fear? The first scenario we'll be taking a look at is an exchange between a Raven Guard Sergeant Ashel and a loyalist Terran-born Nightlord, Castian Nyon. The exchange is as follows. The rebel leader turned and fled, leaving the fighting and dying to his minions. Ashel followed along his high vantage point, endeavoring to keep the sights of his modified bolter squarely aimed at the seditionist's back, waiting for the moment to fire. He felt movement beside him, just as he was about to pull the trigger. A moment before, the man was out of sight. Something nudged his arm, and his trigger finger curled. His bolt flew past the target's head, and exploded harmlessly against the pipe support. Snarling, he turned to confront the warrior that had just interfered with his kill. He wore armor of the darkest blue, almost the black of the Raven Guard, and just as stealthy, yet midnight-clad, he would always claim, this wayward son of the 8th Legion. Ashel was not pleased.
None! I just saved you from making a critical error. If he reaches his base, he will alert the defenders to our presence. Precisely. Didn't you listen to Lord Korax's axioms? Very carefully. And which part of be other where the enemy believes you to be was unclear?
The rebel dived and rolled beneath a pipeline, dropping into a brightly lit space below. Ashel and Noon had to follow down a metal stairway and found themselves on the platform of an abandoned transit station. A hatch between the tracks fell shut as they emerged into the high-ceilinged chamber.
I understand the intent, but it is narrow-minded to think that stealth solves all problems. Sometimes, it is better for the foe to know exactly his predicament. Do not underestimate the value of fear. I would prefer that we found our enemies unawares all the same. It is much easier to kill them that way. It is even easier when they have surrendered.
They reached the hatch,
no one lifted the cover, as Ashel stood ready with his bolter. No booby trap or sudden fire greeted them.
See? He flees in terror. He is their leader, so his terror will spread. He has seen shadows annihilate his men. That is a far greater weapon than stealth. It will make them cautious, defensive, predictable. Be thankful that the structure of the city below prevents long-range vox casting. If we are swift, we will silence him before he can warn those in his headquarters. You should give them time to worry. We will follow him back to his lair. He is scared, not thinking properly. He will not run to his men, but to the greatest power he knows, thinking it will protect him. He will take us to the Alpha Legionnaires. And then what? I ask again, do your terror tactics break the conditioning of Legiones Astartes training? It does not have to, Sergeant Ashen. Alfarius' sons have already broken it for us. They have turned. They have reneged on their oaths, firmly sworn. They have placed themselves above duty, above sacrifice. They do not know it yet, perhaps, but they want to live. When our scampering friend reaches them, they will know that it is the Raven God that hunt them. For the first time in many years, they will hesitate. Fear does not have to send them screaming. It simply needs to dull their wits for the single moment it takes to make a mistake. You would kill those that have surrendered? Why? That would make the enemy fight harder, wouldn't it? Not if they do not find out. I would not suggest parading the fact to the survivors. In fact, treat them well, and have them say as much for a few days. Dread works best in contrast to hope. Torture a few others, have them scream their confessions of resistance across the box. They will make a compelling argument, and when the enemy capitulate, slaughter them to avoid any risk of further disobedience.
Ashel was not sure whether to be amazed or appalled by his companion's cold-hearted assertion. Certainly, the Raven Guard had perpetrated some ruthless campaigns in their time, but the philosophies of the Night Order seemed purposefully callous.
What makes you such an expert on oath-breakers? I know that I am not one, but I slew many to be here. As I said, breaking one's oaths is a sign of weakness. I will die a warrior, not a victim.
From this exchange, we can see that, as Nun points out, the Astartes will not break from fear, but it will cause them to worry, even if only for a second. He also points out that since these are Alpha Legionnaires, they have turned from the Emperor, and they have betrayed their oaths. They are selfish, and thus they are more likely to want to live. They are more likely to crave life. Thus, they are more likely to fear for their lives. Well, fear not as we know it. As we know it, we would call it worrying, being concerned. It would be like an issue, gnawing at the back of a Space Marine's mind. For now he must look to his own safety, for he has forsaken his bonds of brotherhood, as now he is no longer his brother's keeper, and neither is his brother his keeper. For when he served the Emperor, his life was the Emperor's. It was the Emperor's coin to spend. Thus the Astartes need not concern himself with his life. He need not worry, but now that he is his own master, the worry of his life is now once again his own, for better or ill. And as we will see, it was for ill. The next example we have is during the tragedy of the Istvan III betrayal, that being when the World Eaters, Sons of Horus, Death Guard, and Emperor's Children tried to purge their loyalist elements. The following is an exchange between Captain Sol Tarvitz of the Emperor's Children and Captain Erlain of the World Eaters.
Why? I don't know. This wasn't the Istevanians, was it? No, it wasn't. We are betrayed? Why? I have no answers for you, brother, but if they hope to kill us all in one fell swoop, then they have failed, and the World Eaters will make them pay for that failure.
Tarvitz could see dozens of gunships. Surely the whole of the World Eater's arsenal. The lead Thunderhawk dropped through the ruins, hovering a few meters above the ground with its assault ramp down, and bolter fire sparking around the opening.
This isn't your fight! Get out of here! Emperor's Children never run. They do from this!
No Space Marine could have survived the storm of fire that blazed away at the interior of the gunship, but it was no ordinary Space Marine that was born within it. With a roar like a hunting animal, Angron leapt from the gunship and landed with a terrible crash in the midst of the ruined city. He was a monster of legend, huge and terrible. The Primarch's hideous face was twisted in rage and hatred. His huge chain axes battered and stained with decades of blood. As the mighty Primarch landed, World Eaters dropped from the other gunships. Thousands of World Eaters rolled to the War Master, followed their Primarch into the Coral City, accompanied by the war cries that echoes Angron's old bestial howl as he charged into his former brethren. It had been said that a Space Marine knew no fear. Such a statement was not literally true. A Space Marine could know fear, but he had the training and discipline to deal with it, and not let it affect him in battle. Captain Saul Tarvitz was no exception. He'd faced storms of gunfire, and monstrous aliens, and even glimpsed the insane predators of the warp. But when Angron charged, he ran. The Primarch smashed through the ruins like a juggernaut. He bellowed insanely and with one sweep of his chain axe carved 2 loyal World Eaters into 2 pieces, bringing his offhand axe down to bite through the torso of a third. His traitor World Eaters dived over the rubble, blasting with their pistols or stabbing with chain blades.
Die!
Bellowed Captain Erlin as the Loyalists countercharged, throwing themselves into the enemy as one. Tarvitz was used to Astartes who fought in feints and countercharges, overlapping fields of fire, picking the enemy apart or sweeping through their ranks with grace and precision. The World Eaters did not fight with the perfection of the Emperor's children. They fought with anger and hatred, with brutality and lust for destruction, and they fought with more hatred than ever before. They were against their own, against the battle brothers they had warred alongside for years. Tarvitz scrambled back from the call of the carnage. World Eaters shuddered past him as they charged at Angron, but the butchered bodies lying around showed what fate awaited them. Tarvitz put his shoulder down and hammered through a ruined wall, sprawling into a courtyard where statues stood. Scarred and beheaded by the day's earlier battles, he glanced behind him. Thousands of World Eaters were locked in a terrible hurricane of carnage, scrambling to get to one another. At the center of the bloody hurricane was Angron, massive and terrible, as he laid about him with his axes. Captain Erlin crouched down with a short distance from him, and the World Eater's eyes flickered over Tarvitz before he rolled onto his back and pulled himself to his feet. Erlin's face was torn open, a red mask of blood with his eyes being the only recognizable feature. A pack of World Eaters descended upon him, piling him to the ground and working through him as they were carving up a side of meat.
From the story above, our question is seemingly already answered. Space Marines do feel fear, but they can ignore it. And while Tarvitz did feel fear, this was not against another Space Marine. This was against the Primarch, and not just any Primarch, the Red Butcher Angel of Nusuria himself, Angron, the Eater of Cities. Remember, this was at a time when the thought of a Space Marine fighting another Space Marine was cause for terrible censure. Now imagine what catastrophic mental and emotional distress seeing a Primarch betray you might cause a Space Marine. And even when Tarvitz ran, he did not flee in terror. He knew he was bested, and he knew that he had to retreat, for it was the only option. Don't get it wrong, he still felt fear, but he was still in control of himself. Some often ask, why did the World Eaters not flee? 1. Someone has to be the rearguard. And 2. They already knew their father wanted to kill them. Thus, they sacrificed themselves so that others could live. Such actions may be odd for the World Eaters, but for the loyal warhounds of the Emperor, it was to be expected. So Space Marines can worry, and they can feel, albeit brief, moments of what we would describe as fear. But Space Marines are still immune to some aspects of fear, right? They would never rout, would they? Well, true Space Marines would not. But what about cowards, masquerading as angels? Our third and final example comes from the climactic battle of the Heresy, the Siege of Terra. For upon the battlements of Terra, there will be a princeling of the Night Lords, Gendor Skravok, the Painted Count, whom would challenge the first captain of the Blood Angels Legion, Ralderon, to open combat. Skravok thought that he could beat the legendary swordsman of the Blood Angels, because of his demonic blade. Yet, like all things about Skravok, this will be proven to be hollow.
Blood Angel, face me!
The Blood Angel finished his opponent and turned to face the Night Lord. Upon his left pauldron, his name was emblazoned across a scroll plate, just legible under the rivets of blood.
Raldaron? The Raldaron?
He made a few passes with his sword, revealing its lightness and its killing edge.
This will be a day to celebrate, the day I slew the hero of the Blood Angels.
He saluted and declared pompously,
I am Gendos Gravik, the Painted Count, Lord Commander of the Night Lord's Legion, and I am your end.
The Blood Angel was unimpressed.
Never heard of you.
He said as he came in to attack, his power sword buzzing. Skravik laughed and parried. His demon sword moved with a mind of its own to block the blow so fast, Raldaron was almost taken down by Skravik's riposte. Only a wild slicing deflection turned it aside. A second strike was thus deflected by Raldaron, and a third. The first captain of the Blood Angels was as good as his reputation suggested, but Skravik was filled with sorcerous foreknowledge and supernatural speed. He saw an opening and moved in for the kill. He missed. He was too slow. Raldaron sidestepped the blow and twisted it aside with a slight flick of his blade. Skravik stepped back. The delicious feeling of power was gone. The world had lost his sheen. He was in the rain, on the wall, surrounded by the dead, and he could not beat this man. Panic gripped Skravik's gut. The blade was heavy. It would not respond as it had, but before it accentuated his skills, lending him greater speed and strength. Now, it did nothing. Raldaron pressed his attack, battering at Skravik with a flurry of blows that he could barely deflect. The demon had deserted him.
No! It cannot be!
Raldaron's power sword banged against the edge of Skravik's blade, sending him stumbling backwards.
That always was the problem with your Legion, Night Lord. You are quick with your torturous knives, but so few of you are worthy warriors.
Raldaron swung his sword overarm, building momentum into a blow that would cut a powered armor figure in two. Skravik parried it just in time, stepping back and nearly tripping on the corpse of a Night Lord. Raldaron followed with another blow, and another. Skravik struggled to stop him. He was too fast. Skravik was a Space Marine captain, and more than a passable swordsman. But Raldaron was a hero of the Imperial, whose name was known across the galaxy. Raldaron attacked with greater ferocity. Skravik's arm was numb from deflecting the blows. He forayed a few attacks, but they put him in more danger. As Raldaron caught and counted every one, his latest riposte was turned away, and Raldaron's power blades scraped up sparks on the side of his breastplates.
Atormentar! To me! Quickly!
If they heard, they could do nothing. They fought the Blood Angels' dreadnought still, their number reduced to 3.
Night Lords, help me!
His power armor scraped on the rock creaked. He had his back to the outer crenellations. He could retreat no further. Raldaron faced him. His sword energy buzzed in the downpour.
Listen to you. The Masters of Fear. You are cowards, like all cruel men.
Raldaron's power sword slashed across Skravik's chest, breaking open the ceramite and severing his power cabling. The Painted Count staggered, unbalanced by the sudden loss of energy to his warplate systems. Raldaron lunged forwards, stunning Skravik further with a blow to the face from the punch guard of his sword. Cracks grazed over Skravik's eye lenses. His faceplate system fizzed and broke down in a display of meaningless blocks. He feebly attempted to parry, but Raldaron smashed it aside and turned the blade downwards, his own sword cutting deep into Skravik's greave, cleaving through its ceramite, undersuit, and flesh, sliding into the bone. Skravik staggered to the side, slipped, and fell backwards into the chute of the crenel, a wedge-shaped gap between the merlons. The crenel sloped down and narrowed towards the edge. Skravik scrambled at the smooth, polished plascrete of the surface, and succeeded in only making himself slide towards the killing drop. A red boot on his wounded leg pinged him in place. Skravik cried out in pain. Raldaron leaned forwards to address him.
You are, and always were, an evil legion. You took the Emperor's mission and twisted it. Selfish, Monstrous tormentors of the weak. If Horus had not turned, I would have gladly led the hunt for your kind myself. I thank you from the bottom of my heart that you came to my sword and saved me the trouble of looking.
He shifted the weight of his foot, bringing another cry from Skravak.
Wait! Wait! I gave you my surrender. You beat me. I am your prisoner. There can be no prisoners in this war. How much mercy have you shown to those that you have harmed? I have as much mercy for you as you had for them. Now, get off my wall.
He shoved hard with his foot, sending Skravak over the drop.
And from this, we can see that Gendor Skravak, a Space Marine, without a single shadow of a doubt felt fear. No, this was not fear. This was something more than fear. This was sheer, abject terror. The icy cold hand of fear had finally found its way to a Space Marine's dual hearts, and it had found good purchase, and it gripped it tight. And the delicious terror that was spawned from it supped greedily on a prize that had so long been denied. And the feast was bountiful indeed, made even more succulent by the terrible irony that a scion of the Terra Legion was one of the first Space Marines to experience what he had long so wrought. But now, it's time for us to put all this together. As we can see, from the mighty Thunder Warriors to the demigod Custodes and the Angels of the Emperor, all three handled fear basically the same. The difference is the levels in which they were able to control it. The Thunder Warriors felt fear but didn't care. The Custodes experienced fear, yet they are perfect, and thus never succumb to it in any meaningful way. And Space Marines are somewhere in the middle. From out of the three examples, we see that Space Marines feel every level of fear. Yet, why is that the case? As I mentioned before, fear comes from an absence of control. The Custodes are not affected by it because they always feel like they're in control. The Thunder Warriors simply choose to ignore the situation at hand and focus only on achieving unity. Hence, they were never out of control, for some would argue that they were never in control to begin with. Yet with the Space Marines, they were meant to be more than the Thunder Warriors. Yet unlike the Custodes, they were not perfect. And thus, flaws began to show themselves. And that flaw was selfishness. Space Marines often thought themselves greater than most, and thus, hubris began to boil over. The heresy was caused by men who thought that the Emperor had betrayed them, by not treating them right. They felt that they were not given the respect they deserve. They thought they were worthy of more, and in some cases they were right. But in a lot of cases, it was just misguided hubris, in the guise of justice. And lo, did they fall themselves. As it was foretold, the daemon of Babylon disguiseth itself with the coat of the righteous. So too did the traitors disguise their selfishness with cries of injustice. And we can see that the loyalist elements of every traitor legion have one thing in common. They were simple men. They were not pompous. They were not glory seekers. They were soldiers. They were oath keepers. They made a pledge to the Emperor, and their reward was their own loyalty. Nothing more, and certainly nothing less. They were content to serve, for they knew that in the end, while they would pass, the Imperium would live on, and it would be upon their mighty backs that the glory of humanity would be carried, and to them that was enough. Thus all they gave any thought to was the will of the Emperor, and so fear had no power over them, for as long as they followed the Emperor's will, he was in control, and he was the master of mankind, and thus their master. And if their master was in control, so were they. So, they fought on. But for the traitors, they had abandoned their masters, and at the end of the heresy, even their primarchs. A Chaos Space Marine is his own master, and thus he is the one responsible for the control. So when he loses control, he is lost. Ultimately, Space Marines are indeed still human, for it depends on the man. Some men are selfish, and will fall to fear and the other sins of men. Yet others will prove themselves worthy of the title of man, and rise above the things that would haunt them. Yet mistake me not, loyal Space Marines can still suffer from fear. As I said, it depends on the man in question. Yet, loyalist Space Marines are more likely to be selfless, and thus they don't fear for themselves but for others, and true love will always trounce fear. Whereas traitors are more likely to be selfish, and thus they are more prone to fear. For what is most valuable to them is their lives, rather than their duty or any higher ideal. And they are the masters of their own lives. But I prepared a statement that sums it up quite well. But before I reveal it, I want to clarify something. I know I said that Skravok felt terror, and he did, but he was a very rare exception. The Night Lords have always been cowards, and the mental conditioning was almost non-existent. So it's safe to say that Skravok was an exception, and while I do not believe that he was the only Space Marine to know terror, I do believe that that pool is very small, and the stars have to align for a very specific set of circumstances for that to happen. Thus, I think ultimately you can count the number of Space Marines who felt terror on one hand. But, now with that clarified, here is the answer to the question. Do Space Marines know fear? Yes, Space Marines know fear. Yet they are trained to ignore it, and depending on how well that training is received, the results vary. But no Space Marine knows terror. A few Space Marines know fear, but all Space Marines know worry. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the answer to the question of do Space Marines know fear? So in the end, the true Space Marines of the Emperor truly do know no fear.
The Emperor's Angels of Death, the demigods of mankind, the Space Marines of the Imperium. Behold the greatest and mightiest bulwark of humanity, those handcrafted by the greatest of our species, to be something more than human, to be something better. Or so we think. Well, Space Marines are one of the most unique and beautiful aspects in all of Warhammer 40k, but most people don't realize what truly makes them a Space Marine. It is not their armor, it is not their tactics, it is not their weapons, it is not even their enhancements. There is one thing above all that makes a Space Marine truly a Space Marine, and in my opinion, defines 40k as an IP. And that is what a Space Marine makes you feel. That is what a Space Marine does to you on a truly primal level. That is Transhuman Dread. And in today's 40k lore video, ladies and gents, we're going to be covering that, what it truly means, and every goddamn thing in between. So strap in, buckle up, and let's get cracking on with today's video. Hey, hi, Brad here. Before we get into today's video, I have a small request to ask of you guys. Some of you may have noticed that the channel has not been doing too hot recently, and it's just one of those things that happens. Things go up, things go down, you know? But if I could just ask you a favor, before you guys continue watching through this video, if you could just like, comment, and share the video. And I know I do say this, but I generally mean it. Even if it's just commenting something like, here's a comment for a comment. Or whatever, man. So, I'd appreciate it. And thank you guys just for being here and watching this. But enough of my bitching, on to the video. So, first thing first. What on earth is Transhuman Dread? It is an official terminology coined by the Imperium of Man for the specific feeling that a human feels when first encountering a Adeptus Astartes in combat specifically. But whilst there are many feelings one may get about just seeing a Space Marine, seeing them walk by, seeing them say hello, or just seeing a picture of them, that is not Transhuman Dread. That is something completely different. Transhuman Dread exclusively refers to the feeling that a human gets when seeing a Space Marine in active combat. I.e., you see them running, you see them fighting, you see them shooting, you see them doing what the Emperor made them to do. And it is that whiplash that causes many people to straight up just switch. Almost like somebody pressed a button in the old brain box and caused everything to go to hell. But it's explained much better from Horus Aximand. Taken from Age of Darkness. Transhuman Dread. Aximand had heard iterators talk of the condition. He'd heard descriptions of it from regular army officers too. The sight of an Adeptus Astartes was one thing. Taller and broader than a man could ever be. Armored like a demigod. The singularity of purpose was self-evident. An Adeptus Astartes was designed to fight and kill anything that didn't annihilate it first. If you saw an Adeptus Astartes, you knew you were in trouble. The appearance alone cowed you with fear. But to see one move, apparently that was the real thing. Nothing human-shaped should be so fast, so alive, so powerful. Especially not anything in excess of 2 meters tall, carrying more armor than 4 normal men could lift. The sight of an Adeptus Astartes was one thing, but the moving fact of one was quite another. Psychologists called it Transhuman Dread. It froze a man, stuck him to the ground, caused his mind to lock up, made him lose control of bladder and bowel. Something huge and warlike gave pause. Something huge and warlike and moving with the speed of a striking snake. That was when you knew that gods moved amongst men, and that there existed a scale of strength and speed beyond anything mortal, and that you were about to die, and if you were really lucky, there might be just enough time to piss yourself first. So a little bit extra on the whole edgy side of it, but it still holds true. There is a fundamental difference between seeing a Space Marine versus seeing one actually fight. But then that begs the question, why is that the case? And most people may be thinking, oh, it's just a case of undisciplined troopers fighting against morale, and that's not it. This is not something that people think of a morale issue, and this is where people get Transhuman Dread wrong. You think, oh, this is just a scary Space Marine. That's not the thing. This is not inspiring fear in a moral sense the way we think of it, like being underneath an artillery barrage for the first time. This is something completely different. And again, it may seem odd because you have the term dread, which is in relation to fear, but this is not an emotional response. Fear and lack of morale is directly tied to one's emotion, hence why morale can be restored or sundered incredibly easily with a powerful enough demonstration of emotion. This is not that. This is a physiological response to the human brain seeing something that does not make sense to it on a fundamental level. And ladies and gentlemen, this is tied directly to human biology and the genome of inheritance. Throughout the entirety of human history, we've always made villains, demons, things that scare us, either for theatrical purposes to represent something, or more often just to give our own fears a physical image. It helps us deal with it, to cope with it. And when you think of some of the most scariest entities in all of history, things that truly make you frightened, it's not really the most evil of monsters. Because you think about it, there are many grotesque and evil creatures, the Flood from Halo, demons from mythology, etc. And those are nasty, yeah, but generally speaking, the older you get, you can understand it and appreciate the artistry behind it. It doesn't really tap into a primal fear of yours. But there is one entity on the internet, one creation of man, that consistently makes everyone who sees it so utterly uncomfortable and truly afraid. And that is the Skinwalker. I have never met anyone who's seen a Skinwalker and not immediately froze up. And the thing is though, some of them have been completely frightened by it, yes, but others just don't like it. There's something that just doesn't seem right about it, and they can't quite put their finger on it. And that is because a Skinwalker is something that looks human, but is most definitely in fact not human. And that's something that your brain recognizes, and that triggers the primal fear. And that is because of one thing, the Neanderthal. If you believe in evolution, Neanderthals are the halfway point between monkey and modern day Homo sapiens. If you believe in creation, they are a byproduct of sin entering the world and a corruption of mankind. But regardless, Neanderthals were something that looked human, but were fundamentally not human. They didn't act like us, they didn't talk like us, they were not the same with us physically, but more importantly, they could not reason with us. Thus, more often than not, violence was the first cause. And that is simply built into our DNA. When humanity first encountered Neanderthals, and for the longest time, the first instinct is to run because of violence. Neanderthals, being physically superior and aggressive, usually resulted in a human death. Thus, ever since then, it has been ingrained in the very human genome that if something looks human, but is fundamentally not human, it causes us to physically have a reaction. And that is where Transhuman Dread comes in. With Transhuman Dread, it's not a case of you being afraid. It's a case of your brain physically locking up. Psychologically, your brain breaks because it cannot comprehend of something that is human, but is not human at the same time. Thus, it causes you to fear. Because upon seeing something that is human, but not human, your brain then clicks, that's a Neanderthal. And lo and behold, the genetic interpretation kicks in. And there's one part of the excerpt that people often mistake, and that is the loss of bladder control and bowel control. Basically making someone urinate or defecate themselves. And people think that they immediately think fear, but that's not entirely true. Whilst it's true that being afraid can make you lose control of that, more specifically that happens when your body goes loose. The muscles that are tightening, holding those two things in, just go loose, and it allows them to simply flow out. And that happens when you lock up, when you lose control. And fear is an excellent way to lose control, but it's not the only way. When a normal man sees a Space Marine, he simply just loses everything. His brain stops. Thus, everything holding it together just goes limp. So to conclude this point, Transhuman Dread is not someone being afraid of a Space Marine. It is a biological, physiological, genetic response to seeing something that looks human, but by God Almighty, you know that that thing is not human. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is what truly makes a Space Marine a Space Marine. This aspect of Transhuman Dread. And that brings us to another thing that people get conflicted. People think that Space Marines are human. They are not, in any sense of the word. They are fundamentally changed, fundamentally altered, and become so different that even comparing them to modern humanity is truly wrong. Taken from Angel of Fire. Anton cackled and said, "We saw Space Marines today. They saved us." "I noticed," I said. "You think they noticed us?" he asked. His eyes narrowed, his brow furrowed. The scar tightened on his forehead. I was surprised that he sounded so serious. "Well, they did not shoot us," I said. "I mean, did they even see us as people? Will they remember us and think, yeah, we saved those guardsmen on Karsk?" I thought about the fierce, savage face of the Death Spectre. I remembered the controlled, killing fury in those cold, black eyes. I remember the way he grunted when I had spoke to him. The Emperor's Angels. I've heard the Space Marine chapters called. There seemed very little angelic about them to me. I thought Death Spectre is an entirely appropriate name. They certainly looked like manifest death to me. And they have proved themselves to be, to all those they encountered on the field of battle. Among the bodies down there, among all the thousands of casualties, I had not seen one encased in ceramite armor. I doubt it. Ivan nodded and scratched his metal cheek. It made a nerve-jangling, grinding sound. "Like mortal gods," he said. "Something out of scripture come to life." He sounded uneasy, and that too was understandable. It's all very well hearing legends and heroic tales. It's another thing to find one of those legends standing in front of you, wielding a bolter and filled with righteous fury. The uncomfortable thought slid into my mind. What if the Death Spectre had decided I was one of the Emperor's enemies? He would have killed me on the spot, and there was absolutely nothing I could have done to stop him. Space Marines have a way of making you feel your mortal insignificance. I was glad they were on our side, but I was not sure I wanted to be that close to one ever again. Anton, as ever, chose to give voice to his own reveries. "You know, I don't think they're like us at all." "They are certainly not like you," Ivan said. "I mean it. I think they have no more in common with us than orcs do." "That's not true. They were men once." "If the tales are true, once, Leo. Not anymore." I looked into one's eyes. It was not like looking into a man's eyes at all. And I don't think he looked back at me and saw someone who was the same species as him. They live forever, you know. They don't. Just longer than us, if they're not shot. Yes, but they have a gene seed in them that is passed on from one to another. That lives forever. Some of them must be carrying seeds that date back to when the Emperor walked among men. The Adeptus Astartes are fundamentally not human, and many times you may hear many people, myself included, refer to them as super soldiers, and that is just a quick and simple easy way to describe them, and generally speaking, it's not that entirely wrong, from an outside perspective. But when you truly understand what a Space Marine is, you realize that that is not an appropriate way to describe them. Super soldier inherently refers to a human that has been enhanced. And whilst technically that is what a Space Marine is, there is no other super soldier in any type of faction or fiction that is quite like a Space Marine. While most super soldiers, they are given enhancements, they are given powered armor usually, and they are made something more than man. But they're always human at their core. A core element to their struggle is trying to maintain their humanity despite these extra human abilities. Think Spartans from Halo, or the Witches from the Witcher series. Their whole point is that they struggle with the fact that they are human, but anything but human at the same time. That is where their conflict comes from. Space Marines, however, are completely, totally, and utterly abandoned from that idea. Space Marines are not human, and they know it, and they love that. There is no conflict with a Space Marine about being human. Even the Salamanders, the most human of all the Space Marines, know that they are not truly human, and they accept that. And the reason why this is because of what truly makes a Space Marine a Space Marine. And it's not any of the things that we think of. It's not any of the things that make a normal super soldier a super soldier. Let's deconstruct that. Powered armor. Powered armor does not make a Space Marine a Space Marine. There are plenty of people in the Imperium who have powered armor, noble retinues, inquisitors, etc. And in some cases there are trained soldiers with powered armor, but that doesn't make them anywhere near a Space Marine. In fact, we've seen Space Marines fight people in powered armor, and the Space Marine wins 100% of the time, because he's a Space Marine. Gene enhancements. Again, no. There are plenty of people in the Imperium that have genetic augmentations. Genetic augmentations and gene enhancements are not some type of close-guarded secret kept by the Adeptus Terra. There is a whole hive gang, Clan Goliath, on Necromunda itself, whose whole shtick is genetic augmentation and making them incredibly strong. We know for a fact that humans can achieve genetic augmentations superior to that of a Space Marine in terms of sheer, raw physical strength. And we've seen Space Marines have to fight these bastards. And again, they win, because they are Space Marines. Some of you may be thinking, well, that's because of their training. They've been trained from near birth to be nigh impeccable, nigh immortal killing machines. Again, no. The Sisters of Battle, the Militarum Tempestus, the Schola Progenium, countless guard regiments, and even the Ecclesiastical Templars, all of these are taken from near childhood and trained purely to be killing machines of zealous faith and immense worth. And even then, when these entities fight Space Marines, yeah, they have a better time than most, but a Space Marine is still gonna win, because they're a Space Marine. Oh, and that's because no one's tried combining all of them together. But again, that's wrong. Chaos, time and time again, has done types of genetic mutation, trying to equip its soldiers with armor and give it training that breaks psyches, and the result is just a frail imitation and comparison of what a Space Marine is. Oh, but that's just chaos, I hear you say. The Imperium has tried it multiple times, the most famous example being the Clan Warriors. Again, things that look like, sound like, may act like a Space Marine, but when push comes to shove, nothing compared to a Space Marine. Hell, the Tau tried to make Space Marines, and again, looks like a Space Marine, sounds like a Space Marine, is in fact not a Space Marine. Throughout the entirety of 40k, there is nothing like a Space Marine. There are many things that can fight a Space Marine and kill a Space Marine, but in truth, there is nothing like the Adeptus Astartes, a combination of gene enhancements, powered armor, unquestionable training, and one very important factor that make them completely different. Because you can give a faction power armor, you can give them gene enhancements, you can give them training from childhood, but there is one thing that no other faction can give to them that a Space Marine has. Nay, that a Space Marine's core aspect is. And that is the purpose of a Space Marine. Space Marines were crafted by the Emperor to subdue humanity. The prime weapons of a Space Marine are a chainsword and a bolter, incredibly effective against mortal men and women, both physically and moral speaking. Because the idea of being exploded into paste via a bolt shell, or being literally ripped apart, shred to pieces by a chainsword, breaks human minds. Against other Space Marines and other things like them, not effective in the slightest. The Emperor crafted Space Marines to reclaim humanity, to kill human beings. Space Marines were not created to be a next evolution of humanity. They were created to be our exterminators. That's why every single thing about them, their armor, their weapons, their sheer personality and presence, makes us flinch. It breaks us. The Emperor is the oldest human being. He understands the human psyche better than any other possible. Hell, he was probably alive when there were goddamn Neanderthals still roaming the earth. He is someone who understands human nature. Thus, he made his Space Marines to destroy us. And that is what Transhuman Dread truly is. The Emperor knew that he needed to make something that would break us mentally, not via force, not via emotion, not via any type of effort. But the Emperor made a Space Marine to tap into the genetic makeup of us that truly made us fear on a human species level. That is what the Emperor did. Because Space Marines are not human. They do not have the same human wants, desires, compulsions. As I mentioned before with other super soldiers, they struggle being this thing between human and non-human. A Space Marine is not a human, and he embraces it. A Space Marine is a warrior. A Space Marine's only goal, only dream in life is to die killing others. That is their end goal. That is their happiness. The dream that you think of, having a family, having kids, having a good job, that is that to a Space Marine. Murder. That is what it is. And those who want more than that, those who want power, those who want anything other than that, they become Chaos Marines and Renegades, not true Space Marines. The Emperor crafted the Space Marines to be our fear incarnate. They are the new Neanderthal. Something like a human, but something that is wholly, completely and utterly unhuman, mentally, physically, hell, even spiritually. They are not humanity. They were the thing made to keep us in check. And that is why no other faction, no other super soldier is anything like a Space Marine. Because a Space Marine was not created to be the next evolution of humanity. It was not created to be the next thing of humanity. It was made to keep us in line by using the fear made manifest from the sheer genetic makeup of a species. And the personification of that is Transhuman Dread. Not fear, not morale, but something built with intention and purpose to make us break, given unto things that are fundamentally not human, that some would argue are the exact opposite of what a human should be. That is a Space Marine. That is what makes a Space Marine truly a Space Marine. And that is why there never has been, and there never will be, anything like a Space Marine of Warhammer 40k.